After all the tests, the trials and races across the country, the hopes of every driver in the Rotax classes come down to this weekend at the place where for many the whole year started. Welcome back to Whilton Mill for Event 8 of the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships for the season finale in Micromax, Minimax, Junior Rotax and Senior Rotax. It's also the O-Plate for the mighty Bambinos. It's a circuit that's familiar to the vast majority of the field, especially those who were here in March for the season opening Rotax O-Plate meeting. Plenty has happened since those early races in this 2024 season, and for a select few, the chance of championship glory remains alive. Micromax UK this weekend will see if Austin Oman can hold on to the standings lead and deliver a first title into the hands of Sam Pollitt Racing at this level. Expect challenges from all quarters though, including the likes of KR Sports' Lucian Smith, who won last time out at Kimbolton. Minimax 950 promises to give us one last battle between the duo of Albie Friend, depending on results by this stage champion-elect, and Finlay Lines, O-Plate holder. Last time we were here, it was a dominant display for Lines. Can he do so again to finish off the season? Junior Max also looks to be going the way of a Strawberry driver. Can Harry Bartle repeat his clean sweep of the round like he did at Kimbolton? And can Hugh Moulton, back on form last time out, scramble into the top three in the standings before the season closes? Macaulay Bishop set the karting world ablaze during Senior Rotax's visit to the mill for the O-Plate. This weekend, can he add the title of Senior Rotax British Champion to his CV? Or can Kai Hunter perform a miracle to retain his title and make up for O-Plate disappointment in March? Lastly, the inaugural O-Plate for Mighty Bambino shares the stage over 2 days of competition here at Whilton Mill. Look out for Henry Hales and Felix Tanley to impress after strong seasons. All the action, every lap of every race can be followed across the Motorsport UK and Alpha Live platform of channels. It's time to go racing here in Northamptonshire for Event 8 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. And it is indeed. Welcome back to Whilton Mill. Sunday for finals day, Event 8 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. My name is Andrew Mather. In the commentary box with me once again is Henry Baudet. Henry, last day of the season for the Rotax categories. What a season it's been so far.
Exactly, it's been an excellent season. Have we got any more twists in the tail? I believe certainly in Micromax we do. All the other championships are pretty much signed, sealed and delivered, but we'll get to that shortly. We're at 1,200 metres of damp Whilton Mill tarmac. It has rained overnight. At 26 feet of elevation, however, it does make the track dry a little bit quicker. However, the curbs stay very, very slippery and very wet long after the rest of the track has dried, which gives the drivers an interesting proposition when eventually the rain does stop and there are blue skies appearing. Broken clouds at the moment. This afternoon we've got light drizzle. Going to moderate drizzle, and then it says that it's going to be damp all day, but I've got faith, Andrew, that it's going to dry out.
Oh, it's always a bit of a feature of this part of the world, but you can have the weather forecast. We'll pay some attention to it, but you know, both of us have been up here enough times to know that it can be very variable.
Yes.
It's going to keep the mechanics on their toes today. This is almost the worst scenario for mechanics. You'd either prefer it to be fully dry or really, really wet. It's that awkward bit in the middle.
And it would be absolutely terrible if your mechanic wasn't here today and you're a dad that has to mechanic at the last round of the championship. We'll get to that in a little bit. But it's not just Andrew and myself that'll be bringing you the action today. Of course, we are joined, as always, by Nicole Sutherland, who I believe has found her way, as is her wont, into the VIP hospitality area. Nicole, what have you got down there for us, apart from a bacon roll?
Thank you, boys. It's Nicole Sutherland then, outside of the British Kart Championship hospitality awning, which is very, very busy this morning. We gave a quick tour of that yesterday to show what this package is really about. Of course, tickets this year have sold out completely. We'll take a quick stroll. Of course, in front of me is Jag Rotax, the Rotax UK distributor. Don't forget, in 2 weeks' time, we'll be having the Rotax Grand Festival at Warden Law. So that's some more racing for you spectators to catch up with shortly. Also behind me is the Radical SR3, which has freshly been announced to be a prize for one of the lucky competitors competing in this championship. Next year, somebody will be awarded a fully funded seat within the Radical Championship. Thea Makuris has joined us this weekend, who is the 2023 winner. He told me yesterday what a fantastic deal that is and how much progression can be gained within a championship like that for somebody to get their first steps into car racing. We also have the Mighty E over there. We'll be seeing the electric Bambino class racing this weekend. Looking forward to all of the action. Of course, within the junior, senior and mini-max classes, we have provisionally crowned our champions, but that doesn't mean that the atmosphere within the paddock isn't still hot. It's going to be feisty. It's going to be chaos, as it always is. Make sure you stay tuned for some fantastic action. Boys, over to you.
Thank you very much, Nicole. We'll start with a repechage
Yes.
in the morning session here, Henry, for the junior Rotax drivers who weren't quite able to find their way through into the top 28 from yesterday's heats. This is one last opportunity for them to carry on their weekend, and there's some big names in that list. We'll get back to that in a moment. Let's have a look at an on-board lap with Oliver Spencer earlier on this weekend.
Mini-max driver Oliver Spencer talks us through a quick lap of Whilton Mill. Ollie, how would you approach this?
Into turn 1 and 2, flat out, hook both the curbs, make sure you turn nice and late, up to Christmas corner, make sure you brake nice and late, turn in late, make sure you carry the speed so you get a good run down to Ashbury. Hook the curb here, nice and flat so you're fast, brake nice and late, turn late, miss the curb, use all the runoff. Into here, make sure you don't hit the curb, make it nice and smooth because this will affect you down the straight if you don't make it nice and smooth. Into down the straight, make sure you get the aerodynamics with your head down, brake nice and late into the boot, turn late, round here nice and smooth, clip the curb here, make sure you're nice and straight down the straight.
Rapid lap there by Oliver Spencer. Thank you very much, Ollie.
Thank you.
Very good indeed. There are our runners for the repechage in junior Rotax. Henry, 12 of them for today's repechage.
Yeah, 12 drivers, 6 transfer spots available, but some big names, including the driver you can see at the foreground of your camera shot there, Harrison Whitcomb, for the Argenti Motorsport team. Won his first race on the road, then fell foul of scrutineering, and then had his kart cut out on the rolling lap of race number 2, so he starts stone last. You've got Kai Clark in the number 77 kart, due to start on the outside of the front row of the grid for KR Sport. He's been a major front runner this season. His mechanic there, Joe Bleakley, just giving him the final few words of encouragement. You've got Lucas Blanford, who's been a real firebrand in this class this year. You've also got Ayman Bansal in this race. You've got a reigning Rotax Grand Final Minimax champion, Northern Ireland's Rory Armstrong, is trapped down in this race. But Ayman Bansal this weekend, he's got none other than Formula 2 driver and Alpine reserve driver Kush Mayani here watching the Indian drivers progress. So Ayman will be wanting to put on a strong performance. There is Andrew Armstrong, Rory's dad, just giving him a few final words of encouragement. You can see Luke Hughes in the background. Luke is looking after John Buchan in the Kraft Motorsport team. Here we go then, it's repechage time for Junior Rotax.
Let's take you through the runners then for the repechage. On pole position, Lucas Blanford. Joining him on the front row of the grid is Kai Clark. Rory Armstrong and Henry Cameron go from row 2, holding the spots at the moment. If you can hold their positions here on the third grid, Sebastian Lucian, Ayman Bansal will go through. The first of the rows trying to progress up the order. Row 4, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson and Shane Chandaria.
Shane was very quick in qualifying. Then we've got John Buchan and Isaac Barker. Zach McDonald had a retirement yesterday. And of course, Harrison Whitcomb rounding out the field. I was going to say that Harrison's got better tyres, but of course, they're all on Mojo wet tyres.
Now, I'm
Yes.
not seeing the number 59 out there on circuit, Henry. So Lucas Blanford.
I'm not seeing him either. Now, his dad, A.D. Blanford, I saw him last night. Oh, dear. That is a real shame. So we're down to 11 runners. 5 will go home, 6 will go through, Andrew.
Here we go then, 10 minutes plus 1 lap for the repechage. One last opportunity for these 11 drivers to find their way through into the pre-final and the final later on today. It's a good start for Kai Clark. Oh, problems at the back there.
No.
Is that Isaac Barker? Yes, it is, in the number 53. And there's another kart involved.
John Buchan, who just had nowhere to go. And that's disaster for the Scotsman of the Craft Motorsport team, who was busy minding his own business and found a rotated kart smack in his path.
Did indeed, but at least with it being a bit slippery out there, they're not completely out of this yet. They can get the heads down now and get up the road. There's the number 62 of Rory Armstrong having a bit of bother out there, falling down the order, but I think he's still in the top 6 at the moment. There is Harrison Whittingham with the bright red wetsuit and the white helmet. Has already gained 4 positions in this race, maybe even more by the end of the first lap. Let's count them through at the end of lap 1. Lap times around the 60-second mark once we get up to speed in these conditions. Clark from Cameron, Lush, Bansal, McDonald and Armstrong currently holding those 6 transfer spots. And there's an attack from Zach McDonald down the inside. This is for 4th place. Ahead of Aaron Bansal goes Zach McDonald. But Bansal's going to use that outside line. That's really nice driving for Bansal to retake the position. And yes, he just holds onto it using that outside line through Christmas Corner. You can do that round there in these conditions because there's a good amount of camber. You can push the tyres into the tarmac where the drivers haven't been driving in the dry conditions. Good picking of his line there by Bansal.
And I just noticed these are 3 strawberry racing karts in the repechage. It's not often you see that. Of course, they're not there through lack of pace. Rory Armstrong had a DNF in one of his heats yesterday, as did McDonald. So the trio of strawberry karts have now got Harrison Whittingham for Argenti Motorsport sitting on their rear wheel, and they're now coming up to Sebastian Lush in the number 36 Sam Pollitt Racing entry, going up the hill towards Christmas. Now this might sound really stupid, but if you have a look at the going up the hill, the tarmac is split. It's got a dividing line between it, and there are little bits of grass sticking out between them. Now, this might sound really, really stupid and petty. However, there is less grip on those bits of grass than there is on other parts. The drivers will be aware of that.
Yeah, good local knowledge for many of the drivers here. It's a circuit that pretty much everybody is familiar with. Battle going on here with Whittingham trying to break into the top 6 now. Has got the number 80 of Zach McDonald just ahead. McDonald holding on to that spot for now. Meanwhile, Sebastian Lush and Iron Bansal not fighting too hard over 3rd place at the moment. That's understandable. They've got a bit of a gap back to Rory Armstrong. Good couple of laps in here, Henry. They should break away. Yep,
indeed. And Bansal will want to keep looking over his shoulder, but if he feels he's got the pace, he looks at the inside. Iman, you've got to commit. You've got to commit. You can't just half commit going at the Christmas Corner, but he does make the move. Now Whittingham trying to go around the number 62 of Armstrong. And there is Harrison Whittingham into P6. So the West Walian driver into 6th position. Now Shane Chandaria in the red and white Pro Train kart. He's got to try and make his way past Armstrong. Of course, it's much harder to make the passes in the wet because you're already teetering on the edge of adhesion. And so it is trickier than you would see in the dry to sort of dive up the inside on the brakes and then not lock up. So you have to be a little bit more mindful about your overtaking chances. Henry Cameron going through in 2nd position. Bansal has now made his way up to the rear bumper of Cameron's Ultimate R kart. And if you have a look there, it's not raining at the moment, but there's not a great deal of wind, blowing. There's no breeze, which would obviously help dry the track a little bit quicker, as you see McDonald and Lush fighting. Harrison Whittaker in 6th position has got a second advantage now over Armstrong, Chandaria, who are fighting over 7th place. So Rory and Shane need to work together. It sounds like Rory and Shane, that sounds like half a Boyzone to me, but there we go.
I think the driver who might be a bit concerned at the moment is Sebastian Lush, because his pace is a bit off what we're seeing from those behind. Harrison Whittaker, the next to try and find a way past the number 36. Really impressed with Aaron Bansell in this repechage so far, Henry, because he's got his head down, made his way up to 2nd place. We'll just look to give himself a bit of a buffer now to cover any eventualities in the latter part of this race. This is the battle for 5th. Both of these drivers currently inside the cut-off for transferring through and into the pre-final. Lush and Whittaker. Whittaker being quite patient here, understandable. And has got a second over Rory Armstrong. There is Armstrong in the background. You can see how Lush, I think he's just trying to get a bit of heat in the tyres at the moment. Give himself some more grip as Whittaker has a go at trying to get past the number 36.
Yeah.
Oh, but that opens the door a little bit for Rory Armstrong to stick his nose down the inside. Now Whittaker goes for the move into 5th place. Little bit of safety for him now. Not too much, because Lush, I think, is going to try and come back here into the boot. This has now given a new bit of life to Rory Armstrong's chances of getting through into the pre-final. Big lap now for Whittaker. He's got to push within the limits though, and break away from this now quite tight battle for 6th place. Yeah,
3.5 minutes to go, and Whittaker there always got to be careful going through Crook. Not to run out too wide. In front of them, there's Zach McDonald passing Henry Cameron, and that would put McDonald into 3rd position. Cameron down to 4th, and of course Zach McDonald, one of the budding young commentators that we've got here. There's Shane Chandaria passing Lush for 7th position. So Whittaker in the number 66 kart with a red and black wetsuit, white crash helmet, not his traditional red and black crash helmet. He is there in 5th position, just checks over his shoulder. He is 5th. Now, Armstrong in the number 62 kart, you can see with the blue jacket on his white and green wet crash helmet. That is the final, well, that's not the final transfer spot, that's Henry Cameron. But there's Armstrong in the number 62. He's got a bit of breathing space over himself and Shane Chandaria, the Kenyan driver for Pro Train Racing. So it's Northern Ireland, well, it's Wales versus Northern Ireland versus Kenya for the final place in the main event. It sounds like a really rubbish 100-metre final in the Olympics. Wales,
it's like a Commonwealth battle.
It's a Commonwealth Games battle, that is. Yes, very good, very good.
Takes for 4th place, so to cut across in there, Henry, as Whittaker goes through past Henry Cameron. Both these two relatively safe at the moment. I think the best news for them is that that's not good news for Henry Cameron. Bit of a save. And I was about to say they had a bit of comfort back to Shane Chandaria. That's now gone. Chandaria's eyes will widen to the sight of that ahead of him, and know that Henry Cameron's going to be feeling the pressure a bit now.
Yes, indeed. So that was almost disastrous. And now Cameron, who started this race 4th, was running 2nd earlier on, is now well and truly on the hot seat. 90 seconds to go. Armstrong will just try and pull away, but it's the number 11 Ultimate R kart of Henry Cameron versus the number 56 Pro Train Racing kart. And I realise that we haven't said hello to everybody. There's Chandaria to the inside, squeezing Cameron wide. Those curves are very slippery. Put Shane Chandaria into the top 6. Now Henry Cameron's got to fight back.
Yeah, he's got to find the pace once again that he had earlier on in the race. This is through Osiers, where he had that half off 1 lap ago. Shane Chandaria is now going to try and push on, break away. It's been a good weekend for the Pro Train team. Chandaria's been on the pace, a little bit unlucky through the heat. There's been some really good results for the Pro Train team as well in the senior category that we'll talk about later on. New fastest lap of the race, Iron Bansal, comfortable in second place.
Yeah, and that will make Cushmaney very happy. That's his young steed, Ironman. You know, he didn't want to come all this way and just go home after the repechage. But it looks like Ironman will be in the main event, which will be good progress for Bansal, his second season racing in the UK, the Indian driver. But here we go, battle is on because the clock is about to strike 0. Next time around, they'll get the last lap board, and it's between the 56 of Chandaria and the 11 of Cameron for the final transfer spot. Lush, Barker, Buchan and Stanmore Wilson are effectively out of it. Here we go then.
Into the boot then for the penultimate time. Say Chandaria's looking like the one under a bit of pressure now. Cameron's refound his groove, it would seem, but has got only one more lap to find a way back past the number 56. Leaders on to the final lap then. Kai Clark's lead is 3.5 seconds. Really good job by Kai Clark in this one. Not the first time he's had to come through a repechage so far this year. It's been another professional job from the KR Sports driver, the number 77. Still not decided though between there's a problem there for Armstrong.
Rory Armstrong?
Armstrong's going to lose 5th place here to Chandaria. Can Cameron now take advantage? What happened there to Rory Armstrong through Christmas corner? Shane Chandaria can now breathe a little bit. Has Armstrong got a problem? Into Wilkins for the final time. This is a good spot to get an overtake done in these conditions. Armstrong's going to go for it down the inside. Can he get it stopped? Yes, he can. Still no opportunity yet for Cameron to get through. Clark is going to take the checkered flag. Win by 3.4 ahead of Bansal. McDonald will go through. Whitacombe will go through. Rory Armstrong will survive a bit of a scare here on the final lap to go through in 5th place. Chandaria takes the last of the 6 transfer spots. And unfortunately for Henry Cameron, he is less than half a second away from going through. He will hope, with respect, that there is someone ahead of him within 5 seconds and may have to take advantage of any penalties. Not saying that there are going to be any penalties, but that's the only way that Henry Cameron's weekend will continue.
Yeah, well, luckily for Kai Clark, for Ivan Bansal, for Zach McDonald and for Harrison Whitacombe, they are more than 5 seconds in front of Henry Cameron. So even if they had a nose cone penalty, they would still be safe. Obviously, any other technical issue, that would be an exclusion and they would not be safe. But here we go. There is the race, the provisional race winner. Kai Clark heading in. Ironman Bansal, job done for Ironman. The same for Zach McDonald, and Strawberry Racing are breathing easier as well, as Natasha Vance supporting Rory Armstrong there from Northern Ireland. There is Rory. I said it was his 13th birthday yesterday. Shane Chandaria. Oh no, the shake of the head, the Kenyan flag on his crash helmet. That looked like it was the clipboard of doom. Front nose cone penalty by the looks of it, provisionally, as the rest of the field heading out there. That could be bad news for Shane Chandaria. Good news for... Let's have a look, let's have a listen. Good news for Henry Cameron, potentially.
Really good races there from both Bansal and McDonald. I love McDonald's move down the inside of Cameron early into the race. There was just about the width of his junior Rotax machine to get down the inside there. Really good move. All of those drivers who transfer through, we will see them in action again later on this morning at 11:50. The pre-final for junior Rotax. Unfortunately for the 5 drivers classified outside of the top 6, that is it. That is the end of their weekend. That is the end of their 2024 Rotax Wera Tools British Kart Championship season.
We very well may see some of those drivers, Sebastian Lusch, Isaac Barker, John Buchan, Isabella Stanswell Wilson, in the Rotax Grand Festival.
Yep.
2 weeks' time at Karting North East, because this is also the E-plate for the junior Rotax class as well. But as we review that first race, let's hear for the first time today from some of our sponsors.
Welcome back, everybody, to Whilton Mill in Northamptonshire for Event 8 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. And good news, Henry Baudet.
Yes.
For the first time this weekend, we introduce, in a racing capacity,
We do.
Mighty Bambino out onto track.
The Mighty Bambinos. Ralph Martin made history this year by becoming the first Motorsport UK British kart champion using an electric-powered kart. He's not here, but there are 12 drivers who are here fighting for their British Open title, the O-Plate. And yes, I've been thoroughly impressed with this package throughout the year. We spoke on the Paddock Show last night, which will go out, it's already out on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, and it will go out on the lunch break here on the Karting UK YouTube channel. We spoke to Henry Hales's dad, who spoke about the difference between the Coma and the Might E package in Bambinos, and saying that certainly if you're new to karting, obviously the Might E Bambino, there's a lot less work to do in terms of tuning and finessing the engine, because it's not an engine. It's a battery.
It's a battery and a motor.
It's a battery and a motor. So for newcomers into the sport, the Might E Bambino is a lot more dad and mum friendly. I say mum friendly because our outside front row starter, Freddie Purnell, wow, it's Mummy Purnell on the tools. And she has done a fantastic job getting Freddie on the outside of row number one. There's Felix Tandy, the Napa-sponsored son of sports car racer Nick Tandy.
Yeah, 2015 Le Mans 24-hour winner. I know that one quite well because I was there. It was the first
yeah.
I remember watching Dad Nick's exploits in the middle of the night. Let's see what Felix can do. Felix is our reigning E-plate holder in Mighty Bambino as well. So we know that he's got good form on one of these one-off weekends where it's, you're not worrying about championship points or anything like that. It's all go, go, go. Building up towards the final.
A big hello to everybody on the Alpha Live YouTube channel and the Karting UK YouTube channel. Hello to Michael Burke in Bathurst, Australia. Glad to have you back on board. A big happy birthday to Alfie Mayer, who is celebrating, well, I don't know what birthday he's celebrating, but he's celebrating a birthday today. Here we go then, it's Might E Bambino, it's heat number one, up next.
Let's take you through the grid for the first of 2 heats in Mighty Bambino here today. Freddie Purnell on pole position from yesterday's times qualifying. He's joined on the front row of the grid by Oliver Woodall. Junior Wright and Henry Hales. Henry Hales, the IGP plate winner a few weeks ago. They start on row number 2. On row 3, Jack Swong representing Hong Kong and Felix Tandy, the reigning E-plate holder. On row 4, it's Heath Smith and Jack Harper.
The final 2 rows of the grid, Freddie Dye and Presley Knight, Arthur Thompson and Ava Garrett. The
Younger sister of Alfie.
Younger sister of Alfie Garrett. Oh, somebody's had a moment. Now, is this the point? Let's have a look there. That's the number 16 car. That's Presley Knight. And one of our hard-working Orange Army crew, the Richardson Chassis Engineering driver, gets going. Now, is this, if we listen... well, let's have a look as they come round. Is this where we go, meow, meow,
Little bit of motor noise there.
meow, meow, meow? Yeah.
It is something quite to get used to. As
Yes.
when we were watching watching the karts in Mighty Bambino go round yesterday.
It's even better because I've driven the Rotax E20, the senior electric kart, which is a fearsome beast, I have to say, and that is a strange sensation when all you can hear is the tyres whirring and the curbs that you hit. Anyway, there we go. And of course, I was speaking to a couple of drivers. Now, the drivers have to get very used to the sensory overload, because if you're in an internal combustion engine power kart, there's Freddie Purnell and Mummy Purnell, the mechanic. It's interesting because obviously when you're in a battle, you can tell where your nearest rivals are because of the sound of the engine.
Yeah.
And now you can't. So you got no sense of where the driver's suddenly diving up the inside. Anyway, here we go then.
8 minutes plus 1 lap for 2 sets of heats for Mighty Bambino in their first ever O-plate from Motorsport UK River Tools British Kart Championships. Standing start, of course, for Mighty Bambino. 12 drivers ready to battle it out around this full Whilton Mill International circuit. And they've been very patient up to this point. They've had practice yesterday and timed qualifying. Now it's time to go racing. Lights coming on then once they go out. Historic racing in a new format for Mighty Bambino. Away they go, and it's Purnell who will lead through the first couple of corners. Good start for...
spin a pole man!
Oliver Woodall goes round, started on the front row of the grid, and unfortunately falls down to 12th place. Will be able to get back into the race, but it's a really good start for Freddie Purnell, the number 33, at the front.
Indeed, and of course, these are Bambinos. The speed of these karts are exactly the same as the Coma engine Bambinos as well. So performance-wise, weight-wise, everything's very interchangeable. You can take the battery out and put a normal internal combustion engine onto the same chassis. So it's very user-friendly in that respect as well. As we come out of... Wilkins, yep, down towards it. Now, I'm trying to figure out which Wilkins is named after. I was guessing Ray Wilkins, the late England player who played for QPR. No? Maybe.
Answers in the chat.
Answers in the chat. Big hello to everyone. Chris van Rensburg watching from Queensland, Australia. Welcome aboard, Chris. Michael Burke is our only Aussie viewer. I'm sure that we'll get plenty of announcements to who on the live chat. Motorsport Magpie. Sideways, the number 33, Freddie Purnell. He may save it though, but the Irish Grand Prix winner Henry Hales going around the outside to take the race lead. The first really bad electric karting pun has been made. Are we in for a shock winner? Boom, boom. Thank you very much, Motorsport Magpie. You saved me the job of coming up with something that poor.
Well, there we go. Change for the lead. Henry Hales to the front. As you mentioned, Henry, Irish Kart GP winner a few weeks ago at Nuts Corner. Hello to everybody over in that beautiful part of the world. And back in August, that meeting took place, and Henry Hales has had a good championship season as well. He was second in the standings for the Mighty Bambino category. Can he add the O-plate to the list of achievements in 2024? It's a group of 3 who've broken away. Purnell still there in second place, and Felix Tandy in third place. Current E-plate holder. 5.5 minutes to go in this one then. Henry Hales will be confirmed as your new race leader on the lap chart. Fastest driver on circuit, though, is Felix Tandy. Good pace there.
Purnell's gone, saves it, 360, and another one's gone. Oh dear, that's the 57 kart of Jack Harper, and he says sorry as well. These Babinos, they've still got their manners. I was going to say, it is a shame that Henry Hales, with all respect to Felix Tandy, it is a shame that Henry Hales didn't win the E-plate, because he's won the I-plate, he's won the E-plate. If he wins the O-plate, he could have EIO, like old MacDonald had a farm. EIO, no.
He'll be winning Scrabble.
Sorry.
4 minutes and 40 to go. I think there's been a problem towards the back of the field. That Jack Harper, unfortunately, yes, the number 57 is stuck in the grass just after Christmas corner. And all of these drivers, of course, guaranteed a spot in the final. So a bit of learning, a bit of work to be done in the break before the second heat of the day.
But of course, this is harder than in the wet and greasy conditions because of the instantaneous power delivery of an electric motor compared to an internal combustion engine where you can feather the throttle and you can bring the power on far more gradually. It's harder to do that with that. It's not impossible, but it is harder to do that. Now Felix Tandy has got his sights set on the IGP plate of Henry Hales. Jack Swong, the driver representing Hong Kong this weekend, is up into P3. Junior Wright runs fourth, then it's Heath Smith, and then the first of the drivers that we've seen have off-track excursions. Freddie Purnell in sixth, Freddie Dye is seventh, Presley Knight is eighth, then it's Ava Garrett, Arthur Thompson, Oliver Woodall, and finally out of the race. Why did Jack Harper get back into the race?
I think he did.
I think he did. I think he's still out there.
Yeah, it's just come over the line now. I've also just thought of another thing that's going to be a different challenge for the drivers out there.
Yes.
When they come round Paddock Bend and down the pit straight, today they could probably hear us. And that's very off-putting for the drivers out there.
Oh dear. But look at that, they're giving each other thumbs up. Sorry, that's the number 44 kart. Oh dear, Ava, I think she may have tweaked her wrist there, maybe in a little bit of discomfort. That was, who was the other kart that she was
the
off
16
with
of Presley Knight.
Well, we hope Ava is okay. Presley was giving her the thumbs up, asking if she was okay, but it looked like maybe she just tweaked her wrist a little bit, or her hand. And there is the Orange Army that are with her. It's on the exit of Ashby's. So here's the third place battle coming up towards Christmas corner. They'll see the yellow flags going out. 2.5 minutes to go. And let's have a little look. I think Ava Garrett is up and out of her cart. All the drivers, there's another spin. You can see the yellow flag there at post 5. So they've got Ava out of the cart. She's walking away.
Good to see.
That's the main thing. And I'm sure that when, she calms down, she realizes, actually, I'm good to go. She's holding her thumb. And sometimes you can get that when the wheel gets jacked in your hand, if you've got your thumb sort of underneath, on the wheel, you can get a little bit tweaked.
It was the number 40 of Oliver Woodall who was round at the final corner, just on the approach to the final corner. Henry Hales has dealt with the pressure from Tandy really well the last few laps. And Tandy's still with the fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 16.15. Let's have a look at the pace as they go through. 1 minute 16.6. Yeah, they're in the mid 116s at the moment. That was with the yellow flag, of course, though. Just under 90 seconds remaining on the clock. Still think this one's up for grabs here, Henry.
Indeed, and the third and fourth place drivers are closing in on our leaders, which is good to see. And looking at Felix Tandy's Napa sponsorship, automotive manufacturers, parts distributors such as Napa, and there are others that are available. I'm thinking of Ferrari's piston services, thinking of, all these auto traders, they all sell batteries. This is a unique sponsorship opportunity for any companies in the automotive trade that they might be able to get involved and sponsor some of these youngsters, because the karts look really good, and, If you squint really hard enough and go brrrr, you can almost, it's like the Napa car is almost like Ash Sutton's British Touring Car Ford Focus, yeah.
Indeed. Freddie Purnell is unfortunately out of the race, but we'll hopefully see the number 33 starting from the front row again during the second heat. Putting my engineering hat on, which I tend to do less nowadays, but you know, people have often asked me with electric racing, so it must be completely different to internal combustion.
No,
the very opposite. There is a lot that's transferable. As you mentioned earlier, Henry, literally the only bit that's different is that electric battery and motor down to the driver's right.
At the end of the day,
tyres are still the same. The chassis is still the same. All the outboards, everything else that the drivers and the mechanics are interacting with is exactly the same. Yeah, and it's the same as you go up into cars and into production cars as well.
You've got a machine with 4 wheels, one on each corner, one in the middle, a driver, some tarmac, and a bunch of other drivers that all want to beat you. There we go. Exactly the same.
Time is up then, so the drivers will come round to complete the penultimate lap of the race, lap number 7, and then see the final lap board. New fastest lap of the race from Oliver Woodall, 1 minute 15.77 seconds. Good recovery there from Woodall after the couple of spins earlier on in the race. We're going to keep focus though here with Henry Hales. Can Henry Hales start Sunday with a race victory? Sorry, I knew that I was going to say that at some point this weekend.
Yep, absolutely.
Felix Tandy is still there in second place. On to the final lap. Junior Wright and Jack Swong. In fact, Jack Swong now the fastest driver out there on the circuit with about 1 minute 15.74. Hales is going to hold surely to drivers right on the inside. No, there's a gap there for Tandy down the inside. Onto the brakes. Can Felix Tandy take the lead of the race? Yes, he can. Nice move into Christmas.
Crossover was almost on there for Henry Hales. Hales opening the door, not defending, and I wonder if Hales is just saving it. He's got one opportunity maybe. Tandy runs a little bit wide, and don't count out Junior Wright and Jack Swong. The top 4 drivers separated by 1.5 seconds with half a lap to go into Oisiers now. And Tandy, the leader's gone. And in sympathy, Jack Swan goes off in avoidance. Henry Hales, well, by luck or judgment, Hales was just far enough behind Tandy to avoid falling foul. So Felix Tandy goes wide and runs off the track, has a spin, and Henry Hales takes the win, and in second position will be Junior Wright, who will recover to take third. Will it be Felix Tandy? Yes, it will. Then Jack Swong, Heath Smith right behind them in 5th.
Good race there, good finish for the mighty Bambinos. That's the provisional result for their first race of the day. Their second heat will be out later on. Hales wins by 1/4 of a second ahead of Wright. Good score there for Felix Tandy. Started on the 3rd row of the grid and up 3 to 3rd. Jack Swong in the top 5 as well. That's completed by Heath Smith. Freddie Dye in 6th. Oliver Woodall. Some really good pace at the end of the race there for Oliver Woodall in 7th place. Was able to take that 7th place away from Arthur Thompson, who finished 8th. 2 more finishers were Jack Harper and Presley Knight. 2 retirements from that race, unfortunately, were Freddie Purnell and Ava Garrett.
There we go. Thank you. Hello to Cross-Eyed Lion. Dirk watching in Germany. Hope you're enjoying the show. Thank you to Lightning Magoo. Great race, brilliant commentary. Are you listening to Anthony Jordan at PFI this weekend, Lightning?
Cooing in his box.
Yeah, cooing in his box. The PFI pigeon himself. And hello to to Germany. To good luck to Max Gilbert and Tom Reed as well. So they're getting plenty of support online. There's Henry Hales. He's half Welsh, you know.
He is. The Welsh flag was proudly being seen on the paddock show later on this afternoon. Next time we'll see Mighty will be 12:15 local time here at Whilton Mill. So what's that about? Trying to do quick maths in my head now. About an hour and 45 minutes before Mighty will be back out for their second heat of the day. And remember, their final will be at 2 p.m.
James Fab 91's asking what's next. Should we tell him or should we just keep him in suspense?
I think we keep him in suspense.
Yeah.
It's going to be good. Stay tuned. Pre-finals.
Yes, exactly.
coming
We're not telling you. We're not telling you that Minimax 950 pre-finals up next, James Fab. No, you're gonna have to wait and see. Like everybody else, you're not special. Has the rain gone? No. Yes, it has, but it's still on the track. Oh, hello, hello. Children waving on screen. Hello.
We must have not put them off too much with the coverage whilst they're going around the circuit here. As I say, pre-finals coming up next. That will take us to 12-minute plus 1 lap race.
More importantly, I've run out of Iron Brew. Shocking.
Right, that's a call to the paddock. That needs to be fixed now.
I'm actually drinking water. Water. And Ava Garrett there, you saw in the background there with she been to see the medic. She's got a bit of a cold compress on. Again, I'm sure she'll be out later on.
Yeah, that's a great response there from the team here at Whilton Mill. If you're watching at home, do make sure that you're sharing the stream around, letting everybody know that we've got great racing here today. We're going to take a short ad break. Next up, pre-finals. Time to turn things up a notch here at Whilton Mill with the first of our pre-finals for Event 8 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Minimax 950 line up like this. Albie Friend on pole position alongside Emerson McAndrew-Uren. Tom Reed and Finlay Lines form up the second row of the grid ahead of Harry Taylor and Luca Holmes-Ballack on row 3. Edward Haynes and Max Gilman on all Thule Motorsport row 4.
South Africa's Devin Taylor and Oliver Spencer go from row number 5 in front of Sebastian Clark and Josh Cormack, with Jack Collinson and Leo Livings on row 7, Joshua Griffin and Fraser Anderson row number 8. Very quickly, the final few rows to the grid: Theo Bradshaw, Louis Ratcliffe, Riley Murrow, Alfie Ward from the United Arab Emirates and Jacob Jack.
21 drivers competing in this pre-final for Minimax 950. Still with top 10 places in the championship up for grabs here today. Can Albie Friend, champion-elect, continue his form that he's had over the last few rounds? We're going to go around again for another formation lap, false start.
Right, this does give... So, Albie Friend showed at the championship yesterday. His dad, George, has very kindly given Albie's regular mechanic, Lee Taylor, the day off. So that Lee can go and get married. So congratulations to Lee. It does, however, mean that George has got to get his hands dirty. So Albie Friend... and
Albie's on a 7-point scoring stage run of being P1. So no pressure.
There's no pressure, George, whatsoever. So Albie, a good luck to Emerson McAndrew-Uren, says Harry Friel, and Darcy the Sausage Dog is watching as well. So hello to Darcy Sausage. Who turned up at Kartmasters complete with a witch's a dragon wings, because she likes biting my ankles. Yes. So she comes the Welsh dragon, which is very nice. Hello to the Friel family.
Well, M trying to defend third place in the championship. He's in a good position to do so. He's had some really good form, particularly over the last few months. If you were with us at Bolton, you'll remember we had some great battles between Friend and Emerson Macandrew. This is in different scenario though. Wet conditions here at Whilton Mill. Very autumnal feel here in Northamptonshire. Into the tram lines. Are we good to go? Yes, we are. 12 minutes plus 1 lap for the first time here this weekend. And it's a good start for Albie Friend. Can they all wriggle their way through? No, there's a spinner in the middle of the pack. It's the 141 of Devin Taylor and a couple of other drivers getting involved. One of the Thule Motorsport runners, I think it was Edward Haynes in the 146. But confident start for Albie Friend. He is gone, it would seem, already in these early stages. Downhill now. It's the 153 of Harry Taylor in second place. Harry Taylor, who had that unfortunate spin in the early stages of the final at Bolton, looking to finish the season strongly, trying to get back onto the similar kind of form that he had at the very start of the season, where he was third in the first 2 pre-finals of 2024's season. Onto the back straight, everybody else fighting for position. Oh, a bit close there. 3 wide and still 3 wide off of Ozies and down towards the boot for the first time. There's been a change for second place. Emerson Macandrew has got back through. Already a notification from race control has come through, plus 5 second penalty for the 161 of Fraser Anderson. That may well have been something to do with the start. You can see the rooster tails of spray being kicked up there on the outside as here comes Finlay Lines. Finlay Lines, who last time we were here for the O-Plate in March was in dominant form in every single race of the weekend. A very different picture now though in Minimax 950 as everybody else has brought their A game, increased their speed across the course of the season. That was a nice move from Finlay Lines past his teammate Luca Holmes-Ballock for 4th. Looking further down the order, who's made a good start. Riley Murrow up 7 places on lap 1 to 12th place. Joshua Griffin, one of those drivers fighting for 3rd place in the championship, has gained 5, is up into the top 10. Good start as well for Sebastian Clark. Is up 3 spots and into 8th. A number of other drivers also improving. Unfortunate times out there, as you say, confirmed that Devin Taylor and Edward Haynes both had those spins on the first lap of the race. It's been a difficult start as well for Theo Bradshaw and Fraser Anderson down towards the bottom of the order. Here is Lines. Is this going to be an opportunity a little bit wide there for Harry Taylor through and out of the crook? And that's the advantage of taking that wider line. It's a tricky area of the circuit down there because from personal experience, that's always the last part of the circuit to dry, right down at the bottom of the hill.
Geography and the tree line, and obviously all the water tends to run downhill. Newton was right, gravity is a thing. And so, yeah, that is a problem. You can see the dry line emerging. Oh, there's number 128, Luca Holmes-Ballock, getting a little bit crossed up going into Wilkins as Albert Friend continues to lead. Emerson Macandrew right there in second. Finlay Lines in third. Championship behind Albie Friend is quite finely poised. Indeed, I think, did Finlay Lines sew up second place yesterday? Yes, he has. Josh Griffin, Emerson Macandrew, Edward Haynes were fighting over 3rd, so that could go down to the wire. So here's Emerson Macandrew now. Here's a test of George Friend's mechanical acumen. Can Albie hold off Emerson Macandrew? George was busy this morning trying to figure out which end of a spanner was which.
Down the inside, Emerson there has got the race lead, but for how long? Because Albie Friend's going to have a good run off of Ashby and he points him through. So there we go. So Emerson Macandrew takes the lead of the race. Remember, it's 65 championship points for winning one of these pre-finals. It's a simple, on its own championship points awarding stage. Albie Friend took the first haul of 65 championship points available this weekend, virtue of his performance through the 2 heats that we saw on Saturday. If you missed any of those races, you can catch up at your leisure for free on the Karting UK YouTube channel. If you've not subscribed already, do it now. 7 3/4 minutes to go in this one. Emerson Macandrew using that wide outside line. You almost sacrifice turn 2 in these conditions, Henry, to get that launch.
Yep.
You don't want to attack the first 2 corners too hard in these conditions because you end up, like we saw with Harry Taylor about a lap ago, too far out to driver's left before you go up the hill.
I could just hear now as Emerson Macandrew, Lee Taylor his wonderful fiancée Katie, is waiting for him, and Lee Taylor's standing at the front of the church. Suddenly, ring, 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 ring. Lee, it's George. What do I do with the pressures for the pre-final? It's damp. You can just imagine that now as Emerson McAndrew are dominating proceedings now. Albert Friend, again, he wants to race. He's going to race out from the front. There's Harry Taylor, but Albie also wants to stay as far away from any of the kart as possible, so there are no potential issues.
Indeed. So, coming to the end of lap number 5. Looking pretty good at the moment for Emerson McAndrew, and a new fastest lap of the race so far, 60.99 seconds. Moves further down the order. Key ones, Joshua Griffin has got past our hot lap expert, Oliver Spencer, that's for 7th place, and Josh Cormack is also moving up the order. Good to see the Scotsman there into the top 10, and now up into 9th. Cormack, who of course was on the podium earlier in the season at Lark Hall.
Yes, indeed, on his home territory. And there's a move, the 111 kart, Tom Reed, whose glasses, bought from Lake Garda, made an excellent appearance. If he wants them back, they are here in the commentary box. I didn't want to steal the glasses, but they're very nice indeed. Add to my collection of stupid headwear for the grand finals later this year. Here we go, over the curb, of course. Judicious use of curbage here in this class. There goes Holmes Ballack. And there were people commenting that, in the racing yesterday, that when the track dried out after a little bit of a shower yesterday morning, the racing surface was bone dry, but the curbs stayed very, very wet for a long time afterwards, which I think is a great way to solve any track limits issues.
I tend to agree.
I think that's it, yeah.
It just shows that the drivers can't take too many liberties out there. 5.25 minutes to go. This is the battle for 4th place. Luca Holmes-Ballack, we should mention, you'll have seen it on your screens if you're glued to the screens, but if you're just listening, pottering around on your Sunday morning,
yes.
plus 5-second penalty for Luca Holmes-Ballack, so that will be applied post-race. That's a nice move. That's Joshua Griffin down the inside of Harry Taylor for 6th place on the road. Taylor's going to come back, though, but can't find a way back through, and a nice move there from Oliver Spencer. Good battle this for 6th place.
I'm just thinking, I've solved the Motorsport UK track limits issue. The wording of the regulation should be as follows. Grey bit good, red bit, white bit, green bit, brown bit bad. Simple. Put it in a book.
4.5 minutes remaining. New fastest lap of the race, Albie Friend. So Dad George has got something right.
He's got something right.
Yeah.
The wheels haven't fallen off. That's that's something. That's something. Here's a good scrap, although but Holmes Ballack has got that in-race 5-second penalty, and there goes the farmer Tom Reed ploughing a furrow towards the front of the field. Boom, boom.
Good driving there from Luca Holmes-Ballack to hold that outside line. Good racing between these two. As we've been saying throughout the whole season, Henry, with Minimax 950, have been thoroughly impressed from their very first races back here at Whilton Mill in March for the O-Plate. Quite regularly.
Yes.
Race of the day across all the places we've visited. PF International at the start of the Wera British Kart Championship season. Round 1, then Lark Hall, then up to Warden Law, in Bolton last time out. And I think as well that the pressure's off for the drivers now. Now they kind of know that the championship is decided, they can just go out there and race.
Yes, the gloves are off, and just it shows that these young drivers, they do feel the pressure, even though they don't say that. They're aware of the what's at stake. And on a drying track, lap times are improving time on time. There's Tom Reed again, trying that move up the inside, coming out of Ashby's. 3 minutes to go. And Emerson McAndrew-Uran's lead has come down a little bit, but they are 4 seconds in front of Finley Lines in third. And Finley is 6 seconds in front of this battle on track for 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th, with Oliver Spencer and Harry Taylor joining the back of the group. So it's Synergy leading Strawberry, leading KR, leading the number Dan Holland Racing.
Another new fastest lap of the race from the race leader. We're under the 60-second mark. We're still a good way off anyone confidently thinking of sticking a slick time on, but maybe for the next race, someone towards the back of the grid might take a risk.
Well, do you know something? The Micromax pre-final is updated. Now, we are situated not far from the dummy grid. Oh, there's a move. Reed makes it the inside, runs wide on the exit. Tom, I think thou must start looking for a different corner to make the pass. That's 3 times. You've tried 3 times. It has not worked, as Griffin and Spencer now side by side as well.
Very tricky corner to overtake, even in dry conditions, Ashby Corner, because you're going downhill. All of the weight, particularly in a kart such as Minimax, is side by side again between Spencer and Griffin. We'll come back to Ashby Corner later, because this is a brilliant scrap between Spencer, Griffin and Harry Taylor's going to get involved now with 1 minute and 35 seconds to go. With the brakes, the brakes on these karts are on the rear axle, and they're not as effective when they're going downhill, and all that weight transfer is going forward. So I agree, it's a tricky corner for Reed to try and make the move. Now they all are going down the middle of the road just to make sure that they're in a nice defensive position. I just feel this battle between Spencer and Griffin is going to go on to the end. It's been great fun to watch.
Another look at Ashby's. He's determined, is Tom Reed. You know, again, when you fail at something, you don't give up. You simply try again until you succeed.
Less than a minute on the clock then. The other good news, though, for Tom Reed, though, is, again, Luca Holmes-Balak has that plus 5 second penalty. So he is going to inherit the 4th place as long as he can stay glued to the rear bumper of Luca Holmes-Balak. But I think for a bit of racing...
When you're in a race, that does not come into your...
you want to get through.
Yeah, you just want to pass. You want to make the pass. Okay, if it's a final, then you think. But this is simply, it's only a pre-final, and that will all be on Tom Reed's mind. I want to get one over and prove to this driver, yes, do you know what? I've got your number. I can make that move. They're all holding the inside line, going up through towards Christmas Corner. Reed again thinks about it. He gets to the inside. Now has he got the run? No, not quite. I think, I mean, we're near Warwickshire, which is Shakespeare County, and I think it was Shakespeare that first said, "Thou shalt not pass," which is what "thou shalt not passeth," possibly, maybe Shakespeare or Dickens. I'm not sure.
It wasn't ChatGPT.
It wasn't ChatGPT. I know that much for a fact. But across the line we go. Final lap. 16 seconds in front of this battle. Emerson McAndrew-Uren has extended his advantage over Albie Friend to 1.5 seconds. Finley Lines is a further 5 seconds back, and then 10 seconds behind Lines are this quintet of drivers. No, that wasn't a quintet, that was not a sonnet. That was what Shakespeare did. This is a quintet.
We are indeed on the final lap of the race. Emerson McAndrew-Uren is in the flow here, has gone purple, sector 1 and sector number 2. Meanwhile, this battle for 4th place is still raging on. There is the checkered flag. Another big score for Emerson McAndrew-Uren, his first maximum score since Lark Hall. So a really good run there from the Dan Holland Racing driver. Still going on in this battle for 4th, 5th, 6th and everything else. 2nd is Friend, 3rd is Lines. 4th on the road is going to be Luca Holmes-Balak, but he has a penalty. So Tom Reed will inherit that spot. And it was Oliver Spencer who won out in the battle with Griffin and Taylor. There is your provisional result. Back on top, Emerson McAndrew-Uren, 12 months on from being our Micromax champion, looking to secure at least 3rd place in the championship here today. That is a very good start to his finals day.
So, Albie Friend's record of how many consecutive first place point scoring? 7. The first time that his dad looked after the kart, did that continue?
No.
Oh.
But it was 2nd place. It's another 62 points to Albie Friend's total tally. Do you remember we're into that period of the year where drops come into effect? So effectively, that's another one of his scores from Lark Hall that becomes a drop.
Now, while you look at the drivers coming in, I will go and do some investigative journalism.
Oh, there we go. So Henry's going to pop off and do that. There's Finley Lines, 3rd place in that one. I think I spoke out of turn, actually, that Lines has got 2nd place secured. I think there is still a very slight mathematical possibility that Emerson McAndrew-Uren, but Emerson McAndrew-Uren only, could take that away from lines. We'll do all of that maths during the lunch break, but another very good race there from our Minimax 950 runners. Let's just run through the rest of that order. Holmes Ballack fourth on the road, Reed, Spencer, Griffin, Taylor, Cormac and Haynes all in the top 10. Good run from Sebastian Clark to P11, ahead of Max Gilman, who recovered from difficulties in the earlier stages of that race. Jack Collinson P13 ahead of Leo Livings. Devin Taylor recovered back to 15th place after what happened to him on the first lap of the race. Alfie Ward P16, Theo Bradshaw, Riley Murrow, Louis Radcliffe and Fraser Anderson all in the top 20. Jacob Jack, the only driver finishing off the lead lap there in a difficult race, really tricky conditions. More racing to come here at Whilton Mill. Micromax out next after this. Very much looking forward to 2 weeks' time when we head back up to Karting North East for the Rotax Grand Festival and E-Plate meeting. Tickets on offer will be decided for the Grand Finals in Sarno in Italy during that weekend, and full coverage brought to you by Alpha Live for one of the big three in the Rotax International calendar. As I say, entries are open. Keep them bringing in over the next 2 weeks. Should be a fantastic event up there at Warden Law. For us next here, though, at Whilton Mill, Micromax UK, and this one's still up for grabs in terms of the championship at the moment. Austin Oman is your championship leader, 725 points from our provisional maths here in the box. We'll update you in due course as to what's happening there. But there's another one of the drivers who could end the day, end the season very well. Sebastian Behrman, British Grand Prix winner a few weeks ago, of course, at PF International for Kart Masters. He's going to be starting 6th on the grid for this one. Bit of a, well, again, as we've seen across the course of the season, unpredictable is the word I would use for Micromax UK in 2024. So we're going to be talking about our championship contenders here, Henry, when he rejoins me in a moment. Yeah, some of our championship contenders a little bit further down the grid for this pre-final.
Yes, now, it's not raining as we speak. There are some blue skies overhead. There were some spots of rain. 23 drivers on the grid. One of them has got slick tyres on, and it's the driver starting on the outside of the 11th row of the grid, number 95, Oliver Dawson. He was there, the first driver on the grid. They've made their bed, they're lying in it. It's going to be an excellent decision, or one that he thinks, well, I was last anyway, so I'm gonna so what have I got to lose?
So championship scenario for Austin Oman in this one. He's trying to drop off an 11th place. That was his second words. He's already dropped his 14th place from PF International. So Austin Oman will be looking, in terms of championship, to go forward. better than 11th. For Sebastian Behrman, it's better than 12th to improve his championship tally. Same for Joshua Cook. He needs to improve on a 12th or 13th place has already gone, as Nigel Adwards, our race director, has a last little briefing with the drivers to remind them it's tricky conditions out there and a longer race.
Here we go then. It's time for the Micromax pre-final.
Let's take you through the grid then of 23 runners for the pre-final here in Micromax UK. Maximilian Eberhardt on pole position is joined on the front row by Max Jolly. Alfie Garrett, brilliant day yesterday, starts on row 2 alongside PFI International winner Arthur Farrow. Lucian Smith and Sebastian Behrman start on row 3. They're ahead of 2 of the big hitters in the championship, Austin Oman and Joshua Cook.
Row number 5, Harry Radcliffe is joined by the open champion Luke Millward, who's in contention for the championship as well. Josh Hushka and Benedictus Masiokas are next. Ian Pahal and Ansel Murray are on row number 7 with Chloe McGill and Albert Farrow on row number 8.
George Swire and Alfie Mayer go from row 9. Charlie Page and Harris Barber row 10. George Climo and Oliver Dawson on row 11. Dawson on dry tyres. Logan Rolfe completes the 23 runners.
Spoke to Logan Rolfe in the paddock show last night. He said, I'm on for a top 3 today. Well, starting 23rd, it's good to have a positive mental attitude, Logan.
Lights out for 12 minutes plus 1 lap here in a key race for the Micromax Championship title. Good start for Maximilian Eberhardt from pole position. All of them have got through. Keep an eye on kart number 95, the only kart out there on slick tyres. All looking good in the early stages. And look at the start for Austin Oman. Austin Oman, championship leader, is already up to 2nd place. Now this is like it, taking a race by the scruff of the neck as Ian Pahal is down the inside for a move. Austin Oman, understandably a little bit disappointed yesterday, did improve his championship score yesterday, dropped his 14th from the heats at PF International, made that into a 7th place, but now he's going on the attack, knowing that he could put this one beyond doubt with a good result here.
Austin Oman's mood was lightened last night when he was the head judge in the Sam Pollitt Racing Fringe Championship, which you can see on the paddock show. Now, Ian Pahal has made a good start as well. He's got the Kanda, the Sikh symbol, the sword, showing the strength of the Sikhs at the back, and he certainly had a strong opening lap there. The number 23, there it is on the back of his helmet. As Abrahart leading Smith, Austin Oman, then it's Jolly, Garrett, Pahal, Behrman. He's got a really good, he's got a bear on the top of his crash helmet, which is, well, you know, it's an obvious one, but it's a good one. Then it is Farrow, Hushka, Radcliffe, Josh Cook still down 11th, then Masiokas, Millward, Swire, Page, Climo, Rolfe up to 17th, Farrow, Murray, Harris Barber is 20th, and Oliver Dawson, okay, he's still last, but his opening lap, a 106.2, and he's putting in green sectors as well. He is a second slower than everyone else through sector number 1, another second slower through sector number 2, and he's about the same speed as everyone through sector 3. If it doesn't rain, watch for Oliver Dawson. He's just behind birthday boy Alfie Mayer, who has gone round faster than anybody else. Behrman takes the lead. Yeah, Smith takes the lead.
Yeah, good move there from Lucian Smith, the winner at Kimbolton last time out. The track is getting quicker. We're already seeing laps here in Micromax quicker than what we saw in the Minimax race a few moments ago. That is good news if you're Oliver Dawson. You've got to be patient with this kind of race, as there's another, one car, I think it was one of the SPRs, was off in the background. Might have been Harry Radcliffe possibly around. Yes, it was has just dropped down to 15th place. So 9 minutes to go in this one. The other difficult thing for the drivers right now, Henry, the ones who are on wets, they're on a new wet. That's not really what you want in damp conditions. You want the tread block to be a little bit lower.
Yep.
You know, the drivers will be moving the block around at the moment and starting to grain them a bit, I imagine.
So here we go then. There's Oliver Dawson. He has just gone round in a 59.96. Alfie Garrett's got the best lap of the race so far, a 58.04. 8.5 minutes to go. Dawson 11 seconds behind the race leader. He's got to be so careful. Those curbs are very, very slippery, and everyone on the wet tyre will be trying to force Dawson offline when they want to make the passes. Now, if you're on wet tyres that are starting to overheat, Andrew, the one thing you want to do is you want to get off the dry line and get onto some moisture which cools them down. Oh, there's Abrahart and Smith up in the second position. Comes Alfie Garrett. Great drive there, from a great pass from Garrett. That moves him up to P2, and I'm looking, everybody on wet tyres lost a couple of tenths on that last lap, and Oliver Dawson put in another personal best lap. The race leader Abrahart last time around, 59.03. Oliver Dawson on slick tyres, 58.35. Is there time for Dawson to pull off a wonder drive?
I'd say he went purple through the last sector, and if the track does turn, it will be, you know, give it a lap or so. If the conditions go in the right way for Dawson, he'll suddenly be 3, 4, 5 seconds a lap quicker. So for the others out front, I don't know if they'll be aware that Oliver Dawson is on slick tyres right now. As Abrahart runs a little bit wide there, this is going to be a chance for Alfie Garrett to sweep round the outside. This will be a brave one into oblivion. Lucian Smith sticks his nose in there to brilliantly take second place. Is now on the inside for the run up the hill. Benedictus Masioka sets the new fastest lap of the race on a 57 as George Climo is out of this pre-final. A real shame for the Cornish driver who was superb yesterday in the second heat. What is Oliver Dawson doing? A 58.25. It's a new personal best. As back down the inside goes Garrett on Abrahart, and Dian Pahal's on the scene all of a sudden. Dian Pahal did not have a good day yesterday. Sundays have been a difficulty for Dian Pahal, but maybe, just maybe, here in the last round of the championship, things could be a bit different. Through goes Pahal into third, Abrahart down to fifth. Now where is Oman? Oman is in seventh. Oman is in seventh at the moment, but the good news for him is that his other it's all drivers in the front four who are not championship contenders. So in a way, this is still good for the championship leader.
A 5-second in-race penalty for Benedictus Masiokas, the Lithuanian driver. So the fans in Vilnius will be a bit upset by that. And there's another move. That is Garrett back into top spot. Now, Dian Pahal yesterday in the paddock show said that it was completely deliberate. That he said he's been really good on the Saturdays so far, but it's all gone wrong on Sundays. So we had a quiet day on Saturday in hope of having a better day on Sunday for Dian. Oliver Dawson. Oh, Oliver's had a spin. Oliver's had a spin. He's just gone purple through sector number 1. He had gained ground. That could be critical. That could be a race-losing spin for Oliver Dawson. He's now 10 seconds behind everybody else, having just gone purple through sector number 1.
Keeping an eye on the championship situation, Luke Millward's having a good race here. He's up to 6th place. And by our provisional calculations here in the box, that's keeping him in play. There are going to be drivers who I think drop out of contention here in this one. As down the inside, that's the number 16 of Benedictus Masiokas going through past Dian Pahal for 3rd place. Joshua Cook has had a warning out there. Oman's down to 9th. So again, it's this ebb and flow of the championship situation. Yep. Oman is still gaining points because remember, his next worst result, he dropped the 14th from PFR yesterday. His next worst result is his 11th in the final at Kimbolton, so 9th would still be a gain, but he's going in the wrong direction at the moment. And of course, the results of this race will set the grid for the final later on this afternoon.
Yes, indeed. Oliver Dawson sets a new fastest lap, 56.90. Masiokas has just beaten it. Green flag waving on the exit of Crook. Does that mean there's a yellow flag somewhere before that going into oblivion possibly. Or was it just, there it is. Oh no, that is Dawson who's gone. Oh, the gamble didn't pay off, although it's such a shame. It's such fine margins.
And it's the bottom of the circuit, the part of the track that we said is the last to dry, is the trickiest when you're on slick tyres in these kind of conditions. And a brave effort there from Oliver Dawson. I think that was really close to working. That was really, really close to working for Oliver Dawson. A really good effort, but it's not to be on this occasion. 3¼ minutes remaining in this one. Alfie Garrett. Could Alfie Garrett be on for a first race victory of the season in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships? He already has beaten his best score of the season here at Whilton Mill. That was his 3rd place across the heats yesterday. This in the pre-final could be the highlight of the season so far for the driver in the number 47, but Benediktas Masiokis is still there. Got to remember though, the number 16 does have a +5 second penalty, so even with Masiokis down the inside, it's still Alfie Garrett who'll be taking race victory as things stand. But this is a change now for Masiokis. Masiokis, I reckon, has got enough time here. If Masiokis can get the speed, get down the road, could still win this race even with that 5 second penalty.
Yeah, he's got to get his head down. 2.5 minutes remaining. And although it does require him not defending from Garrett. Oh, Garrett gets sideways through the final chicane there. That's going to give Masiokis a little bit of breathing space. All Benediktas needs to get up the hill towards Christmas Corner without defending and compromising his speed through the top of the lap. Now, of course, you can see on the timing battle, on the timing screen there, the 3 drivers highlighted in white. They're the ones that we are watching. Great little, addition from the Alpha Live crew there, and Masiokis is not going to win this by 5 seconds. He may not win this on the track at all because Garrett is absolutely gunning for him.
And you can hear the rubber, you can hear the tyres being punished now as the track continues to dry. Keep an eye on Luke Millward as well. Is now your fastest driver on circuit of 56.5, is up to 5th place. If there's one driver who's the big winner in terms of the championship stakes in this race, it's Luke Millward. He's been a little bit quiet in the middle part of the season, got off to an absolute flyer at PF International and continue that form into Lark Hall. Is all of a sudden here at Whilton Mill the real Luke Millward back? Yes, Millward is now up to 4th place, as there's going to be another challenge for the lead perhaps on the road. No, Garrett just holds position for now behind Masiokis, but Luke Millward is on an absolute charge here, Henry. There he is in 4th place as Garrett's back down the inside for the race lead on Masiokis through Ashby Corner. That is a lovely move from Alfie Garrett. We were talking earlier about how difficult it is in these conditions to get the braking right downhill in these damp conditions here at Whilton Mill. That was a superb run for Garrett, but the thing is, it'll have lost them time to Luke Millward. This could be a championship-defining drive from Luke Millward in kart number 38 for KR Sport, weaving his way through the new chicane. 20 seconds remaining, 2 more laps. Can Millward find a way back into the top 3?
This weekend in particular it's a microcosm of how Luke Millward has progressed. 1 year ago this week, Luke Millward went to Valencia in Spain to represent the UK in the Tillotson T4 World Cup. That event is happening this weekend. He's 1 year on from when Luke stepped out as an international driver representing Great Britain. That has given him such a bit of confidence, such a boost. You know, hey, and he has progressed so much as a driver, and it's a 1 year anniversary from that event. And if Luke now can translate that progress that he's made into a win possibly here, he's going to run out of time, I think, but it's still very, very possible that he could make a couple more positions on the final lap. That will just go to show how much in the space of exactly 12 months he has moved on.
I've got the bad news here is I think there's quite a few drivers whose championship hopes may be ending. This will all be confirmed when we do the maths later on, but I think think Joshua Cook's chances are finishing. Cook is down in 17th place at the moment, and the max possible score for Cook would be lower than that secured by championship leader Austin Oman as things stand. Austin Oman is not improving his score though at the moment. It's down in 13th place as Lucian Smith's looking for a way through past Masiokas here into Ozias. This could be an opportunity for Millward to step through. Here comes Millward sweeping around the outside for third place. He was going to get that position anyway with the plus 5 second penalty for Masiokas. Now he's going for second place. This is all key championship points for Luke Millward. Can he find a way through? Alfie Garrett takes his first victory of the season. What a drive in the pre-final. Lucian Smith up there again in P2. Luke Millward in third. A brilliant drive from the 5th row of the grid that properly puts the early season pace setter back in championship contention. It will go, by our calculations, on to the final race of the season, and there it is. Alfie Garrett, P1, done. What a weekend he's having.
Yeah, the Richardson Chassis Engineering team were hanging over the fence just by us, and they were enraptured with that performance. Lucian Smith and Luke Millward, then Benedictus Masiokas with his 5-second penalty. That will drop him down to 7th. It'll move Charlie Page to 4th. It'll move Maximilian Abrahart to 5th. It'll move Dean Pahal to 6th. Max Johnny comes home in 8th, then had a birthday boy Alfie Mayer in 9th, and the rest of the field, Vero in 10th. Logan Rolfe, great drive from Logan Rolfe, up to 11th position for the Synergy Factory team. Then George Swire, Austin Oman, Ansel Murray, Sebastian Behrman, Joss Hushka, Joshua Cook, then Albert Vero, Harry Ratcliffe, Harris Barber, Chloe McGill. Sadly, Oliver Dawson and George Climo failed to finish. Now, let's have a look. Were there any?
Didn't note any myself, but we'll wait for the official results in due course. But there is your race winner, who doesn't need to worry about just being told a bit by Paul Klassen there. Whoa, just hold on a minute, because that's a very excited driver. Doesn't want to make any errors in Park Ferme. What a drive from Alfie Gatt. It's great to see new winners here in the Rear Tools British Kart Championships.
Let's see. Let's try and listen.
No.
Now, I was wondering why Paul Klassen was going over there. One of our technical director, maybe a post-race weight issue. We will have to see. Well, I tell you what, it's not really fair that we're listening in to some potentially sensitive conversations. It's fantastic insight. Let's take this opportunity to hear from some of our sponsors again. We will be back with Senior Rotax pre-final after this short break. Don't touch that dial.
Welcome back to Whilton Mill, Event 8 of the Rear Tools British Kart Championships for 2024. Andrew Mather and Henry Baudet in the commentary box. Henry, getting ready for Senior Rotax, and
yes,
we saw Macaulay Bishop be provisionally champion-elect yesterday, but it's still the big topic of one of those tickets to the Rotax Grand Finals to be decided here today.
Yes, there are indeed. There's the senior tickets. There are 3 tickets available. Now, Harry Bartle, our junior champion, he takes one of those. There's a difference in age eligibility between in the UK. So Harry is too old to take a junior ticket, so he takes a senior ticket. Macaulay Bishop has one as our champion. So it's down to the runner-up. The championship runner-up, which is by no means done and dusted. Looking at the drivers now, all the seniors, they waited to the last minute to come onto the grid. The last minute they're allowed to. We're on slick tyres here. Before we get started, I think it's only fair to say a big hello and welcome to Whilton Mill from the Wera Tools Team and Tweaks. You've got some of our partners here in the hospitality area, so hello and welcome to you guys and girls. We really do appreciate your support. The drivers appreciate it. It does help us make this championship the most visible, the most well filmed, well produced, and I have to say the best in terms of talent around the world. There will be more British drivers than any other nation at the Grand Finals this year. That's not because Britain gets more tickets, it's because British drivers go all over the world and win tickets wherever they race. That is because they have a fantastic platform here in the United Kingdom to do that.
Absolutely, and Rotax support across the course of the karting pathway. More to come here at Whilton Mill after these short messages.
Once again this year, Wera Tools are the proud title sponsor of the top kart championship in the UK. But not only proud title sponsors, they're getting involved in the action. We're here at the scrutineering bay here at PF to see how they're getting involved and how their products are being put to good use.
Here we are in the scrutineering bay at PF International. This is where the scrutineers are busy at work throughout the course of a race weekend, making sure everything's being run to the standards required by the championship. We've got the Tool Rebel roller cabinet here. This is here in the scrutineering bay. Key always in a motorsport environment, quality, ease of use. And we can see here, just opening some of the trays, up to 94 pieces can be equipped with one of these Tool Rebel roller cabinets. Beautifully laid out, very high quality tools, and it's the details, it's the little touches that really set this set apart. You can see all of the sockets here, all the different sizes color coded for when it's that quick moment of needing a different size. It's not just reading the numbers, you can see 10mm spanner. How many times have we all lost our 10mm spanners? Little yellow detail on there makes it really easy to find. The tools as well, that ease of use and ergonomics. The handles on the Allen keys fitting beautifully into the scrutineer's hands. Really is a fantastic set to be using here in the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships presented by Wera Tools, bringing once again high quality into the championship.
Big thanks to Wera Tools and their continued support of the championship. Of course, the news in the last week that they've gone into partnership with Radical this weekend. As you just see in the background there of our pre-grid. Really exciting opportunity for drivers between the ages of 16 and 20 on the 31st of March 2025. 6 drivers from the Wera Tools British Kart Championships, whether it be here in the Rotax paddock and also the IMM paddock when we're up at Three Sisters in a few weeks' time. 6 drivers will go on to the final assessment, and then the winner, with support from Wera Tools, will receive a fully supported season in the 2025 Radical Cup. Really good opportunity for one of the drivers in this paddock. There is Macaulay Bishop on your screen. I can just hear that it's going to be 2 rolling laps for this one. That's an instruction from race director Nigel Edwards. Busy man as ever, and he'll be a busy man next weekend as well at the World Championships at PF International, which you are allowed to watch, even though it's not here on our Alpha Live. And we'll very much be looking forward to that. There is a quick look at Guy Cunnington, who, to confuse us all, is running in the Tony Kart suit for still this damp race. It could be interesting to see. I think Henry's maybe popped out to see if there's any interesting tyre choices in this one. There is the whistle to tell mechanics that they need to clear the pre-grid ahead of this pre-final. Remember, Macaulay Bishop is champion-elect. He's already got a secured number of points that is greater than the max possible for any other driver on the grid. But that second place in the championship and that ticket through to Sarno in Italy for the Rotax Grand Finals is still very much up for grabs. Hunter, Bradshaw, Cunnington and Pritchard Williams, by our maths, still in play. Let's get ready for it. Senior Rotax pre-final is next. Here we go then for the Senior Rotax pre-final, which starts with Callum Bradshaw on pole position, joined on the front row by Ewan Charman. Archie Walker and Guy Cunnington go from row 2. Kai Hunter and Teddy Pritchard Williams start on row 3. They're ahead of Archie Buttle and Cian Geraghty on row 4.
Row number 5 is Neo Clark and Macaulay Bishop. Caden McQueen and Brandon Klein-Nagelvort go from row number 6. Then Pearson Bullock Carter, Jamie Perilli, Jack Collins and Joshua Graham.
Next row of the grid, William Pemble and Deacon Russell on row 9. Jack Lilly had a tough day yesterday, starts on row 10 for this one alongside Alex Adams-Acton. Ethan Martin and Alex Moody go from row 11. It's been a good weekend for Benjamin Southgate. He starts on row 12 alongside Alex Duncan.
Then it's Luca Osmond-Price and Sam Longley, Louis Weaver and Joshua Rudd. They were the last drivers to automatically qualify for the pre-final. Gustav Usakovs and Rachel Robertson, Ben Cook and Angus Scrivener. And Jack Gillingham as well. Sorry, I'm getting myself confused.
Normally we'd have a repechage.
Normally we'd have a repechage, but we don't.
All 33 automatically through then. And for the drivers out there, as I say, this is the second formation lap. You're not missing anything here. That was the instruction from race director Nigel Edwards, that because of the conditions, everybody gets an extra formation lap. And I'm seeing lots of slick tyres, which is not a surprise. As I say, the senior Rotax drivers will have seen what was going on, how the track was progressing through the mini and micro races. They, by the looks of it, have all gone slick tyres. There is Bradshaw.
I've been confused. I saw Simon Harris in the paddock, and I can't see his son Tyler. Maybe that Simon's just here just to say hi to people. Yeah. Okay, there we are. Right.
So Bradshaw third in the championship standings overnight. Top of the heat yesterday, back on form after a very difficult round at Kimbolton a few weeks ago. Ewan Charman switched teams, of course, this season into the tram lines. Yes, I thought the amber flashing light would be on. Around we go again for another formation lap.
Callum Bradshaw would rather have 3 laps of warm-ups on his tyres.
And why is that key at this stage, Henry?
Well, because, you know, the track is still greasy offline. The tarmac, even the dry tarmac, is cold. It's green. A lot of the rubber that was laid down yesterday has been washed off that. Oh dear, that's Joshua Rudd in the pit lane. The Craft Motorsport driver number 82 out of the race before it even begins. It's quite funny. Callum Bradshaw knows he gets one chance.
He knows all the tricks.
He knows every trick in the book. He knows I've got one opportunity, one chance to go round. Sorry, just got distracted by a baby Belle Chambers in the paddock, who is, she's decided that she doesn't want to sit in her pram. She wants to sit underneath the pram, which is fair enough.
Get a good view of all the racing here.
Never do things by the book.
No. Right, are we good for a start here? It's Bradshaw and Charman alongside on the front row. Eyes on those lights. Out they go for 12 minutes plus 1 lap in Senior Rotax. Good start for Bradshaw. Good start for Archie Walker as well. Straight up into second place. All 33 drivers are on their way up to Christmas corner. And here goes Guy Cunnington around the outside for second place. What a move from Guy Cunnington, who wants that ticket to Sarno. Teddy Pritchard Williams has had a decent start as well there. In 6th place, Kai Hunter still in the front bunch as well. But what a move round the outside. Senior Rotax loves an overtake round the outside into Christmas corner, Henry. Yep. That was super.
And what Guy Cunnington was doing on those 3 rolling laps, he was just judging and looking for the dry line and see how far can I push the envelope around the outside at Christmas Corner. A plan of attack, and with the grand finals being in Sarno this year, that is one place that Guy Cunnington, because if you go back to 2019, the last time the grand finals were in Sarno, Guy Cunnington crossed the line. He says first, the cameras said he was an inch in front of Axel Sanyala. However, the position of the transponder was the key. The ruling at that point, that it's when the transponder crossed the line, and Sanyala, the Finnish driver, took the grand final title in a dead heat. Guy Cunnington has not forgotten that. He wants to go back this year to right a few wrongs.
Well, if he wants to go back, he's got to find a way past Callum Bradshaw in this race. I think he'll just sit there for now, try and limit the numbers in this one with 10 minutes to play. Archie Walker's holding on to third place at the moment, ahead of Ewan Charman, Kai Hunter and Teddy Pritchard-Williams. Kai Hunter, who started the weekend equal on points with Guy Cunnington, but with a greater range for improvement. Think back to earlier in the season, particularly at PF International, when Kai Hunter had a really difficult start to the defence of his senior Rotax British title. So if he can get, it's off the road there is one of the Jacks Motorsports, and was that another one of the SP?
It was the 51 kart and the 18 kart. The 51 being Benjamin, the 51 kart being Sam Longley, as well as the 18 kart of Alex Adams Acton.
Fastest lap of the race from Brandon Klein Nagelvort. Look at this. Caden McQueen getting involved with the new holder of the fastest lap of the race. Archie Buttle in there as well. He's had a really good weekend. Nice move from Pritchard-Williams down the inside there on Kai Hunter for 5th place. That's good news for the top two as well, because that's taking points away from Hunter. Out of the race is the number 51 of Sam Longley, who will go no further. Will start at the back of the grid for the finalists. It's getting rough and tumble out there between Pritchard-Williams and Hunter. Cian Geraghty's getting into the fight now as well. And half of Northamptonshire's there, and he's on the scene again in a race here at Whilton Mill. Macaulay Bishop will be licking his lips at this prospect as through goes Charman on Walker for 3rd.
Now, Super Ted, who keeps threatening that this is his last season, this could be his last race. I asked him, is he going to go to the Grand Festival to try and get a DD2 ticket for the Grand Finals? He said no, hasn't got the pennies. I think that Damon, his dad, will probably think, if all I got to do is I got to sell a couple of my tickets to go and watch Aston Villa, we're doing all right. And then we got the budget to go to Wardlaw, and maybe Super Ted can end his career on with the biggest party in world karting. Maybe. Hint, hint. Come on now.
Sell some of the Champions League ones. They're a little bit pricey.
Yeah,
anyway, 8 minutes to go in this one. This is Hunter down the inside of Pritchard-Williams for 5th place, and he's got the move done. Classic Kai Hunter on the move. The trouble for him now, though, there is a big gap up to Walker as down the inside goes Geraghty on his teammate for 6th place.
Jamie Perilli is that in the number 30 kart, looking for a move on Super Ted as well. And another retiree, that'll be the number 89 Hunter Motorsport kart of Latvia's Gustav Usakovs.
Tough weekend for Gustav Usakovs. We'll see him hopefully in the final later on this afternoon, but it's not going to be a good result here in the pre-final. Ewan Charman is pushing on here. 46.72 last time around, a new fastest lap of the race. He took 3/10 out of the race leaders here. Bradshaw and Cunnington are going to have some attentions from the young Hunter Motorsport charger there in kart number 42. Started the year on the Birrell ART chassis with racing perfection, switched to Hunter Motorsport because he wanted teammates around him who had the pace to fight at the front. The trouble was with the tactics and how senior Rotax plays out at time, you need some friends up there to keep yourself in the battle for the podium. It's definitely the case so far this weekend for Ewan Charman. I was saying that he hasn't really needed the help of any of his Hunter Motorsport teammates. He's had some superb pace and he's been taking it out on his own.
Sadly, Pearson Bullock Carter has also retired his number 9 Jack's Motorsport machine. Back on track though, Bradshaw leading by 9/10 of a second from Cunnington. There's the battle for third position on your screens now between the 42 Hunter Motorsport kart of Charman and the number 7 KR Sport entry of Archie Walker. Kai Hunter is 3 seconds behind this group in 5th position, followed by Garrity, Pritchard Williams, Perilli, Buttle, Nagelvoort. That's your top 10. 29 drivers still running, with the recovering Alex Adams-Acton in 29th place.
So, let's talk grand final ticket. What is this race result doing at the moment in the fight for that? We said at the start of the race there were 4 drivers in contention. 2 of them, per our provisional maths in the box, are dropping out here. They would be Guy Cunnington and Teddy Pritchard Williams. That would change though if Guy Cunnington can find a way through past Callum Bradshaw. Hunter would be the only driver remaining who could beat Bradshaw. So Hunter could do with a few more points from this pre-final. Bishop's on the scene, down the inside, back up into top 10, having a fun day's racing out here. Henry, That's a lovely move for 9th place.
Yeah, exactly. I think Macaulay celebrated his 16th birthday yesterday. We spoke to him in the paddock show, and I've never seen a more chilled champions interview. He was like, no, do you know what? We're going to go out and have a chill day and what have you. Quite insightful, actually, as well, from Macaulay. Here comes Hunter, passing the number 11 of Garrity. Super Ted trying to have a little look at the inside as well, as the two strawberry carts now battle over what is 6th and 7th position. You can see that battle highlighted on the scoring pile, and on the left, oh, there's the 57 in Luca Osman Price for Jack's Motorsport. It's, well, not been a good day. Deacon Russell still out there as well for Jack's, as well as Jamie Perilli, but sadly, Bullock Carter and Osman Price out of this one.
So 4 minutes to go. Callum Bradshaw has just set the fastest lap of the race. The former world champion back on the kind of form that we saw at PF International to start this championship. He missed the O-plate. He wasn't here in March, was Bradshaw.
Well, he had still retired in March. He came back for the Dubai O-plate out at the Dubai Kartdrome in January, and then I think he only turned up here for the first round at PF International to have a look, and then I thought when he won, he was like, well, I may as well carry on and do the rest.
Has indeed. 3.5 minutes to go. Charman has now caught the front duo. A second covers the top 3. We're having a little look further back in the field. No, we're not. We're having a look at second place. It's just that Bradshaw's taken off. Bradshaw, that was a really big lap from Bradshaw, a 46.45. I think he's wary of that number 42, which has set the fastest lap of the race, and is now down the inside of Cunnington for second place. He's got through. Archie Walker's now part of the fight as well there in 4th, but Ewan Charman, we saw flashes of this at O-Plate in March when he was on the Birrell ART chassis. We know how quick he is around this circuit. Has done many a lap here at Whilton Mill. This is some performance from Ewan Charman. He's got 2.5 minutes to head down and try and chase Callum Bradshaw, but Bradshaw has just responded with the fastest lap of the race.
Yes, indeed. Now, Guy Cunnington having a look, almost signalling to Archie Walker, saying, go, go, go. Cunnington doesn't want to waste any time defending. He wants to think, okay, well, if you're quicker than me, then I'll just follow you. Can Charman close in on Callum Bradshaw? It's unlikely, but looking at the way that Charman has responded, let's have a little look there. Well, Bradshaw's just
gone.
Turning the screw once again. Purple first sector for Bradshaw. Charman a little bit quicker through sector number 2, but Callum Bradshaw will always have things under control in his mind. Oh, Kai Hunter almost lost it. That was the best angle of attack of that curb that I have seen so far. Now, Caden McQueen under investigation. He's dropped down to 12th position behind Archie Buttle, Joshua Graham 10th, Macaulay Bishop in 9th, Garrity is 8th, and a little further back there, we've got Jack Lilly running in 13th, Neil Clark 14th, Jack Collins is 15th, Then it's Russell, Nagelvort, Weaver, Duncan, Gillingham, Moody, Pemble, Scrivener, Cook, Southgate, Martin, and Rachel Robertson.
Garrity caught a really, really big slide in the middle of Ashby Corner, but it opened him up for the attack from Macaulay Bishop. Also in there, Joshua Graham. My goodness me. This is one of the points of I'm worried about those CIK grade flip-flops on the inside of the new chicane.
I don't
drivers
like them.
are getting very close to them indeed. 45 seconds to go. Here's the battle for second place, and Archie Walker's got through. Archie Walker has got through past Ewan Charman. Out of the race is Louis Weaver.
No, that was Ben Cook.
Oh, apologies. It was Ben Cook in the other GMS. Who's out of this race. What a run this has been from Archie Walker. Did not finish the way he would have wanted at Kim Bolton. Is back on board. This is the kind of form that we saw at Warden Law, Henry.
Yep.
And I'd say again, Walker looking very good ahead of the final.
Indeed, he is. And yeah, Walker versus Bradshaw part 3, something like that. Yeah, that could be interesting. The clock striketh 0. Now it's anybody's guess as to who is going to finish second position. What we do know is that Walker will have to defend like his life depends upon it. Charman and Cunnington, I think Cunnington, it may not happen this year. He may have to continue his quest to get back to the grand finals and
or go for one in a DD2 in 2 weeks' time.
Or go for one in a DD2 in 2 weeks' time. Why the devil not?
Mechanical flag for the number 19 out there. So that's going to be the end of the race for William Pemble towards the latter stage of this one. What a job Callum Bradshaw has done here. Brilliant race management from the former world champion. And is going to take surely his second haul of 65 championship points this weekend. Archie Walker, can he hold on to second place here? Ewan Charman now having to think about defending from Guy Cunnington to hold on to that crucial insight. You'd like a third round here on the grid is a good spot to start a final from, so I can understand why as Charman is trying to hold on to this one. He's onto the grass. Cunnington's going to sweep round the outside to take it. Callum Bradshaw is going to win the pre-final, will be on pole position for this afternoon's final. Archie Walker will join him on the front row, and Guy Cunnington gets back into third.
So, Cunnington, I'm not quite your Andrew is the one with the stats and the maths. Not sure if that's enough. I think that is probably still game over for Guy Cunnington.
With Bradshaw winning, that knocks Cunnington and Pritchard Williams out of contention. Kai Hunter is on the bubble because, it's 7th place in that one. That's going to be very tight for Callum Bradshaw's hopes of going to Sarno. That is a big, big victory as +5 second penalty for Guy Cunnington, kart number 52. That will help Kai Hunter, moving up another spot.
Yes, it'll move Ewan Charman to 3rd. It'll move Teddy Pritchard Williams to 4th. It'll move Jamie Perilli to 5th. It'll move Kai Hunter to 6th. It'll drop Cunnington to 7th with Josh Graham, Macaulay Bishop, Caden McQueen rounding out the top 10 ahead of Buttle, Garrity, Lilly, Clark, Collins, Russell, Nagelvort, Weaver, Duncan, Gillingham, Scrivener, Southgate, William Pemble, then Ethan Martin, Rachel Robertson, Alex Adams-Acton and Alex Moody. The only drivers to finish that one. Cook, Osmond Price, Bullock Carter, Usakovs, Longley and Rudd failed to finish. Callum Bradshaw, just adjusting the hair so slightly. You can see the tillet rib protectors on his thing.
Now there's been a development in the box.
Austin Oman's mum has just come in here. First of all, she has provided one of the commentary team with a snack that comes.
It's for both of us.
It comes in a blue and orange wrapper. There's another, and it's from Scotland. And so there's another snack or beverage that comes in an orange and blue wrapper. But no, that's there we go. It's like Test Match special in here now with the Jaffa cakes.
80% of the time,
they work all the time to stop the commentary curse. So that was a discussion that was had earlier on in the weekend. So thank you very much to SBR
I'm going to eat
for
jump cake
providing that.
live on air.
Junior Rotax will be out shortly for their pre-final. Really intriguing situation. Talking Sam Pollock Racing, both of their drivers, Lewis Goff and William Antrobus, will be on the front row. A little bit of chat there. Ewan Charman with his team. And a bit of a discussion of how that race went. As I say, Junior Rotax up next after this. Welcome back, everybody, to Whilton Mill for Event 8 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships, getting ready, sustained with the Jaffa Cakes for Junior Rotax pre-final, Henry.
Exactly. There is our 2024 champion, Harry Bartle. He will go to the grand finals with a senior ticket. The junior ticket will go to the best placed eligible driver as per the 2024 regulations for the grand finals. Have to be aged between 12 and 14. So Bartle is 15 this year, and he will go for the senior class. There's Rodney the dog. First spot of Rodney the dog on the back of Harry's crash helmet. I can say hello to Rodney, who is watching at home. Watches all over. 2 rolling laps is the signal. Now, this is the first time we have seen a capacity grid. 34 drivers. You were right at the end of that last race. You saw Henry Cameron did make it in at the expense of Shane Chandaria.
Indeed. So Henry Cameron does get a reprieve there because of a post-race penalty. But yeah, this is going to be a busy one out there. Championship standings overnight. Bartle, as we know, has got it done. 762 points by our calculations secured. That includes the 20 bonus points for attendance at every single round.
And there's my replacement on screen, William Antrobus, who has already put his CV into Dan Parker at Motorsport UK, and I'm looking for my next job. A great job commentating yesterday. I got to say sorry. Apparently, Nanny Babs, Barbara Lapper, she had kicked right off because I wasn't on the commentary when Albie was racing. So she got the right.
We've got that right for this one.
She got the right amp apparently. There, she's already on. Don't panic, Nanny Lapper. I'm in position to watch Albie, who starts 25th for this one in the number 29 car.
Other championship scenarios, William Androbus could secure second place in the championship, I reckon, in this one. He's already dropped that 27th in the pre-final at Kimbolton with his performance yesterday. If he can get a good result here, he'll drop the 17th in the final from Kimbolton. He's looking to advance, I reckon, by about 8 points, which would put Thomas Min Spearing out of contention. Hugh Moulton, we need to keep an eye on in this race as well, is in 4th, still trying to sneak in to take that 3rd place away from Thomas Min. But it's going to be hard because Spearing does start on the 2nd row of the grid.
And then you've got Thomas Behrman, Lewis Goff, Josh Turnbull, Jack West, Harrison Crowther are the next drivers in the championship order. There's Harrison Crowther wearing his Team UK race suit from 2021. But here we go, it's Junior Rotax pre-final coming up.
Big grid here at Whilton Mill, 34 of them. Let's see how they line up. On pole position, it's an all Sam Pollitt racing front row. William Androbus ahead of it, and Lewis Goff for company on the other side. Thomas Min Spearing and Harrison Crowther on row number 2. Jack West and Charlie Neve start on row 3. Joshua Turnbull is alongside his teammate Cameron Nelson on row 4.
Row number 5 is Hugh Moulton with Harry Bartle rounding out your top 10 ahead of Owen Neve and William Archer. Then it's Emily Cotty and Kai Veach, Victor Hansen and Australia's Jack Baker round out row number 8.
Ultimate R's Finley Buck starts on row 9 alongside Noah Barham. Finley Jones and Leon Hasty start inside the top 20. Lizzie Mentier and Joshua Smith go from row 11 there ahead of Ryan Gandor and Thomas Behrman on row 12.
Row number 13 sees Albie Lapper and Charlie King. Welcome back to Charlie. Vlad Temenchuk and Marcel Poppercool on row number 14. Row 15, here are your repechage qualifiers: Kai Clark, Ivan Vansal, Zach McDonald and Harrison Whitcomb, with the field being rounded out by Rory Armstrong and Henry Cameron.
It'll be 12 minutes plus 1 lap. Unfortunately, I hope this is one of those cases where a transponder's just taking a little bit of a while to wake up. I don't think we have Emily Cotty in this race. That is a real shame. Emily, looking for the pink and green helmet.
Can't see an Argenti car.
No, I think she is there.
Oh,
she is there.
Yes,
it is good. It's one of those moments where timing and scoring has tried to trick us. No, well, she is in the race. That is very good news.
Now you've got one Argenti mechanic thinking, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, did I put the transponder on? Did I put the transponder on? Why is it not working? Is it on? Is it on? Oh my God, oh my God. That's exactly verbatim what is going through his mind now.
So, into the tram lines. Are we good for a race start in this one? Watch those lights. Do they go out? No, they're going to go round again.
Do you know what? Where are the transponders fitted on all these carts, Andrew Mather?
Left-hand side, I think.
Left-hand side of the go-kart, is it?
Yeah.
Alpha Live Cameraman Challenge, Kart 42. Can we focus in to see if there's a transponder on that kart or not? Take it away. I love setting the cameraman a challenge. Let's have a look. There she is. No, let's have a look already. Who's down at Ashby there? Oh,
actually, no, it's might be on the back of the bumper, isn't it? Sorry, that's me in the arrive and drive races, but
I think it might. Do you know what? I think the transponders, they might be sort of tucked away behind bodywork.
Yeah.
It is there. Apparently, it is there. So. Good work, Alpha Live camera crew, once again, as always. And there's one Argenti Motorsport mechanic now that is recovering from his coronary and thinking, oh, goodness for that. But yeah, well, but you didn't put it on charge, though, did you? No.
Right, into the tram lines. 12 minutes plus 1 lap are underway. Good start for Androbus from pole position. Good start for Spearing as well. on the inside of row number 2. It's getting a little bit congested in the middle of the pack. I think Jack Baker in the Evolution Racing Machine is in the middle of all of that. Through Christmas corner for the first time. Harrison Crowther getting the elbows out there for 5th place. Is off the road.
That
is
would be Vlad
Tomanchuk in the number 13.
And I was going to say, there's Finley Jones going very, very wide and onto the grass. I was going to say, the George Whitbread Racing team, they've only got one driver here, Finley Jones. They're not a regular championship contender. Well done for getting automatically into this race.
Yeah.
We haven't got the live chat on our screens because Andrew Mather broke
it.
Yes.
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. We'll fix it for the next one. A brilliant weekend for the George Whitbread Racing effort there. And Finley Jones is number 28. They were very fast in free practice on Friday, and they've continued that form on. Meanwhile, front of the order, Antrobus versus Spearing. This is the fight for second place in the championship.
Looking up, Harry Bartle has had a slow first lap down in 22nd. That's, by design more than anything else. He's not 29th fastest of everyone. He's just taking it easy. New leader, Thomas Min Spearing for Argenti Motorsport. Antrobus signalling to say, well, OK, then let's try and work together because, I've got half of Warwickshire sitting behind me. Northamptonshire, sorry, wrong county.
It's like the Tour of Britain yesterday, rolling through past the circuit at the moment in this in the early stages of this junior Rotax pre-final. This is still a really good result, though, for William Antrobus. Remember, with the dropped scores, trying to get rid of that 17th place in a recovery drive at Kimbolton. Lovely move from Jack West down the inside there for 3rd place, deep on the brakes, using the incline into Christmas corner. Antrobus is not content, though, with 2nd place. He wants to win this race. He wants a clean sweep like he did at Lark Hall for round 2 of the championship, but Spearing's going to come back at him down the inside into Odious. Fantastic stuff.
Yes, the victory mullet's trying to become a double victory mullet winning entry this weekend. Antrobus, because I wasn't at Lark Hall, then he won at Wardlaw, but then got a penalty. So he hasn't won a race yet. While I've been commentating, which is something he's like, Henry, I've been trying my best, and then you're not there, and I win. So, not that I'm cheering for William more than anybody else, but the way I figure it, the more he's winning in a kart, the less likely he is to take up commentary, which saves my job.
It's a good move there from Antrobus down the inside. Jack West wants a piece of 2nd place as well. Spearing moves to the middle of the road to cover that one off. Lizzie Mentz is having a really good race out there, Henry. She's up 10 places to 11th spot. Superb run in the number 50. Also gaining out there, Owen Neve up 3. Is on the MS Kart for chassis. Jack Tex Racing was really happy with his work yesterday. Thomas Behrman, Joshua Smith, Leon Hasty, all other names who've gained at least 5 places. And big thank you to Dan here in the commentary box, who has fixed the comments. And lo and behold, David Whitehouse is abusing me as usual for breaking stuff.
Yes, something goes on there. Well, David Whitehouse, get back in your box, son. There's Bumfluff Buck going through in kart number 31. Charlie King up into 29th position. I'm just so glad that Charlie is here, and racing. Obviously the sad passing of his dad, Robert, recently. But sometimes karting is the best medicine. Or is that laughter?
Laughter about karting.
Laughter about karting is the best medicine. Well, just turn on
turn
some
on
of our commentary. Yeah, there we go. Now, Antrobus, Spearing, West, Crowther, your top 4. The number 74 kart of Lewis Goff is leading a large train of drivers for 5th position. There's the top 4. Harrison Crowther and Jack West have tagged on to the back of the lead duo. It's not Emily Cotti, Noah Barham and Harry Bartle leading. So the timing and scoring screen at the left-hand side of your monitors has gone a little bit haywire at the moment. Now we've had 5-second penalties. Oh no, Albie Lapper, 5-second penalty. A 5-second penalty for driver number 18, Owen Neve, for Jack Dex Racing as well. So that is not great either. Emily Cotti, meanwhile, is up into 10th position. William Archer runs 9th. Mentier is 10th, then it's Neve, Leon Hasty, Thomas Behrman, just behind Emily Cotty in 14th position. It's Josh Turnbull, Finley Buck, Victor Hansen, Kai Beach. Biggest mover of the race so far, Harrison Whitcomb, up into 19th position. New leader, William Antrobus.
Yeah, switching back positions with Spearing once again as here comes West down the inside. Brilliant reading of the road by Jack West. Takes second place away from Thomas Min-Spearing. Also going through there, Harrison Crowther. Harrison Crowther trying to help his teammate Hugh Moulton out here perhaps in the championship stakes, because did the mass a few moments ago and it looked like Moulton's chance of being in the top 3 was going, but now with Spearing a little bit further down the order, maybe the chance is still on. 6 1/4 minutes to go. Antrobus is your leader. Jack West in P2, Harrison Crowther, then Spearing, then Goff. And look at Cameron Nelson go as well. Cameron Nelson is flying out there as Joshua Turnbull sets the fastest lap of the race. West goes for the lead and takes it. Brilliant move down into Ashby.
Yes, indeed. And Pontyclean's finest, Cameron Nelson, having a good drive as well. The top 6, 7, 8 drivers all pretty much together. Now, I was looking at Harrison Crowther. 5-second penalty for Thomas Behrman. Crowther in the top 10 in the championship, but of course when we're looking at the ticket holder that goes to the highest placed age eligible driver, I wonder would that put Crowther potentially in the mix, although I'm not quite sure how old he is. There's Thomas Min into position, holding off Nelson. Goff in the number 74 Kart is in what he was 5th. Is he now 6th? Let's have a little look. He's still 5th, but only by a fraction over William Archer, his teammate, who has now made the move past Hugh Moulton. It's all chopping and changing here, almost corner after corner. Crowther has suddenly dropped to 10th.
Good afternoon to Stuart Angus, who says keep watching the Hasty train coming through. Absolutely, the S-plate holder, the Scottish Open champion Leon Hasty is up into the top 10 now in this race. Is absolutely flying along for Craft Motorsport as that's Neve down the inside of Moulton. Lovely move there, textbook overtake into Christmas corner. 4.5 minutes of a frantic junior Rotax races round.
That's the 27, and that's Turnbull.
Joshua Turnbull, who had some good race pace, did hold the fastest lap, but is now going to have to do all that hard work again. Will drop outside of the top 15.
It's our regular shout out to Kathy Watson. To Henry, please do you say hello to John and Shay Watson. Hello, John and Shay Watson. Shay in the timekeeping building, John in the steward's room. Hello, Kathy. I hope you're doing well indeed.
So it's calmed down a little bit at the front. West and Antrobus working together very, very nicely indeed. We talked about the hopes for William Antrobus. Can he secure second place in the championship? I reckon this result would do it, you know, because that's those 2 results from Kim Bolton were outside of the top 15. Both of them are going into the pile of dropped scores, the dropped scores bin for Antrobus. Remember, he's already got a first this weekend through his performance in the heats yesterday. Second place right now, that would be a huge turnaround in points, and I reckon would put it beyond the reach of Thomas Min-Spearing. Spearing is scoring well himself, though. This could be securing 3rd place for the lead Argenti out there. More race control messages. Thomas Behrman is now under investigation. That's in addition to the 5-second penalty that we've already seen for the driver of the number 6. Joshua Smith, new fastest lap of the races. Here goes Antrobus down the inside.
Great move.
Not content on sitting for second. He takes the lead again.
Jack West says, okay, if that's how you want to play the game, that's how we're going to play the game. Spearing, watching and waiting in 3rd. So it's Sam Pollitt Racing leading KR Sport, leading Argenti Motorsport, leading Dan Holland Racing. Then another Sam Pollitt Racing duo of Goff and Archer before you get Jack Dex, before you get Coles Racing, Craft Motorsport. You know, really good variety at the front of the field. Once again, though, the team with 3 drivers in the top 6. It's that Tier 1 outfit, Sam Pollitt Racing.
Really, really good stuff there from Thomas Min-Spearing to get down the inside, takes second place back from Jack West. The trouble for Spearing, though, I think even if he was to find a way through past Antrobus, it would still be that scenario where Antrobus would be securing second place in the championship. Lewis Goff pushing hard there. Going through Oziers is up in the top 5 as things stand. Has got the attentions of William Archer immediately behind there in the number 61. Good weekend for Archer, probably his strongest. Yes, in fact, I think William Archer is on for his strongest results of the season so far. Hasn't been classified in the top 10 so far in 2024's points awarding stages. So this is a really, really good thing to see for William Archer. Owen Neve there as well in 7th place. Remember, the number 18 has a +5 second penalty.
We've got a couple under investigation once again here. That was the Behrman flag that went out for saying he's under investigation. 1 minute to go, and still just 0.3 of a second separating the top 2. There's the battle on screen for 5th, 6th and 7th on the road. Neve has already got a penalty, the number 18 Jack Dex Racing driver, but 5th and 6th, it's Goff leading Archer. Behind then Hugh Moulton, well behind, Owen Neve is the Coles Racing kart of Hugh Moulton. Then the Kraft Racing rocket ship of, he's hasty, very, very hasty, he's Leon Hasty in a 1980s all-brand commercial brake advert.
20 seconds on the clock. There is Hasty, proudly displaying the S plate. She won a few weeks ago. Into the boot for what should be, I think we might get 2 more laps in here if Antrobus can get across the line before the timer runs out in 3, 2, 1. Oh, I think they just did it. Yeah, I think they'll get another lap in here. We've not gone to last lap according to our screens here in the box. Apologies for some of the technical issues with timing and scoring. We'll keep you up to date as much as we can. Leon Hasty is continuing to move, is now up to 8th place. Harrison Whittecomb's moves through the field. Yeah, it's kind of stalled a bit. He's still the biggest mover in this race, up 14 spots to 18th, but I think that's about as high as he's going to get in this one, as Moulton and Crowther, the 2 Coles Racing teammates, going side by side there into Oziers.
Well, I'm just looking at Crowther. He was caught up battling with Victor Hansen for a while. Hansen's been given a 5-second penalty. Whitcomb has now got Josh Smith and Kai Veach directly in front of him. Smith starting as well. Smith's made good progress. He's gained 6 places. Now Veach drops back, so Whitcomb is up to 17th place. But this is the final lap. According to our timing and scoring screen, this is the final lap on the top of the scoring pylon. So Antrobus is going to defend into the boot. Jack West going to try and cut underneath the pair of them, but no. Antrobus from Spearing into the final chicane, and William Antrobus and Sam Pollitt Racing will take the checkered flag from West and from Spearing and West. Cameron Nelson is 4th. Goff is 5th in front of his teammate Archer. Great drive for them. Owen Neve 7th with a 5-second penalty that will drop him all the way back to 14th.
Yeah, unfortunate there, but that's the game sometimes. And with that result, William Antrobus provisionally secures 2nd place in the Junior Rotax British Kart Championship for 2024. A superb effort from Antrobus, and on for his 2nd clean sweep of the season. Can he do it in the final? We'll see whether he can later on this afternoon at 3 o'clock. Thomas been Spearing with that result, I reckon, has secured 3rd place in the championship as well. A tremendous run for a driver who goes off to PF International next week to compete in the OKN FIA World Cup.
Yes, indeed. I know that we're on a Rotax event here, but it would be remiss of us not to mention the CIK World Karting Championship at PF International next weekend. I'll be watching from the Rotax Transylvania Trophy in Romania. I know that you'll be watching, well, for the best seat in the house, Andrew. And I just take this moment to say congratulations and well done to you both, you and Anthony Jordan. It's a huge honour for any British commentator to call the World Championship home on home soil. Myself and Ken Walker were lucky enough to do it at the track in 2017. You never know when it's going to get another chance, and I'm sure that you and DJ will do a fantastic job, and so I hope that you enjoy the experience and doing what we do best.
Well, thank you, mate, and sincerely, we couldn't have done it without yourself as well, and everyone at Motorsport UK for the support we've had in the commentary box both this year and previous years leading up to next weekend. But for William Antrobus, the focus will be the final. Hello from the Seychelles.
The Seychelles, I was about to say, Lisa G. Dreen watching from the Seychelles. Hello, Seychelles. Seychelles on the seashore.
Rest of the field coming in just to run through the order. Antrobus, Spearing, West, Nelson and Goff in the top 5. William Archer, brilliant result there. P6, his best of the season so far for Sam Pollitt Racing. Owen Neve, Leon Hasty, Harrison Crowther and Lizzie Menti all in the top 10. I think that's one of the best results for Menzies this season as well. All of those results on Motorsport Timing UK's website. Now that we're going to take another short break. Next out on circuit, it's Mighty Heat number 2.
Once again this year, Wera Tools are the proud title sponsor of the top kart championship in the UK. But not only proud title sponsors, they're getting involved in the action. We're here at the scrutineering bay here at PF to see how they're getting involved and how their products are being put to good use.
Here we are in the scrutineering bay at PF International. This is where the scrutineers are busy at work throughout the course of a race weekend, making sure everything's being run to the standards required by the championship. We've got the Tool Rebel roller cabinet here. This is here in the scrutineering bay. Key always in a motorsport environment, quality, ease of use. And we can see here, just opening some of the trays, up to 94 pieces can be equipped with one of these Tool Rebel roller cabinets. Beautifully laid out, very high quality tools, and it's the details, it's the little touches that really set this set apart. You can see all of the sockets here, all the different sizes color coded for when it's that quick moment of needing a different size. It's not just reading the numbers, you can see 10mm spanner. How many times have we all lost our 10mm spanners? Little yellow detail on there makes it really easy to find. The tools as well, that ease of use and ergonomics. The handles on the Allen keys fitting beautifully into the scrutineer's hands. Really is a fantastic set to be using here in the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships presented by Wera Tools, bringing once again high quality into the championship.
Welcome back, everybody, to Whilton Mill. Getting to the end of the morning and early afternoon session here for Event 8 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. And our attentions turn back to the Mighty Bambinos here for their inaugural O-Plate meeting. The second of 2 heats is what we're preparing for here in the box. 12 drivers due to head out on circuit for an 8-minute plus 1 lap race to well, the results from this race will decide the grid for the pre-final. Oh, sorry, straight into the final for these drivers. The result from heat number 1, we can confirm for you here in the box. Henry Hales was your race winner ahead of Junior Wright. Felix Tandy, your top 3 earlier on this morning. Jack Swan, great drive to 4th place ahead of Heath Smith. That was your run down to 5th place. Freddie Dye, Oliver Woodall, Arthur Thompson, Jack Harper, Presley Knight, the 10 finishers, 2 retirements, who were Freddie Purnell and Ava Garrett. And there we have a look at Freddie Purnell, who will start this race from pole position in the number 33. The mum and son duo preparing this kart, and a really good opportunity here to bounce back from a difficult race earlier on today. Also hearing that there may, well, typically Whilton Mill, a little bit of rain in the air possibly. It's very, very light, if anything at all, right now. Just looking outside of our commentary box position here, right by the side of the circuit in the, well, I still call the new clubhouse because I've been coming here enough years to remember how it was before, but not a problem necessarily or at all for our mighty Bambino drivers, because being a Bambino class, they're all on a treaded tyre, an all-weather tyre provided by Lecan. So that will mean no trouble if it does start raining for the drivers out there. Just maybe a little bit greasy out on circuit. They did race in wet conditions earlier on this morning. If you missed that race, don't worry. You can go and watch it back at your leisure here on the Karting UK YouTube channel and on Alpha Live. Do bear in mind, though, lunchtime, our programme will continue. We've got the premiere of the Paddock Show from last night that myself and Henry filmed. Kart's heading out on circuit. Let's get ready for it. Heat 2 in Mighty. Let's take you through the grid then for this second and final heat in the mighty British O-Plate meeting. Freddie Purnell on pole position, Oliver Woodall alongside on the front row. Junior Wright and Henry Hales will go from the second row of the grid. Jack Swong and Felix Tandy start on row number 3. They're ahead of Heath Smith and Jack Harper. Row 5. We'll see Presley Knight and Freddie Dye go from that one. Arthur Thompson and Ava Garrett complete the runners in this one, and good to see that all 12 drivers are out on circuit. We saw Ava Garrett it just tweaked a hand or thumb earlier on in the first heat, so good to see that she's back up to speed and out on circuit. It'll be a standing start for our mighty Bambino class, and the sun has come out for them as well. Much better conditions than they had. They brilliantly dealt with earlier on this morning. You can see parents and guardians out on circuit to greet their drivers to the start line, making sure that they're all in the correct position. Hello from
to India, Pizza Boy, watching from India. Well done. Grooved slicks. Now it's not because it's raining again; it's because that's the only tyres that these use. Now there's Freddie Purcell, had a retirement in his first race. So he'll be out for revenge in this one.
Indeed, starts from pole position on that the driver's right-hand side, the inside for the run towards turn number 1. All 12 drivers present and correct for this one. A few last-minute instructions going to Junior Wright. They're 4th on the grid. Grid is cleared. Just our start marshal on it now, alongside those 12 drivers to get us ready for this one. It'll be 8 minutes plus 1 lap. The results from this race combined with the results from heat number 1 will set the grid for the final here in the inaugural Mighty Bambino Motorsport UK O-Plate. Lights are coming on, 2 lights, 3 lights, 4 lights. When they go out, we'll be racing once again in Mighty Bambino, and away they go. Good start for Purnell from pole position. Good start for those from the back of the grid as well. Arthur Thompson and Ava Garrett, I think, have already gained a couple of positions as they head up to Christmas Corner for the first time in this one. It's a good lead for Purnell, and immediately getting into that train of 4 at the front of the field for hopefully a quick start to this race, Henry.
Yes, indeed. Across the top of the circuit, through Inkermans, down towards Ashby's. This is the first time that we're really going to see the Mighties you know, in dry conditions to show what the drivers can really do. Maximum lap times, maximum speeds, and we've got a 5-car breakaway at the front, and none of those 5 include our E-Plate champion, Felix Tandy, who's down in 6th. First pass for the race lead, going at the inside into the boot, and that's driver number 40, Oliver Woodall, making the move, and Henry Hales slots into 2nd place as well.
Yeah, really good move there from Oliver Woodall, who had that unfortunate spin on the first lap of the first race, but had really good race pace in those greasy conditions by the end of heat number 1.
Motorsport Magpie, well, David Whitehouse, if you don't know how old the Bambino drivers are, dearie me, they're young, 6, 7 and 8 years old.
Indeed, 6 minutes and 30 seconds to go in this one. Jack Harper had a good start on that first lap, Henry. He's got up to 7th place ahead of Heath Smith. Down and through Ashby Corner. Woodall leading and not getting too defensive. That's good to see from a Bambino, not getting too overawed by the occasion, just getting on with the business.
Yes, indeed. And things, whilst we're watching the Mighty Bambinos, Freddie Dye, 5-second time penalty. Things you learn from marshals. Now, as we talk about marshals, the most important people in motorsport, the Orange Army, things you learn that a beef and tomato pot noodle tastes immeasurably better with the addition of a beef OXO cube, which I will be trying.
Fountains of knowledge.
Fountains of knowledge. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Back to the go-karting after, you know.
5.5 minutes ago. I say, they're that quiet, these engines, that you can hear the crickets up there at the top of Christmas Corner on the camera.
Yes, that is incredible. But the drivers, look at that nose to tail into Ashby's. Woodall leading Purnell, leading Hales. Leading Hales, leading Purnell, leading Junior Wright. Jack Swong is 5th. Felix Tandy is 6th. Then it's Jack Harper, Heath Smith, Freddie Dye. Then it's Presley Knight, Arthur Thompson, and Ava Garrett.
Indeed, all 12.
Move for second there, Andrew. Not quite.
Not quite this time. All 12 drivers still running in this one. I think they'll be enjoying these conditions. They had a bit of a damp start yesterday as well. They've not really had that much dry running so far this weekend. I think only really their timed qualifying yesterday in the late afternoon. So they'll be enjoying getting up to speed with this 1200-metre circuit. New fastest lap of the race from your pole sitter, Freddie Purnell, 1 minute 4.05. Hales slightly defensive into Christmas Corner there. This is a good chance for Oliver Woodall now. He's got a bit of breathing room at the front.
It was a breathing room. 3 kart lengths, is that that's breathing room?
That's breathing room.
Yeah, that's breathing room in karting. Here's Felix Tandy, and he is now closing in and bringing Jack Swong with him. Jack Swong, the Hong Kong, representing Hong Kong this weekend. There they are, the battle for 5th and 6th position. It's not much of a battle. They're pushing each other up towards the lead group. 2 very, very distinctive NASA panel styles there. Jack Swong, he's going proper old school with that NASA panel. That looks like something that I would have driven with. That's a good old school NASA panel there for Jack Swong.
I say Jack Swong running on the right chassis. A number of
so Simon Wright, old school as they come. There we go.
Henry Hales, the other runner on a right chassis. Most of the field on RCEs, and then a single Synergy out there in the hands of Arthur Thompson. 3.25 minutes of this one to go. Good work between Hales, Purnell, and Wright. They've just about crept back to Woodall. He's no longer got that breathing room. Well, you can see he's no longer got that breathing room as they head down into Ashby for the 4th time in this race. Bit of patience, I think, is probably required for Felix Tandy and Jack Swong, because they've just got to trust that they can pull this gap back. They're about 1.3 seconds behind the front quartet, but you would imagine to the latter stages of this race that they will have a bit of a squabble for the race victory.
Down through the new chicane. Have we christened that with a name? It can't be called the new chicane, can it?
No, I think it's one still open to discussion.
to debate it. Well, of course, it could be the heel, which comes
heel.
after the boot.
I think it needs to be named after someone, though.
Named after, someone like, well, Michael Jordan, because everyone's getting lots of air over the curve. Now, up to Christmas corner. That's called Boxing Day, that corner, because it's the one after Christmas. Apparently. That's an Anthony Jordan joke from a couple of years ago. Sorry. Now, the fifth and sixth place drivers, they're not catching the top four as I thought they would. In fact, they're dropping away a little bit as Henry Hales has a little look up the inside of the race leader, Oliver Woodall, going into Osiers. And now he's got the run up the infield straight towards the boot. And look at Freddie Purnell trying to go through as well. Side by side, Woodall hangs tough. But Purnell coming back to the inside, wheel to wheel over the chicane curbs. And Purnell's going to get a good run onto the start-finish straight here. 90 seconds to go. And Junior Wright in fourth position doesn't know which way to go, who to follow, who to choose.
It's good news for Tandy and Wong. This might be the kind of fight that they need to get back into the battle for the top three. There'll be 3 more laps of this one. They had 1 minute and 30 on the clock last time around. You can see that Tandy was defending there, or I think Tandy has got through ahead of Jack Swong. And Felix Tandy, who took the E-plate at PF International back in July, so he knows how to win these one-off races. 50 seconds remaining on the clock. Good work from Henry Hales at the front of the field. Can he establish a lead that puts the rest of the drivers into that almost frame of mind of like, we're not going to win this, we'll have to fight for second place?
Yes, yeah.
And give himself a bit of an easier run to the line.
Well, there's the RCE graphics on Oliver Woodall's kart. Felix Tandy holding off Jack Swong for 5th position. Everybody else still the same order. Heath Smith 7th, Jack Harper in 8th. They're having a decent battle. And it's Freddie Dye, Presley Knight, Arthur Thompson and Ava Garrett. Although, I've got to say, Arthur Thompson and Ava Garrett are nose to tail, fighting over 11th place, which is great to see. And again, Ava Garrett, younger brother of Alfie Garrett, who is in Micromax. So again, she's obviously one of the youngest drivers in this field, and it's great that she's got someone to race with. It's great that Arthur's got someone to race with, even though they're just starting out. They may not be as quick as the front runners, but they've got a rival to get their racecraft, their racing instincts sharpened.
And everyone within 2.5 seconds of each other in terms of single lap pace at the moment, and I think that will come down across the course of the rest of today. And I tell you what else has come down, the gap for the race lead, because the race leader Henry Hales has been caught here. Purnell trying to find a way through past Woodall for second place. Oh, that's beautifully read by Junior Wright down the inside into the new chicane, and has taken 3rd place. We're on to the final lap now, and for the race leader, this is a good chance now for Henry Hales. Remember, he's won the first heat earlier on this morning. If he can do so again here, he's going to have pole position for the final later on this afternoon. There's been a change back around, I think, for 5th place. I think Wong has got ahead of Tandy again. Tandy with the Napa and JTR. JTR, obviously, a company name associated with his father for many a year. It's good to see running up there in the top 6. Oh, Purnell pushing the limits there down into Ashby Corner. I think it's going to be 3rd place. It's been a good recovery from Purnell after the disappointment of Heat 1. Yeah,
JTR. That is, well, obviously there was Nick's late brother, Joe Tandy, as well, the much missed Joe Tandy, that obviously Nick still races in memory of. But here we go then. The clock has struck 0. There's the battle now for 3rd position. And again, that one move, it was a great move from Junior Wright to take 3rd position, but the checkered flag is out, and Henry Hales takes the win from Oliver Wright. Our timing and scoring screen decides to cease operation in there, but the checkered flag is out, and it's Henry Hales from Oliver Woodall, Freddie Purnell in 3rd position, Junior Wright finishing in 4th, then it's Jack Swong, Felix Tandy, Heath Smith, Jack Harper, Freddie Dye, Presley Knight, Arthur Thompson and Ava Garrett. And
that'll be pole position for the Irish Kart GP winner from a few weeks ago at Nuts Corner. Getting used to winning here in mighty Bambino, and if I've got my mental maths in my head right, I think Junior Rice will be alongside him on the front row of the grid. It's 2 top 4s, 4 right there. Really good performances.
Yes, indeed. Now, that is it for this morning's action, Andrew Mather. Thank you very much to everyone who has joined us. But as we watch Henry Hales make his way into pit lane, of course, that's not all. We've got this afternoon's finals to come, but I mean, during the lunch break, wow, it's the Paddock Show.
It is.
Last night's Paddock Show. It's not live. Don't get in the live chat saying, is it live? Is it live? No, it was last night. And you can enjoy that as we watch our mighty Bambinos. There's the Welsh flag next to Henry Hales' name. Oh, can you hear it? Can you hear me? Looks over his shoulder. They all look over their shoulder. They start talking. Well, what happened to so-and-so? Did you see what happened there? Where'd you finish? I finished 4th. Someone looking, oh, I like that though, 4th place. Feet up on the steering wheel. Oh, to be that small and that flexible again.
Yep, it's lunchtime. Work is done. Work is complete. Let's take a break here on the comms and give you the Paddock Show from last night. We'll be back later on.
I am a robot with my cool glasses from Lake Garda. Hello. How are you?
Paddock Show.
More importantly, how are you? Event number 8 of the Wera Tours British Kart Championship. I have to wear these. Tom Reed got me these glasses all the way from Lake Garda. In the dark, they light up and do funky stuff. But I tell you what, I can't see a thing. So, what I wanted to see these. Very, very clearly. This is what it's all about this weekend, ladies and gentlemen. It's the final round of the Rotax classes, and there are Micromax, Minimax, Junior and Senior British titles up for grabs. It's been a really good day today.
It has.
It's going to be an even better day tomorrow. You're watching this during the lunch break on Sunday, so you would have seen the pre-finals. We don't know what will happen. We've crowned some champions already today, but I think there's definitely going to be 1 or 2 races that go right down to the very last race of the season. Because it's not just these and the number 2 plate, the number 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10. It's the tickets to the biggest party in world karting, the Rotax Grand Finals in Sarno in Italy. Right, now that's out of the way. Let's get rid of these.
Think fast.
And let's have a little wander on and speak to some drivers. We've got 140 of them to speak to this weekend, including the mighty Bambinos as well. But they haven't started racing today.
Nope.
We've had 10 heat races today, and they've been excellent, haven't they?
They have really solid racing, good conditions for the drivers, and I think everyone enjoying their weekend here at Whilton. I think the familiarity is good for them.
Yes.
And I think as well, you say some of the classes have had the championships provisionally. It's almost like that bit between an American election and the actual inauguration. They're champions-elect at this stage.
Yes.
It just means everyone in those classes, I think, relaxes a little bit and focuses on the racing, not as much on the points, which I think on a circuit like this lends itself to good racing.
Yes. Now, I think it's only fair that we make our first pit stop. Obviously, there's the wonderful hospitality unit they've got here. Here's race control. Now, our first champion that was sort of unofficially crowned today was not Dan Holland. He's champion of many other things. Fortunately, I think the number 1 plate from 2023 is passing over the number 1 plate for 2024. Look at it. There's your British champion eating what can only be described as a very poor excuse for some sort of McDonald's, the fast food. What is it?
It's a milkshake, isn't it?
It's a milkshake, isn't it?
Isn't it?
Yeah, yes, that's just pretty class, isn't it? Okay, first things first. Last time I saw you and Kai Hunter at Kart Masters, you were shaking each other warmly by the throat. Have you, kissed it made up?
But yeah, I mean, just on track, it's obviously going to get a bit feisty, but off track, if you've got a problem off track, then you just got a problem in it, I don't know. I've just got loads of mates, so I'm just pretty chill with everyone, especially Kai. He's in my team last year, and then obviously this year we're in different teams racing against each other, so it's obviously going to get a bit close. But yeah, I don't have a problem with him. He doesn't have a problem with me, so that's all fine.
Good. First of all, let's make a couple of things clear. The first 4-time British champion in the modern era. 6 different classes you've won races in. I'm not quite sure who's got the most final wins now between you and Kai. It's very, very close. But Kai's chirping off camera. If you're gonna talk, Kai,
come
and speak in front of the class. You know. But yeah, so I think we were saying earlier, Gus Lawrence, Kai Hunter, Macaulay Bishop, the 3 most successful drivers in the modern era of the British Championship across all the classes. So congratulations.
Yeah, it's been alright.
That's just all right. It's been all right, haven't it? It's been all right. There we go. Well, you've had a big interview and things like that. What are you going to do tomorrow? Because a lot of times you see drivers once they've you know, and I got team boss over there, kind of keep watching. A lot of times when a driver wins a championship before the final day, they don't want to get a DQ, they don't want to get a 0 points, they have to count, so they just sort of go out, wave to everyone, and then come back in.
No, I'm going out tomorrow.
Good.
I want to try and win. Like, I ain't going to qualify because I'm not silly, but I mean, I'm starting like 10th or something, so it's going to be hard, but it's not impossible.
Not impossible at all, not impossible at all.
I'd say it was 10th in the midway through the final when we were here in March, so...
What happened in qualifying?
Oh, I don't actually know, it's not an excuse, I just wasn't good enough. Yeah, I don't know, like, there was nothing wrong, just didn't get any laps in, really.
Oh, fair enough. Honest,
yeah, good
be a
to see.
champion, honest. Here's driver at the other end of the spectrum, Logan Rolfe. Come in and speak to Andrew Mather about your day.
Logan, talk us through your day. Was it clean?
No.
Why not?
Well, we just had power issues and TQ, instead of waiting, the team just told me to go in the awning.
Fair enough. You've got an earpiece on. What's with this? Have you picked up? Have you had a promotion? Are you a mechanic now?
No, it's just for my dad when I get told to leave.
To come back?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your dinner's ready.
That's good of you to resource that. What are we hoping for tomorrow?
Probably try and get a top 3 or top 4.
Do you think you can do it? Where are you starting for the pre-final? Do you know?
No, I actually don't know, but somewhere at the back, like 20th, 24th.
I'd say it's doable around here. You can overtake around this circuit as well, can't you?
You can indeed. Do you know what? I know. We've got a whole host of people queuing up to get interviewed. Firstly, Chloe McGill, don't run away. Right then, Dean Bahal, don't run away. But we'll talk to the O plate in Micromax, the Cookie Monster, Josh Cook. A mixed day for you?
Yeah. Very mixed day.
Well, explain a bit more. How was it a mixed day?
In quali, it was quite close at the front. We were 5th, but less than a 10th off. In the racing, it kind of fell apart there.
Kind of fell apart. We've got all day tomorrow to make up for it, yeah?
Yeah.
Excellent. We'll move across. Chloe McGill. Chloe, now, when Alpha Live did all the preview materials, you were on the poster for all the events. How was that?
Yeah, good. Yeah, it was quite fun to be fair.
So talk about your day today. What happened?
So in practice, we were really good. We were quick. And quali, we made a mistake with the jetting, so we were right far down. He won. We made up 10 places. And then heat 2 there, we did really good.
Excellent, well done. Well, good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
I've got a question for Chloe, actually.
Okay.
There's been a little boy around your awning in the Jack's Motorsport on a little fire engine all day. Is that your little brother?
Yeah.
Is he keeping everybody safe?
Yeah, I would say so.
You'd say so. I'd say. He's been doing a tremendous job, buzzing up and down this paddock all weekend.
Keeps me safe.
It keeps you, and that's the most important thing. That's what brothers and sisters have to do for one another. But as I say, well done, Chloe. Really good stuff. We'll talk to Dean Pahal as well. Dean, tell us about the day.
I've had a decent day. Qualifying as 12th, then I gained 2 positions in the first heat. Second heat, I got up to the front, and then I got squeezed off, and then it's a bit of a chaotic day. Oh, hi, Dave! Dave, hello! It was very hard. We can't really find the right jetting on my car. It's very hard because, like, I went from one setting to another setting, worse and worse and worse. So for tomorrow, I'm just gonna hope for the best, and it's.
What's it like coming back to a circuit? You know, my mind's a bit old. I sometimes forget things. But you were here at O Plate, weren't you? In March.
Yeah, it was a chaotic weekend. Let's say I think I dominated until the final. That was the worst.
So what did you learn in March that you're going to use tomorrow? Do you think?
Don't be don't stay too much in the spotlight. Like, because at Warden Law, fast, third, got crashed out in the final. Pretty much every single final in British I've been not the best. So I think maybe if I stay a bit low, a bit not like 1-1-1-1-1 in the heats, I can drive back up in the final, but it was still very hard, yeah.
So saving it all for the final tomorrow?
Yeah, and pre-final.
And I like that tactic. I think that's going to work
It's
tomorrow.
a smart move. And of course, Dean has won his first national race, didn't you? You won your first final in the Ultimate Karting Championship, didn't you?
2 finals.
2 finals? Well, what do I know? 2 finals. Well done, young man. Right.
Shall we move on?
Should we move on?
Let's
have a little look up here. Now we've got, the Mighty Bambino. I tell you what, we haven't got any Mighty Bambino drivers. We've got a Mighty Bambino team member here. Right. Tell us a little bit about what makes this so special, because we crowned our first ever Motorsport UK electric karting champion this year, didn't we?
Yeah. It's been a great year. 22 usually on the grid. A bit smaller this time because it was just sort of a last-minute date in the calendar, but it's going really well. Everybody's loving it. The racing's close. Tomorrow's going to be interesting.
Yeah, this is the O plate. This is the British Open Championship for the Mighties. So do you have to OE on the cart, whoever wins?
Hey, it's an O as far as I know. Yeah. You stick an E on it if you want.
How did you feel about making history this year? You were the first. Your championship was the first to crown an official Motorsport UK British champion, and it was in an electric power kart.
Yeah. No, that's fantastic. Like it's been 6 years of hard work to get it to this stage, and crowning champions under the MS UK banner is fantastic for us.
Excellent. Now, we're going to be picking up all the racing for the Mighties tomorrow.
2 heats in the final.
2 heats in the final tomorrow. Thank you very much. Have a good day, sir.
Thanks, boys.
And I think we'll try and head up to the top end, because a number of the Mighty Bambino drivers are at that top end of the paddock. And they weren't here yesterday as well, so when we did track talk, we weren't able to go and have a chat with them.
No, I mean, this is the penultimate race weekend of the year. We've got Three Sisters in a couple of weeks to come up. The question on everyone's lips is this the last time you're going to see us in shorts and T-shirts, the British, this year? Wigan, end of September.
I'm going to answer that question straight away. I think the answer is going to be yes, because a Yorkshireman is going to go to Lancashire. I have family in Lancashire, so I regularly do this. Every time I step across the border, the rain starts.
Yes. Well, of course, going from God's country to Lancashire, who knows? Right. Strawberry Racing, they've had a good day. So Albie Friend, he is all but confirmed as the Minimax champion, and Harry Bartle is all but confirmed as our junior Rotax champion. We could probably make a brief pit stop in there. I tell you what, look at this. There's Nicole Sutherland. She of Motorsport UK media and commentary fame. And there's George Friend, Albie's dad. Let's just, all joking aside, because I make fun of you a lot, you must be super proud of the way Albie has driven and the way he's conducted himself this year.
Yeah, on track, definitely. The way he conducts himself with me personally, that's a different matter, but we're talking about racing. But no, he's done a brilliant job. Obviously, he came second last year, so it was only really one place that we wanted him to go, and he's managed to do it, and that's hard. And he's raced really well here and abroad. So a couple more races to go, and then we'll be going into the bigger karts, which will be fun again, starting all over again.
Excellent. It's been fantastic to watch Albie this year, hasn't it?
It has. It's been really impressive. What are the hopes for the rest of the year, as well as, there's some big races going on? You got your Grand Finals shirt on.
Yeah, so the Grand Finals is the big one. Obviously, we've got the Grand Festival coming up at Warden, which will be good, because we've done that abroad for the last 2 years and won that. So we've got to go and try and do the triple. And then on to Sarno, and the best we've ever done has been a third. So we've got to try and get that number one if we can. That's it.
The best he's ever done in the grand finals is a third, but that was after throwing his hand into the fire of a sauna in the hotel.
He likes to make it interesting, yeah. Kart Masters, he was ill. Yeah, Kart Masters, he was ill in hospital in Portugal. That wasn't a lot of fun.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's going to be wrapped in cotton wool and hidden away in Sarno, and we just put him out for the racing.
Yeah, he's one of the many drivers out having played football at the
That's
moment.
why I'm standing here, so I can just observe what's going on. So
yeah, the flying tackles come in, and then you lose one or two of the mini drivers before tomorrow.
But I think they enjoy this bit more than the racing, to be fair, actually. So it's all part of the thing, isn't it? They love it, and you'd say how well they all get on. That just shows how well they all get on. They make friends for life here.
Yeah, they do. And this British Bulldog full contact rules is what we haven't told him. Right, thank you very much, George.
Cheers,
let's
George.
keep moving up the paddock. And again, that is a great look, isn't it? You know, everyone out there, you know, playing football afterwards. There's Owen Neve. Oh, should we do a van stop? We've got to do a van stop. Got to do a van stop.
Owen, how's your day been?
Yeah, all right for the second heat. The first heat was poor. I drove terrible, but yeah, third in the second heat, so that was good.
And MS Kart performing well around here?
MS Kart's going really well around here. Bolton and here has been definitely two of the biggest races. We've done really well. If anything, I think we're performing the best around here. I struggled at Warden, but yeah, really good.
What would be a good result tomorrow?
Well, we're looking at a podium now. We're quick, so yeah, feeling good.
Good stuff. Well, we'll let you get off to your digs overnight. Good chat there with the Neve family. Where's Henry? Oh, he's right there. Oh, he's got his robot glasses back on.
Apparently these light up.
I think it needs to be really dark.
It needs to be really dark.
There's
oh no, we're going to kill the camera.
Don't get run over by a Focus.
Oh no, that was a Coles Racing Focus. Moving at now we talked about this. This is the biggest entry I've ever seen from Sam Pollitt. Here we go. Decisions. Pro Train had a really good day.
Really good day.
So have Sam Pollitt. Left or right first? We can quickly say hi to both.
I'm going to go in. I'm going to go for Pro Train because I say they've been really good. Have a chat with Jack if that's okay. Jack, tremendous day. Talk us through TQ and your heats.
It was great TQ. We just managed to get out earlier than everyone else, and it seemed to work. We got 3 decent laps in, and I think everyone else got 2 good laps and 1 maybe not so good lap. So I think that really helped.
And those heats starting up at the front, a bit hectic?
Hectic, yeah. I got a good start in the first one, but then just didn't seem to quite have the race pace to stay right up the front. But I think we were still in the top 10 at the end of both the heats.
And how good is it that you've had a sharing of the performance this weekend? Obviously, yours was the best, so you take the plaudits for that one. But Ben was up there, you know, on his heats as well, and Shane had a good run as well.
Yeah, I think the whole team's done well in quali, and you know we're trying our best in the races. I think it's sometimes quite difficult to translate pace from quali to the races, especially when you're driving against some good drivers in the British. So, yeah, I think we're doing all right.
Hopes for tomorrow?
Obviously, we want to be up there in the top 10. We'll all try our best and see how it goes.
Good work, and as I say, genuinely best of luck for tomorrow. Really good run, Henry, from Pro Train. Good to see another team up towards the front.
Absolutely. Most important thing of all about Jack Collins is that bit by there. It's the half dragon. Abergavenny or Aberdare? Rumney, same difference. Same horse, different jockey. Right, now, I'm going to have to take these last off.
You really can't see where you're going.
No, but I feel bad because, you know, Tom Reed did buy with me in Lake Garda, Italy. Now, we've done Pro Train. Now let's move across to Sam Pollitt Racing. They've obviously, this is the biggest order that we've seen from them. Here we go. There's a Goff by there.
There is a Lewis Goff.
Come this way, Mr. Goff.
Now, we heard plenty from Lewis's teammate Will Antrobus on commentary, but let's get the word. Talk us through that second heat. That was a good one.
Yeah, it was really good. 1-2 for the team now for the classification. I thought it was really good, hard racing. Thought it was good.
Bit of a battle though with William in that first heat as well. What was going through your mind in that one?
Just we can have a battle, but we just don't take each other out.
And then again for the pre-final, sharing the front row of the grid with him. Confident?
Yeah, I feel quite confident. Yeah.
Good stuff. We'll see you out there tomorrow. Henry has got a very important driver here this weekend.
First of all, Austin Oman. Austin, big day tomorrow. Micromax title. I'm sure it's going to go down to the wire. How are you feeling?
Good. I hope we can get good points, be ahead of everyone we need to beat, so yeah.
Who else is in the fight? Luke Millwood's in there?
Millwood, Josh Cook and Sebastian Behrman.
So 4 going for the title tomorrow. That's going to be nerve-wracking. Now, what we're going to do, in this awning, I'm looking around, we said on the commentary, now I don't have this problem, but you know all the bigger kids, they've got the hair that comes out of the front. You know the hairstyle that comes out of the front? Right, Lewis has got hers over there. We're gonna rank the forward fringes out of 10. So first of all, Lewis Goff, stand up. Lewis Goff, stand up. Austin's got to do something important. Come this way, come this way. He's a teenager, so he doesn't like smiling. No. Right, you can see here now, right, Austin, out of 10, we've got the front fringe. It's got a bit of a flop on it, but it is a good couple of inches. Rank out of 10. 7 out of 10 for the fringe. There we go. Right, come this way. We're going to. There's plenty more. There's another one up here. Right. Oh, so Jack Lilly's had a rough day. But first of all, that's flopped all the way down. Out of 10.
9.
A 9 out of 10? 8 out of 10 for the fringe. There we go. We'll ask Nigel Horner. He can't remember the last time he had a fringe. Now, come on, Austin. What have we got? What have we got here? This is we're ranking the fringe now. So here we go. This is Miles Barthorpe. Now here we go. Let's have a look. Ooh, good volume. Good volume.
-10.
Minus.
No. 6.
A 6 out of 10. So Jack Lilly's flat fringe is still leading. Let's have a little look. There's going to be one more fringe by here to rank, Austin. There we go. Let's have a little look. Oh, I just poked you in the face there. Come on then. Out of 10.
8.
8 out of 10. 8.2. Drama in the Sam Pollitt Racing Fringe contest. Austin O'Man, that means who's the winner? 8.2. Look at that. Give us a dance then.
A bit of a sue.
How was your day? Apart from winning the inter-team fringe contest, how was your day?
Heat 1 didn't go our way, just unfortunate luck, got caught in scraps. But Heat 2 fought my way back up to 9th from 15th.
Brilliant, well done. Excellent.
Good review.
Excellent, right, good review. Right, should we move on? Thank you, Austin O'Man. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Right, there you go.
I think we turn right.
Is that the first ever fringe measuring contest
I enjoyed that. I think that was good. And some fair scoring as well.
I think some fair scoring,
There's people running away. That means they're definitely going to get interviewed. Yes, we'll try and get some of the mighties.
So you can tell that cameraman James isn't the cameraman because he's not saying slow down because James doesn't like walking backwards. Fraser's on the camera, so he can handle it.
Quickside Fraser Anderson, one of our privateers. Let's bring Fraser in.
Well, Fraser, speak to that man there and give us a guided tour of your workspace.
I was going to say, give us the grand homes. How have we got the setup this weekend?
It's just me, my dad, my mum and Kato. Dad's just cleaning the cart.
Cleaning the cart, getting it ready for tomorrow. Where do we know where we are on the grid for tomorrow?
I think 16th. Yeah, we had quite a good quality. Today's been good, yeah.
What do you like about racing in the British Kart Championships?
I like how it's so challenging and you get to race with all the bigger teams.
Absolutely, and an important question as well. How far have you travelled? What was the distance in terms of number of hours to get here today?
14.
14
hours.
So good commitment. I always like to
Where do you live, Shetland?
Where do you live?
UK.
North of Edinburgh.
Yeah. North of Edinburgh.
Oh, well, well, to be fair, there's still quite a bit of Scotland that's north of Edinburgh. Yeah. I mean, are we talking Wick?
No. Between Edinburgh and Aberdeen.
Between Edinburgh and Aberdeen?
In the van, you can only do 60 mile an hour, so it takes us twice as long as just a van.
Okay, sorry. Poor microphone skills there. So
sorry, that was bad of me.
60 miles, no, my fault. 60 miles an hour, which means that there's lots of stops and you can't wave at the speed cameras. There we go. Right. There's a child running that way on a scooter who I'm not quite sure if he... Let's move on. There's Kate Adams. Kate. Marcel Poppercool. Come this way. This is Cato Motorsport. Alex Moody was really unlucky in that last race, but he was driving well. Marcel, how's your day gone?
Well, first heat in the morning was pretty well. was starting 18th after hard qualifying. Got up to P17. Had the pace to be up there. Then Heat 2 really fixed some stuff in the kart. Really had the pace, but got hit twice and finished 22nd. So
All to do tomorrow then.
yeah.
Good luck.
Thank you.
I spy a mighty
Bambino. Because we've got about 3 or 4 minutes left. We're going to go and have a chat with, hopefully, Henry Hales, who is our IGP plate holder for the Irish Kart GP. Was at Nuts Corner a few weeks ago. And you'll like this as well.
Well, to be fair, I mean, that plus that flag, what's not to like, ladies and gentlemen? IGP, Irish Kart GP, Henry Hales. Oh, he's
Driver's on the
hiding.
way. Driver is on the way because we want to get a sense of what driving one of these mighty Bambino engines is like. And to be fair, there's a lot that's similar to what we are familiar with, apart from the battery and the motor here. It's all the same stuff.
Well, I mean, yes, I'm sure that you same chassis. I mean, the chassis are compatible. Right? You can take your Micromax engine off and put a Mighty Bambino engine on. Is that right?
Absolutely. So Henry's done Coma C50 and the Mighty category this year. So we use the same chassis to swap it over. And here is Henry now.
Here he is. Now, apart from the Crocs, which is obviously a mistake, but they're over that. Tell us about your day.
It's been good.
You've only been practicing today. You're racing tomorrow, though. Yeah. Where did you qualify?
4th.
Ooh, that's excellent. Tell us a little bit about your wagon.
Well, I was doing Coma, and then here the first round of British Championship, and then engine wasn't going well, so we tried the Coma. So yeah, just carried on since.
Do you like? What's it like to drive? Compare the Coma to that. What's it to drive?
That one's more powerful and yeah, it's more silent. Well, the Coma's a bit more rough and that one's a bit more smooth and calm.
Absolutely. And I've got a question for Dad as well. Mechanicking on one of these, what's it like versus, say, the others?
So, the electric's easier to mechanic. I'd recommend it for beginners. Although I've got to say as well, the Coma class has been fantastic for us in terms of learning two-stroke engine. We really back both of them in terms of racing, and Henry's enjoyed both of them, and he's had a win in the British Championship in the Coma and the Mighty this season, as well as wins at other championships. So it's been a great learning experience for both of us working together, and like I say, it's really a preference thing. Some dads like the noise and the smell of two-stroke, and that's their preference, but obviously Mighty as well is probably going to take it forward for the newbies, because obviously all you've got to do really is tyre pressures, make sure the battery's charged, and away to go really. So it simplifies it a lot for the newcomers into the category.
And I think that's a really important aspect, Henry, for people looking at this, to put my old engineering hat on. When people, would ask me, like, working in internal combustion cars and electric cars, is there a lot of difference? I'm like, well, actually, there's a lot that's similar there, and it works both ways. So, yeah, I think absolutely right to highlight, coming into the sport, this is a really good way of doing it.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is it for the Paddock Show today. We hope you've enjoyed it. The future is standing right there and is on a trolley right there. And you know what, Andrew? As commentators, you shouldn't say this, but sometimes
racing.
Silence is golden. See you tomorrow.
Our first grid walk then of the final round of the Rotax Viritools British Kart Championship. Emerson, you're with me then walking onto the grid shortly. First year in Minimax this year after moving up from Micro. How would you summarise your championship?
Yeah, I think we've had a good championship so far. Hopefully going to try and win today. I think we've got third place in the championship in the bag. Going to try and do as good as we can really, and yeah, see what happens.
So you've got third in the bag, but I also believe that second could be on the cards for you. It could also be on the cards for Finley Lines. So is that in the back of your head, where Finley has to finish and where you have to finish to get second?
No, I just focus on winning and what I can do best.
Well, very best of luck to you, Emerson. It's been great to watch you this year. I'm going to walk over and see Albert Friend. Albert, of course, is our championship winner already. That's confirmed. He's got the gold sticker on his kart, the A Friend, which means he is your 2024 Minimax champion, GP plate holder as well. But Albie, you've decided to race in this weekend, even though you've already got the championship win. How come you've decided to do that?
Because I don't want to be sat there watching. I just want to be racing myself, and like always I want to win, so that's what I've come here to do.
I've noticed as well, instead of Panda being on the tools for you today, you've got your dad, George. Panda was with you yesterday though. How come that's been, how come Panda's swapped with your dad?
Well, he's getting married in Cyprus, so he's gone now, and my dad's got had to mechanic me today.
Have you got an invite for that?
I did, but I have to go to school, so.
Thanks, Albie. Good luck for the final. We'll head then down the grid. We have Tom Reed starting behind Albie. Tom, last week in Lonato out in Italy in the Rotax Euro Series, had a fantastic weekend. Made some really good progression throughout this championship. Always had the pace, but I've definitely noticed his racecraft has really come on leaps and bounds recently. Tom, how are you getting on this weekend? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, it's a good weekend. Hopefully we can get on to the final.
I just caught up with Albie and he was saying, you know, he wants that win. Are you going to work together with him? Is it going to be a P1, P2 situation?
Hopefully, yeah.
Good luck then, Tom. Behind Tom is the Strawberry Kart driver, Joshua Griffin, obviously the Scotsman. Josh has jumped from DHR, then to KR, but back to Strawberry. Joshua, Strawberry, what have they said to you ahead of this final race of the year?
Yeah, just to push Albie and Tom and try and get a 1, 2, 3.
And do you reckon that's achievable? Are you going to keep your eye out for any of the other drivers, or do you think you're the 3 fastest drivers on this grid?
I think we've proved that we're easily in the top 5, all of us. So, yeah.
Good luck to you then, Josh. We've got another Scotsman on this sharp end of the field, Josh Cormack. Starting behind your fellow Scotsman, Joshua Griffin there. 2 Joshes, 2 Scotsmans. How are you feeling ahead of this race, Josh?
Yeah, I'm feeling confident and I'm going to try my hardest. Just right. Good.
And in this championship, what's actually given you the confidence to think that you could get a win in here at the final round?
Because a lot call, I did good there and I'm starting near the front, so I think now I've got a good chance.
And are you at all thinking about championship standings anymore, or is it just head down and go?
Yeah, I'm okay, still thinking, so I really want a ticket.
Time to clear the grid then. I'll move out of the way. For the final time this year, it's your Minimaxes.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Indeed, the first final of the afternoon here for the last day of the season in this Wera Tools British Kart Championships for the Rotax categories. Andrew Mather and Henry Baudet on commentary duties for you this afternoon. All of these finals for the Rotax categories, 15 minutes plus 1 lap. Remember, we've got the Mighty Bambinos as well later on this afternoon. Let's go for it then. First final here for Event 8. So, Minimax 950, the championship has been decided.
Yep.
And but there's still plenty to compete for in those top 10 positions for the seedings in the end of the 2024 championship.
Let's take you through the starting lineup. Emerson McAndrew Uren will start from pole position with this year's champion, Albie Friend, on the outside of row number 1. Finley Lines, the O-Plate champion, and Tom Reed, the farmer, will go from row number 2.
Row 3, Oliver Spencer and Joshua Griffin. Row 4, Harry Taylor and Josh Cormack. Edward Haynes and Luca Holmes-Ballock start on row 5. Sebastian Clark and Max Gilman, they go from row 6.
Jack Collinson, Leo Livings, South Africa's Devin Taylor, Dubai's Alfie Ward, Theo Bradshaw, Riley Murrow, Louis Radcliffe and Fraser Anderson round at the field. Sadly, Jacob Jack missed the grid gate. He's not out there for the final, but the lights are out. We're off and racing. It's a good start from Finley Lines to slot into second position. Now he tries to get the inside line up the run towards Christmas Corner, squeezing McAndrew Uren wide, and that opens the door for Albie Friend to go through. 3 corners, 3 leaders.
Really good stuff from Minimax 950. Again, it's a good start for all of our drivers looking to be in the top 3 at the end of this race. And see, one of the KR Sports is up there as well. It's the 142 of Oliver Spencer, who's been in good spirits so far this weekend, but it's Friend leading from lines, leading from Mackenzie Uren and Spencer, your top 4, looking to break away in the early stages of this race. I think it's Tom Reed. There's a bit of a drama there for the 144.
That was the, Theo Bradshaw in one of the synergies going a little bit agricultural as he crossed he went into the boot, and he will resume back in 19th position. Josh Cormack, who Nicole's just spoken to on the grid, his chances of getting a ticket to the grand finals have faded because he's dropped down to 20th position after an off on the opening lap.
Through and out of Ashby on lap number 2 then. Albie Friend looking for a 4th finals victory of the season as down the inside goes Spencer. Lines has got through as well, so Finlay Lines back to the front in his familiar position from the O-Plate meeting here at Whilton Mill back in March. That will probably have been a move through Ozier's corner that gave Finlay Lines the lead. Now let's see, is that synergy pace that kicked off the 2024 British karting season going to return for the final race here at Whilton Mill? Still early stages of this one. Oliver Spencer is on an absolute tear here. You can just see from his body language there, Henry, his head down, pushing on. He wants a victory.
Yes, indeed. Now, grand final ticket allocation in Minimax. 3 tickets for the top 3 in the championship. However, then Albie Friend, the champion, has already won a ticket for the international trophy. That's an international class ticket which takes precedence over a national class ticket. So we'll go down to 2nd, 3rd and 4th in the championship. Finlay Lines has pretty much sewn up that position in the P2 in the championship. So looks like Finlay will be making his Rotax Grand Finals debut. Emerson McAndrew Uren has also already won a ticket. He's 3rd in the championship. So you're looking at drivers like 4th, 4th and 5th in the standings to maybe get a ticket. As Friend dives at the inside, sweeps past Spencer to take the race lead.
Yeah, really good stuff there from Friend, and Lines is involved now with Spencer and Mackenzie Uren, and Harry Taylor's on the scene. Good to see Harry Taylor back in the top 5. He's had a really tough middle part of this season. He's looking to finish on the podium. He's not been on the podium in the final since PF International. Lines defensive ahead of Spencer there, trying to hold on to that position. Taylor trying to find a way through. Tom Reed is also part of the battle, and what a run so far from Jack Collinson as well. Up 6 places so far in this race, into the top 8. He's also joined by Sam Pollitt Racing teammate, who's up 10 places. Riley Morrow is also on the move. Bad news for Josh Cormack. Mechanical failure. The flag, the orange disc flag, is out for Josh Cormack. That is the end of his 2024 British Kart Championship season. Down the inside goes Tom Reed. Gets past Harry Taylor for 5th place. Riley Morrow gains another spot out there. There's a plus 5 second penalty from race control that's just been awarded to Luca Holmes Ballack. That's for something that's happened out there on track off camera. Meanwhile, back in the battle for 2nd place, Albie Friend is starting to really pull away here. What a season Albie Friend has had. It started at PF International with a final victory. Lark Hall, little bit off the pace, was 5th on that day, and then since then, through Warden Law and Kim Bolton, he has been perfect. The only blot on his copybook so far in the second half of the season, a 2nd place in the pre-final earlier on today.
Yeah, you can blame his dad George for that one. Friends picking up where he left off. I've got to say that George will be thinking, Lee, I might not need your services next year. You can get married every weekend if you want, because no, I'm sure he wouldn't. But Friend in control. Finlay Lines wants to get back on terms with Albie Friend, because this is the site of Albie's worst defeat of the season. Well, everyone's defeat of the season. Finlay Lines dominating the O-Plate, and Finlay and the Synergy team will want to try and close that gap. Oh, there is the number 121 of Josh Cormack coming in to the pit lane. The Falkirk MOT and tyre service sponsored driver out of the race rear bumper as we look to the next group of karts. So here's the second place battle coming down towards Oziers, and that is lines ahead of Spencer, who's just set the fastest lap of the race.
Has indeed. Still a long way to go in this one, over 9 minutes. So for the drivers heading that chase group, they know they've got the time here. They've got to keep themselves organised if they're going to close down champion-elect Albie Friend into Christmas Corner. New fastest lap of the race for Oliver Spencer, 49.26 seconds, sitting there at the moment in third place. That's good news in a way for Finlay Lyons, because if Spencer's got a little bit more pace in the slipstream, he should be able to push Lyons along and close in that 0.87 gap to Albie Friend.
Yes, as they come onto the short straight before the entrance to the boot. McAndrew Uren, the number 133 for Dan Holland Racing. Tom Reed looking for another podium finish. I'm glad I don't ever have to say looking for his first podium finish. That has been achieved. So he's looking for another one now. As up towards Christmas Corner, Harry Taylor in 7th. And we're looking at Jack Collinson as well in the number 119. Great drive from the Anglo-Latvian driver. And sadly, that is Joshua Griffin, the number 5 seed from last year. It's all gone wrong for Griffin this weekend. Moving over to Strawberry Racing and the strawberries and cream. I think the cream may have curdled.
Yeah, and that's going to put us, I think, 4th place in the championship under threat.
And that could be a ticket to the Grand Finals.
It could be a ticket to the Grand Finals that has just eluded Joshua Griffin there. And yes, indeed, on our points at the moment, thank you to the team in timing and scoring for bringing this to us. Harry Taylor is now in a position, he's 7th place on the road, is 1 point in the championship ahead of Joshua Griffin. He's got a bit of a good gap, about 9/10 of a second, 1.1 seconds back to Riley Moore. The other potential good news for Taylor is the driver immediately ahead of him, Jack Collinson, is, at least of 3 minutes ago, under investigation. We've received no more news than that at this stage. Meanwhile, back at the front, Albie Friend looking to finish this season in style, take his 4th win of the season. He's currently on 794 points, miles ahead of the rest of the pack. Finlay Lyons is holding on to that 2nd place in the championship, 11 points ahead of Emerson McAndrew-Uren, who himself is comfortably clear, some 30 points clear of Harry Taylor. So it's all about that battle for 4th place, the highest thing to be decided in the standings.
Now, looking at that, Harry Taylor, 710 points. Josh Griffin in the pits on 709. Luca Holmes-Ballock, 704. Edward Haynes, 697. Oliver Spencer, 685. Griffin will be hoping, praying, keeping everything crossed that... Now, by my calculations, Griffin, 5th place is still a ticket in this class, because they got 3 tickets to give out. That's Jag Rotax's allocation. And but Albert Friend and Emerson McAndrew have already got a ticket. So that would be Lyons, Taylor and Griffin. It's now down to Luca Holmes-Ballock, who is running in 9th position. He's got 2 seconds to make up on Riley Murrow.
But does also have a 5-second penalty from earlier in the race, does Luca Holmes-Ballock, so that could be costly.
That would
give us the synergies.
Well, Edward Haynes and Oliver Spencer. Spencer is not, well, he's got to try and, first of all, get into the race lead. And Finlay Lyons is reeling Albie Friend in and taking Oliver Spencer with him. Now there's a 3-kart breakaway up at the front. It's Strawberry versus Synergy versus KR. And Friend, the GP plate holder, the double Rotax International Trophy winner, leads with 5 minutes to go. Oliver Spencer sets a new fastest lap. He's got to throw the dice big time, roll the dice big time, has Oliver Spencer. He's got to get in the lead and then see if other drivers fall back, and could results go his way. Harry Taylor running in 7th place, just behind Jack Collinson, who is under investigation. He is going to need every position as well. He's 1 point in front of Josh Griffin, and there's nothing Griffin can do.
Not at the moment. The other good bit of the news for Oliver Spencer at the moment is that Edward Haynes is not having his best final of the year. He's down in 15th place at the moment. That would be a dropped score. His previous least strong result was 10th in the final at Kimbolton, so Edward Haynes is not scoring any more points at this stage. Meanwhile, Lines is all over the back of Friend here. He's going to go for the lead of the race. Down the inside, 4 minutes to go. Spencer's going to get involved as well. Spencer trying to fight for every position, knowing there's still a chance, a small chance, but a chance nonetheless of going to Sarno. But what a move by Finlay Lines. He takes the lead again.
Really good move there, and I've got to say, great racing between Spencer and Friend there, giving each other just enough room. Spencer actually had the position, but then didn't run Albie Friend off the track. Albie was able to stay on the outside of Christmas. That gave him the inside end for the kink, and yeah, it was side by side, great action. And Finlay Lines, has he had a win in a final?
He's not had a win in a final. He's been second the last 2 rounds at Kimbolton at Warden Law, and the driver that's beaten him is the young man directly behind him on the road, Albie Friend, the GP plate holder, the champion-elect this year in Minimax 950 for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. We knew at the start of this weekend we were going to get the treat of one more battle between Lines and Friend. We're getting one, and everybody else has come to the party as well. Oliver Spencer is still there in 3rd. Emerson McCangy-Uren wants to be on the podium once more. In fact, he's not been on the podium in a final since Lark Hall. That was the round that Emerson McCangy-Uren won, of course, the only driver to beat Albie Friend in a final in this 2024 championship. Tom Reed is on for one of his best scores of the year. He was 5th in the final, of course, at... Oh, it's round the outside. Friend nearly side pod to side pod. Friend has got it done.
Brilliant, absolutely outstanding. Just let them run till they run out of gas. That's all I got to say. Here comes McCandy-Uren and Reed. It's 5 for the lead. 2 minutes to go. Spencer up into 2nd position. Let's see how much that adjusts the point. McCandy-Uren saying, okay, go. And he'll work with Spencer, so gets his head down. Right. He knows that McCandy-Uren's not going to try and make a move on him. He's got this run down the main straight, through Oblivion and Crook and up the hill, where he doesn't have to defend because he knows that McCandy-Uren will push him if McCandy-Uren can get close enough.
And you've got to remember, for some of these drivers as well, keep themselves in check. There'll still be another opportunity to get a ticket through to Sarno in 2 weeks' time when we head up to Warden Law, Karting North East for the Rotax Grand Festival. And if it's going to be a race like this, it's going to be one that you do not want to miss here on Alpha Live. 1 minute and 15 seconds to go. Friend still leads. Lines. Spencer still second. Lines down the inside of Reed. That's 4th place for the O-Plate winner, trying to get back onto the podium. Emerson McCangy. Oh, I thought Em was going to go down the inside there for 2nd place, but he just held it steady. There is Jack Collinson in the 119. We've had no further reports of anything on race controls notifications regards the 119. Not since the under investigation some 10 minutes ago. Less than a minute on the clock. Albie Friend has had to fight for this one, and it's not done if he's going to make it his 4th victory of the year.
I was going to say, this could be an absolutely classic last 2 laps of this race. Spencer closing in on Friend into Oziers, out of Oziers, onto the infield straight. Friend checks over his shoulder. Spencer hunched down behind the NASA panel, trying to create maximum aerodynamic efficiency, and the lead train of 7 crossed the line to start lap number 19, and they're separated by 1.7 seconds. The clock strikes 0. It's not the last lap yet, though.
It's not the last lap, and I'll tell you what else isn't done. The battle for second place in the championship. It's a 7-point advantage for Finley Lines right now. But if Emerson McCanduren can get up to the front of the order, and if Lines then loses, he could see that switch. But down the inside goes Lines on his rival for that second place in the championship. That gives him a bit more of a degree of certainty that he's going to be runner-up in 2024. What a fine, fine move. A brilliant duel between two great racers. One more lap to go in this pulsating Wera Tours British Kart Championship for Minimax 950. And Oliver Spencer is all over the back of Albie Friend.
Okay, gloves are off. Friend to the inside. Spencer will try and swing wide. No, he can't. Friend covers the line through Christmas Corner. Now they go across the top. Through Inkermans, down into Ashby, and Oliver Spencer. He was busy signaling to Albie Friend, saying, okay, no, don't defend. He's going to have to attack now, though, is Spencer. In the inside at Wilkins. Friend runs wide. Spencer's got his hand full with Finley Lines. I think that's it for Albie Friend.
Albie Friend is on his way. He's going to make history. It's going to be a 4th win of the season, but who else is going to be on the podium with him? Spencer's going to be there. Finley Lines is holding on for 3rd place, will be 2nd in the championship. But Albie Friend is your Wera Tours British Kart Champion for 2024 in Minimax 950. That is a set of 12 scores that look like this. 10 firsts, 2 second places. He finishes on 794 points from a possible 800. What a driver, what a talent. Albie Friend is on top.
Fantastic. It's a team game, this is, so I'm sure Albie will be speaking to Nicole Sutherland. And but yeah, to Lee Taylor, congratulations. That's not a bad wedding present for Lee Taylor, his main mechanic, a winner's trophy. Obviously to the rest of the Strawberry team. Oh, George Friend gets himself a mechanic's trophy. He's got to learn what a mechanic is, but a medal. He gets a medal.
I fully understand why sometimes when a driver comes into a final round like this, that, you know, they take it easy, they step back, you know, to take care of themselves. But what Albie Friend has done this weekend, he didn't take that option. Nope. He wanted to take on the field and prove that once again, he is #1 in Minimax 950. That is how you finish a championship. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that Minimax 950 final.
Our 15-minute highlights package from that 15-minute race. McCanduren was the leader through turn number 1. Finley Lines was the leader going up the hill towards turn number 2. Albie Friend led by the time they came out of turn 3. It was non-stop. Lines leading. Spencer was always there. Even when Albie Friend dropped back a little bit, there was no panic, no sense of urgency. They reeled him in. Finley Lines. But look at that. How many overtakes were there in that lead pack? How many times did drivers come together? 0.
I say clean racing throughout. This was the move from Lines with 4 minutes to go down the inside. Got to give it to Oliver Spencer. He was a huge part of that race and a thoroughly deserved first podium of the year for Oliver Spencer. It's been a bit of a tumultuous season for him, but it finishes on a high. That was just an immense move from Albie Friend round the outside of Finley Lines to take the lead once again.
You can see the drivers, they're checking over their shoulder. Half the time they're not even looking forward because they're seeing where their rivals are. There's another move from Finley Lines on Tom Reed. Reed would finish 5th as they crossed the line. 1.79 seconds separating the top 6 at the end. That was the only issue that they slightly had, was when Oliver Spencer was trying to say, no, I'm not going to try and pass you, just go, I need second place. Unofficially 7.94 for Friend, 7.49 for Lines, 7.40 for McCanduren, Harry Taylor 7.10 and 7.09 for Griffin, but down to Nicole Sutherland in the pits, and that's what you want to see above all else. It doesn't matter. 16th place for Fraser Anderson, but you get a kiss and hug from Dad.
What a race, what a championship, what a champion. Albie, how are you feeling about that win, about the championship, about this year?
Just so happy. I mean, I can't really put it into words. I think I've literally won every final other than one. So, yeah, I'm just so happy.
And for all of the hard work that's gone into this year, I know you said earlier Strawberry are a big part of it, but who else has helped along the way?
All my family for just helping me get here. Of course, the team as well. The engines, we've had bad times, but we've got better and we've learnt from our mistakes, so we just keep getting better and yeah.
And where will we be seeing you next, Albie? What's next on your list of trophies that you're going to be hunting for?
Every race I do, I wanna win, but like the World Finals is the biggest one I want to win. It will round out my year to make it like an amazing year and just something that I don't think many people have done. So, yeah.
And you're probably one of the most decorated champions now within British karting. You've kind of got every trophy that there is to get in minis. So is juniors on the cards for you anytime soon?
Yeah, I mean, after World Finals, I think I'm going to be getting straight into it, and hopefully I can do the same again next year in junior.
So no learning then, you reckon just wins again like this year?
Yeah.
I think Dan Parker is there. He has got your number 1 plate, Albie. Congratulations.
Well done, mate. Congratulations. Well done. Great drive all year and fantastic season. Really well done.
Congratulations to Albie Friend then. What a championship, what a driver. We'll head up for a Wera advert and then it's on to the next race. Over on the grid then, ahead of our Micro Max final, Lucian Smith joins me. Or I join Lucian more like. Lucian, you had a fantastic drive at Kimbolton. What have you done in between Kimbolton and now to try and get a second win under your belt with KR?
Just try to rest and look forward to the opportunity to be at the front at a British round, because not many kids get to do that, but we're just going to hopefully win and bring it home.
And now that it's the last round, do you find that there's more pressure or are you quite relaxed?
I would say if I was in the top 3 going into this last race, then maybe, but because we've had a few rounds where it hasn't gone our way, it's not that much pressure.
Not much pressure then. We'll see how Lucian gets on. I'm going to also talk to Luke Millwood because I think he said to me before he wanted a little chat. How are you feeling, Luke? Confident?
Yeah, I mean, yesterday we thought it wasn't going to be possible, but after that first heat, after a good drive, we feel like, yeah, we're probably going to win it, but there is that lingering doubt, so hopefully we can push away with our teammate and then go win, so then hopefully on the last lap we won't defend and then it just makes it easier. So even if Austin finishes 3rd, I'll still win the championship.
So you're thinking about points quite a lot then, Luke. When you're driving around, is that actually going on in your head? Are you trying to work out where your competitors are behind you?
Well, all I'm trying to do is go forward, push away, get a big gap and go win it.
And Lucian, your teammate, is starting in front of you. Are you going to try and push away together or is it every man for himself?
we're going to push away, but if there's a big train, then I'm going to be the lead one. But yeah, just see what my team say. Yeah, I'm not in control. My team, whatever they tell me to do, I do.
And have you got anything else to add before you go on for this race, Luke?
I'm just going to try my hardest. I can't do anything better than try my hardest. Hopefully things go my way.
Great attitude, Luke. Good luck. Max Jolly still stood up then, so we go and talk to Max ahead of this. Max, you've been cracking on in Europe, having some great results. You've gone from strength to strength this year in your first year of the British. Tell me a little bit about it.
Yeah, it's my first year in British, and I think it's just a learning curve this year, and then next year we'll try and bring it home.
And for this race, do you think you could maybe bring a pot home for the final?
Obviously, yeah.
Fighting talk. Good luck, Max. Let's head down then, keep going down the grid. We've got Arthur Farrow. How are you feeling ahead of the race? What have DHR been saying to you to make you fast and try and get a win in?
Well, I'm feeling a bit nervous because I can still get a golden ticket, and I have to basically finish top 3 if not win. Yeah, so I'm just trying my hardest to win and get a ticket.
Good luck. That's exactly the mindset that Luke Millwood just told me, trying their hardest, these young drivers. We've got Logan Rolfe in the Synergy Kart. Logan, haven't spoke to you too much this year, but it's good to see you at the sharp end of this field. How are you feeling ahead of the final race of the championship?
Honestly, it's a brilliant feeling for me at the minute.
Why is it a brilliant feeling? Why do you feel like that?
Because I've just never got a chance to actually be at the field and get good.
And do you think that today is that day that you could get in a win?
Definitely.
Good luck, Logan.
Thanks.
We've got Austin Oman there as well. Obviously, this is the only championship fight within this weekend that hasn't been decided before the final. The Micromax very undecided at the minute. Austin, how are you feeling ahead of this?
Good, it'll be a hard race, but we'll just have fun.
And a hard race, why? Because of the competitors around you or because of the nature of the track?
Just how far back we are.
Good luck.
But you feeling confident that you could maybe take that championship home later on?
Yeah.
Good luck, Austin. The grid has been cleared then. For the final time this year, it's going to be the Micromax class.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Big race, this 30-second board in the air. This is the 5th and last final in this Wera Tools British Kart Championships for Micromax UK. And the big story is Henry Baudet. It is undecided. By our calculations, we'll confirm this in due course, there are 3 drivers with a mathematical chance of taking the title. Their names are Austin Oman in the number 11, Luke Millwood in the 38, and Sebastian Behrman, a very slim chance with the GP plates. It's up next, it's the Micromax final. Take you quickly through the grid. Lucian Smith and Charlie Page on the front row. Luke Millwood and Dian Pahal on row 2. Benedictus Masiokas and Max Jolly go from row 3. Alfie Mayer and PFI winner Arthur Farrow on row 4. Maximilian Abrahart and Logan Rolfe complete the top 10 ahead of George Swire and championship leader Austin Oman. Ansel Murray and Sebastian Behrman start on row 7 ahead of O-Plate winner here in March Joshua Cook and Albert Farrow. Harry Radcliffe and Harris Barber start on row 9 ahead of Josh Hushko and Chloe McGill. That's your top 20. Oliver Dawson and George Climo start on row 11. Alfie Garrett starts from the back. Unfortunately underweight in the pre-final earlier on today and lost victory in that one.
Yes, a title picture that is tighter than my shorts after that last pot noodle with an OXO cube, has to be said, winner. But Charlie Page, Lucian Smith, then it's Millwood, Dian Pahal, 3 drivers looking for 1 title as they come into the tram lines. Micromax UK is go. Smith makes a great start, sweeps across to take the racing line going into Crook and Oblivion, and Luke Millwood, his KR Sport teammate, follows him through into second and even has a little cheeky look at the inside for the race lead, but Smith holds on as everyone else trickles across the top of the circuit down towards Ashby's.
So keep an eye on the number 11, keep an eye on the GP plate. The line astern at the moment around 7th, 8th, 9th place at the moment right now. This is good if you're Luke Millward, and Millward's down the inside looking for the race lead. Not able to do it. Lucian Smith holds on. Charlie Page has had a brilliant weekend. Is there in third and is now down the inside for Millward. This is a dangerous moment. The pack is close. The pack is tight. Good driving from Luke Millward. Yes, he's lost second place, but third, that's all right. That'll do at this stage. That will improve his score to 729 according to our sums. Where is Oman? Oman is 12th. The short and tall of it at the moment is, for any of our three drivers, Oman, Millward, Behrman, if they're to improve their score by just 1 point, they need to finish at least 11th.
But look at this, count them across, not 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There are 10 drivers in this lead pack. Back to Logan Rolfe in P10, and then there is a big gap of about 1.7 seconds to Austin Oman in 11th. So Oman has got to try and close this gap on his own without anyone to slipstream with. Behind him, is he going to get any help as Abrahart dives up the inside of Pahal for P4? But Oman needs help from Murray, from Radcliffe, from Cook, from Garrett. And we know Alfie Garrett is fast. From the back of the grid, he's already up in the 14th position.
So the score's confirmed. Luke Millward at the moment has the championship lead by 4 points from Austin Oman. But remember, for Oman to start scoring, to start increasing his tally, he needs to be in 11th place. That is where he is right now. If Luke Millward can hold that position in third, it would mean that Owen needs to gain 5 places on the road to retake the championship lead outright. Here is your race leader, Lucian Smith. Winner last time out in Kimbolton. Charlie Page off for a best result so far as Millward goes down the inside. That's a key move. That's a big, big move from Luke Millward. It will extend his championship lead.
Yes, indeed. Luke Millward now moves on to 731 championship points. Austin Oman has just set the fastest lap of the race. Look at the Sam Pollock racing kart. He's catching the lead group. Now, the problem that Millward has is that he can only gain a few more points. He can only gain 3 more championship points. He will max out at 734.
Oh!
And there's more for problems there. Charlie Page and Abrahart. Now, that's going to drop Charlie Page down behind Austin Oman. That's given Oman 1 position, possibly 2, depending on how the stewards view that one. There's number 32 synergy car of Logan Rolfe. Now, Logan is the first driver that Oman has to pass on circuit. So, that move that took Page out of contention puts Oman onto 726 points. Compared to Millward 731. There's a move from Pharaoh. He picks off Abrahart for 3rd position. Millward's got to catch Lucian Smith.
And the potential bad news is Abrahart goes back down the inside of Pharaoh. We know that Pharaoh is very strong in these finals. Remember, he won from the middle of the pack back at PF International. He came from relatively nowhere to take the win in that one. I think for Austin Oman, you've just got to stay calm right now. Just got to let the race come to him. I think it's strange help with how things work out at this stage of the season.
Oh no, Jim Bahal got turned round. Sorry, Andrew, but just as Oman passed Logan Rolfe, in front of them, that was Dian Bahal spinning, and I couldn't see which driver was also involved in that. So that now gives Oman 728 points. There's Dian Bahal. There will not be a win for the Sikh superstar Bahal this weekend. But Millward now has the lead of the race. Millward leads the race. That will put him onto 734 points. Oman has, well, he's on 731 now. So that would mean that Oman has to gain how many places, Andrew?
He's got to get up to 2nd place. If Millward wins the race, Oman has got to be 2nd. 3rd would not be enough to claim the title, to hold on to the championship lead that he's had since the end of Warden Law. 9.5 minutes to go in this one. We shouldn't forget about Sebastian Behrman either, who's just set the fastest lap of the race. Behrman's situation is very simple. It's win or nothing to become champion in the tightest of finishers. Lucian Smith there in second place. I'm sure the KR Sport team will be trying to communicate to their drivers at the moment that they need to work together. They must not scrap. They want that driver's title here this season, and right now this is a brilliant spot for them. Oman's up to 7th place. That's elevated his tally to 729. He's 5 points short at the moment, and in this region of the field it's pretty much 5 points equals 5 positions. But if he can get a little bit higher up, that's where the big gains can be made. End of lap number 7. Luke Millward still leads. Let's have a look at the pace. The KR Sports are in the 53 ones, but the two drivers behind, Abrahart and Farrow, are in the mid-52s. They've got the pace right now. Arthur Farrow is the new fastest driver on circuit. See the communications there between Behrman and Jolly. Behrman knows his situation, communicates to Jolly to say, please stay there, please help me. Austin Oman's there in 7th place. In a strange way, the best hope for Austin Oman, as I'm reading this race right now, is Henry, is a big old fight at the front. Is what Oman needs to get involved. As Abrahart's down the inside of Smith going for 2nd place. Millward's going to break away at the front of the field here. Keep an eye on Arthur Farrow there in 4th place. Lucian Smith trying to hold everybody up here, but this is what Austin Oman and Sebastian Behrman need. They're getting closer to the positions where they could wrestle the title lead away from Luke Millward. The best part of 8 minutes to go. It's in the balance, Henry Baudet.
Yes, indeed. Oman is 7th. Coming up the hill, he's got one teammate in front of him. Now, what does Lucian Smith do? He doesn't want to battle with his teammate, Luke Millward, because that could cost Millward the title. However, if he defends, and then Austin Oman can pick up all these positions, that gives Oman the title. What do you do if you're Lucian Smith? I think the best thing to do is get your head down and just drive.
The old adage from Colin McRae many years ago, if in doubt, flat out has got to be the tactic, I think, right now for Lucian Smith. 7 minutes remaining in this race, coming to the end of lap number 9. Elsewhere out there, Alfie Garrett's having a good run. He's up 11 places in this race. He's your biggest mover so far. It's been an unfortunate run for Charlie Page. He's still running out there. Saw that moment earlier on with Maximilian Abrahart. And just to note that the number 61 is under investigation, as is the number 15. Jolly down the inside, Max Jolly, who, well, he could have had a win earlier on in this season. Of course, had that disqualification in the final at Lark Hall, trying to get back on to the podium. 6.5 minutes to go. So we're going to have to keep an eye on this under investigation, Henry, for the number 15, because sitting there in 3rd right now, this could be important for the title as well.
Yeah, that would give Austin Oman another point. Sebastian Behrman also would gain a point off that. So Lucian Smith has now caught his teammate Luke Millward. What does Lucian do? Work with or try and go past? Oh, a problem that's further back in the pack. That is the synergy of Logan Rolfe. And I think it was Ansel Murray as well, the number 96. Now, there is Farrow into 3rd position. And for those of you watching, I see people watching from Brazil on the live stream. The title fight is between the number 38 kart, Luke Millward, and the number 11 kart of Austin Oman and the GP plate kart. That is the picture at the moment. It's Luke Millward 734 points, Austin Oman 729, Sebastian Behrman 718, but Oman has now got past Behrman. So the number 11 kart, the Sam Pollitt Racing entry, he now moves on to 730 points. If Lucian Smith passes Luke Millward, that would drop Luke Millward back to 731 points. Austin Oman would then need just one more position to tie Millward for the championship. Millward has got to keep his mind calm. He's got to keep his head focused. He's got to trust his teammates, and he has got to put faith in the signal callers, the mechanics on the sidelines. This is intense pressure. It's for a British championship, and the Micromax drivers are how old? 8, 9, 10 years old. Incredible.
And this is where the team play comes in, and Sam Pollitt Racing have never had a title at this level. Right now, Max Jolly there in 5th place has got a very important role to potentially play, because if he can get involved, as Abrahart's having a little think of going down the inside of Smith, if Jolly can get in amongst this pack, disrupt it a little bit, that could open the door, that could part the seas for Austin Oman. Maximilian Abrahart has another little look. There is your live championship scoreline. 734 points for Luke Millward. He is doing everything that he can do. This is going to come down to the wire. 3 3/4 minutes to go. Austin Oman is praying now that he can find a way up to 2nd place.
I'll throw another little thing into the mix as Abrahart takes 2nd place sideways. The 61 kart of Maximilian Abrahart is under investigation. If he were to get a penalty, that would automatically move Austin Oman up onto 731 points. And he would, there's Lucian Smith up over the back of Abrahart. Has that given Oman a position? No, not quite. But, Millward would have to win. If Millward wins, 734 points. If Millward finishes 2nd, that puts him on 731 points. If Abrahart gets a penalty at the end of this race, he is under investigation, that would put Oman onto 731 points. The various, and there's the move. Now that could be critical. Now we'll keep the live championship up on our screens as things run. Abrahart now has the lead. Millward 731 points and Oman on 730. 2 places wins it for Oman as things stand.
And still the team play comes in as Pharaoh's down the inside of Millward. This is big. Pharaoh goes through and it drops another 2 points for Luke Millward. That's going to switch things. Austin Oman is now in championship winning position. Smith is down the inside of Jolly. Jolly may jump out the way here if there's a bit of team orders from the SPRs. Oman's looking down the inside. He's up to 5th place. We'll wait for the scores to update, but I reckon that yes, it's going to change it. Austin Oman's going to go to 731. Luke Millward drops to 729. It's still in Millward's hands. If he can find a way back through past Arthur Pharaoh, he could still be champion, but there's your confirmation. Austin Oman, by the skin of his teeth, is back in the championship lead and now potentially going on the attack for 4th. Smith to the inside. Oman's got to go around the outside. Sensibly done. He doesn't get too excited in that situation, but he's got to find a way, I feel, in this final to get past. But what's happening with the bumper? Is the bumper a little bit loose on the front of Austin Oman's number 11? He's down the inside once again of Lucian Smith. He can't find a way through. Max Jolly's now back down the inside for 5th place. What a finale. We always knew it was going to go to the last race of the season in Micromax UK, but with 60 seconds and counting on the clock, Henry, I did not expect this.
I mean, we're focusing there on the nose cone bracket of the number 11 kart. There are going to be team members from KR Sport and from Sam Pollitt Racing absolutely having conniption fits there on the wall as we watch. That nose cone looks wobblier than my stomach, I've got to say, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be a penalty. Abrahart might still get a penalty. He's under investigation. The championship lead changed with 2 minutes of the season remaining. 2 minutes plus 1 lap of the season remaining. Abrahart, Pharaoh, Millward, Max Jolly, the number 14 kart, is doing an excellent job as a rear gunner for Austin Oman. And I got to say, Lucian Smith is doing his job. I mean, This is the final for a British Championship. Yes, Lucian Smith will try and defend to help his teammate the same way that Max Jolly is not trying to pass Austin Oman to help his teammate. Okay, Austin, what are you made of? You've got your rival's teammate acting as defending, not blocking, he's just defending. This is the final lap. Who's going to be the British champion? We just don't know.
I don't think we'll know at the checkered flag either. Lucian Smith moved teams in the middle of the season. What an impact on the second half of this championship he has had. Maximilian Eberhardt still has the lead at the front of the order, but is under investigation. Luke Millward is pointing, saying go, go, go. Is he fully aware of the situation? Arthur Farrow wants his second round victory of 2024, having taken one at PF International through the final chicane for the final time this season in Micromax UK. Maximilian Eberhardt is going to take it on the road. Second for Arthur Farrow, third for Luke Millward, fourth for Lucian Smith, and fifth for Austin Oman. So right now, Oman leads the championship by 2 points, but the race isn't over, Henry Baudet, because now the discussion post-race begins.
So, two things. On the track, Austin Oman is the champion on track. However, if Maximilian Eberhardt does get a penalty, don't forget he's under investigation, that would move Luke Millward up a couple of points.
But if Oman does have a +5 second penalty, it's going to drop him 4 places.
And that will give Luke Millward. Let's have a look. This could be the title deciding moment, ladies and gentlemen. Eberhardt, he's under investigation. He's okay. We're waiting. Farrow's okay.
Hang on.
Hang on. Farrow's got a nose cone penalty. That puts Luke Millward into second place. Millward's gone through. Oh no! Austin Oman has a nose cone penalty. Austin Oman has been given a nose cone penalty, and I think that has just given the British title to KR Sports' Luke Millward. And you know what? He doesn't know it yet. He doesn't know it yet. There's his teammates. He's waiting. Could this be the moment? You feel so sad for his dad, happy for his dad, Joe. You got Tristan Oman's he's the dad of Austin Oman.
Luke, if you can hear us, you've done it, and you've got a feel for Austin Oman, you've got a feel for Sam Pollitt Racing. They came that close to claiming a first British title.
Now, there's 2 tickets available for the Rotax Grand Finals in this class of first and second. I'm not sure if Austin Oman does have a penalty, he loses 7 places, you said?
He'll lose 4.
He'll lose 4.
5 seconds would drop him from 1.15 seconds off the race lead to he'll slot just ahead of Joshua Cook, who finished 9th on the road.
I think that might just give him second place, but Maximilian Eberhardt, I mean, that is so cool. There is from one champion to another, Albie Friend and Luke Millward. Well, this is all provisional, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Don't get carried away. Let's have a look at the highlights of that race. Oh my goodness. I mean, I thought the Minimax race was good. This was absolutely off the chain crazy.
And what I would say about this season, it's been a very different championship, as you say, to Minimax. It's not had a dominant force. It's not had someone like a Macaulay Bishop. It's had every single driver in the top 10 have had their good days. They've had their bad days. If Luke Millward is champion, I tell you what's given him it. His determination to fight. You think back to days like Warden Law, he was 22nd through the heat. He fought back to be on the podium. Well, same earlier on this weekend, he was 10th.
Yesterday.
He was 10th overnight, fought back through the pre-final. These were some of the moves. Maximilian Eberhardt going through past Arthur Farrow there for third. Max Jolly was a big part of that as well. This was his fight with Sebastian Behrman. It wasn't to be Sebastian Behrman's day, but what a season Sebastian Behrman has had. Surely one of the biggest improvers across the course of the season.
Yes.
British Grand Prix winner earlier in the summer at PF International. and he can be thoroughly pleased with how he's gone this year. Lucian Smith, what a job Lucian Smith did for his team in this race. Austin Oman, he's always there around 5th, 6th. He never really looked in terms of race pace, Henry, like he was gonna on pure pace punch into that top 3.
And you know what? And I always run the risk of upsetting people when I say these things, but I gotta say it. After Kart Masters, there were question marks over whether Lucian Smith could work as a team driver. They have been answered emphatically today.
This was the last couple of laps. These were the last few moments. Aberhart seeing the checkered flag. It's been superb this weekend. Arthur Farrow, again, another driver who's never given in across the course of the season. There's a quick side of Harry Radcliffe. Let's head down to Nicole Sutherland.
Maximilian Aberhart, race winner then, joins me. Maximilian, how do you feel about that win?
I feel exhilarated.
And towards the end of this year then, you've gone as a privateer driver instead of being with a team. Are you enjoying that setup?
Yeah, I think it puts a lot less stress on me and my dad, and yeah, it just helped us win, so I'm happy.
And have you enjoyed the 2024 championship, and what's next on the cards for you?
Next year we're going mini. 2024, it's been ups and downs. First few races we were right at the back, and then we came back here to win, so yeah, I'm really happy.
Well done, Max, brilliant drive.
Yeah, thank you.
We've got our championship winner then, Luke Millwood. He's running around here in Parc Fermé. I'll see if I can get him over. Luke, provisional winner. We'll have a quick chat with you. Firstly, congratulations. How do you feel?
Amazed. I didn't know whether I'd won it on track, but I did, because double points for the final, so I'm very happy.
And we'll show all the spectators. The KR team have joined us round here. Your two teammates look very happy for you. Have you got anybody else to thank?
My mum, my dad, Connor, Ian and Toby, just for working hard.
And did you know you had won the championship when you were on the track, or only when you came into Parc Fermé?
Only when I came in, because I thought that he was too close. I thought I needed to win it, so yeah.
Anything else to add, Luke? Anything else to say?
Probably not, but let's go celebrate.
We'll let Luke go and celebrate. Congratulations. Up to a Wera advert and then on to the next race of the day. I'm next to the IGP plate, Henry Hales from Wales. Henry, you're 8 years old. You're one of the youngest drivers at this track this weekend. How are you feeling ahead of this race?
Good.
Why are you feeling good? You've had 2 heat wins, obviously, but how's that happened? How have you managed to do that?
Well, I just tried my hardest and just ended out well, and yeah.
And being one of the younger drivers at this track this weekend, have you been watching the other classes to pick up some tips to make you so fast?
Yeah.
Good luck, Henry. Is there anything else you'd like to say before you race?
I'd like to say thank you to my dad and my mum for helping me and supporting me this weekend, and Grandad Chris and Grandma Gail for coming this weekend as well.
Are they here in the grandstands, are they?
Yeah.
Good luck, Henry. Great to see these young drivers with that amazing spirit along with all of the other racers here this weekend. We'll then join the number 11 who will be starting alongside Henry. How are you feeling ahead of this race?
Good.
And what's it like for you to be at a British Kart Championship this weekend? Do you feel any pressure or is it exciting?
Exciting.
And what's the racing been like compared to your competitors? Are they fast? You've been having some good battles?
Yeah, we've been having some good battles.
Is there anything else you'd like to say before you go and race?
No.
Well, very best of luck to you. We'll keep heading down the grid. Bambino class, of course, is electric, so slightly different to some of the other racing that's going on this weekend. The electric classes are picking up in the UK. We're focusing on sustainability, making those moves to make the sport sustainable, accessible. Really great to see. We'll join the number 76. How are you feeling ahead of this one, mate?
Nervous.
But do you think a race win could be on the cards?
Maybe.
Who have you got mechanic in for you this weekend? Is it a parent? Dad? And what's Dad said to you ahead of your race? Has he been filling you with confidence?
Yeah, we're just working on the first for Sector 1.
Have you still got a little bit of time to find in Sector 1 then, do you think?
Yeah.
What's that down to? Is that race in line or braking?
Braking.
Okay. So goal then within this race to try and get a win and maybe to sort that braking out, do you reckon?
Yeah.
Good luck. We'll keep heading down the grid then. We've got another RCE kart, slightly different graphics to our second place starter, the number 11. How are you feeling ahead of this race? Confident?
Yes.
And what do you think of the kart, the electric Bambino? Is it exciting to drive?
Yeah.
Anything else you'd like to say ahead of this race? Anybody's been saying good luck to you, or is there anyone in the grandstands watching you?
My mum and my dad and my brother.
And have they all said good luck and will be cheering you on as you go round?
Yes.
We think it's about time to clear the grid then. They're about to send them underway. We'll go back up into the box to watch the youngest drivers who are joining us here at Whilton Mill for the British Kart Championships.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Good to hear from our, youngest drivers on the in the paddock this weekend for the very first Mighty Bambino British O-Plate. Henry, you can't ask for more than that.
Yes.
They're very nervous. They're very, give them a bit more time.
In
a year, you won't be able to shut them up.
Exactly. Yes.
Race 20, so no championship scenarios in this one, ladies and gentlemen. This is just a one-off race to claim the 2024 British Open title, the O-Plate for the Wera Tools British Kart Championship. And it feels fitting that we're doing this kind of race at Whilton Mill. This is where we started the year, of course, with all of our broadcasts with Alpha Live. And we get another one of these to enjoy. We
were handing out O-Plates at Whilton Mill at the end of March. We're handing out O-Plates at Whilton Mill at the beginning of September. And I do like the idea of having the O-Plate as a real curtain raiser. Cross-eyed lion saying, yes, the Bambino interviews are so funny. Yes.
Let's get ready for it then. Race number 20 here this weekend. It's the Mighty Bambino O-Plate final. All right then, let's take you through the 12 runners for the Mighty Bambino final. Henry Hales, the Irish Kart GP winner a few weeks ago, starts on pole position. He's joined by Junior Wright on the front row of the grid. Oliver Woodall is on row 2 alongside Jack Swan. The E-Plate winner at PF International back in July, Felix Tandy, starts 5th on the grid, and he's joined by Heath Smith, who won at Warden Law earlier on in the season. That's row 3. Freddie Purnell was on pole position from time to qualifying yesterday, starts his final on the 4th row of the grid. He's joined by Freddie Dye.
On row number 5, you have Jack Harper and Arthur Thompson. Rounding out your field, Presley Knight and Ava Garrett. Now, I've already seen that Ava's older brother, Alfie Garrett, has dashed out of his Micromax kart, and both Alfie and some of his RCE teammates, Dean Bahal included, are already watching their young teammates on track. Dean Bahal needs to stop sitting on the fence. He's got to stand on the fence, otherwise they'll get upset. But that's great sportsmanship for the rest of the RCE team. As soon as they finish their race, they're out. to support other members of their order. That's really good to see.
6 RCE drivers in this race from the team. The other 6 are all individual privateer entries. This will be a 12-minute plus 1 lap race, so 4 minutes longer than the heats they did earlier on this afternoon and in the early morning. Grid being cleared. Last couple of words to each of the drivers, all 12 of them with a good chance of achieving something, whether that be a win, whether that be a podium, whether that be a fastest lap across the course of the weekend.
Yes, indeed. It's something to, finish your weekend off. It might be a long drive home, but if your last race has gone well, then you've got something to smile about. The red lights go on. When the red lights are off, we go racing for the mighty Bambino O-Plate final, and Henry Hales makes a good start. I wonder if this is the first class where they can actually, I could hear the commentator saying, calling my name as I was racing. Well, I know George Russell won in Austria because he was watching the big screens, but actually listening to the commentaries during the races is a new one even for us. But it's Hales, followed by Junior Wright, followed by Oliver Woodall. Then in 4th position, another early RCE kart. That's Heath Smith, who's made a very good start, with Felix Tandy rounding out your top 5. And we're going to wait for it now as they go, meow, 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 meow. There we go.
It was you. It was you at Circuit of the Americas all those years ago.
That was the sound effects, yes.
11 minutes to go in this one then. Henry Hales, used to this position, has had a good season in the mighty Bambinos. He's been doing double duty as well. We talked to his dad yesterday about how he's been racing in the Coma C50 Bambino category as well this year, getting as much seat time as possible. These karts, it's a common chassis, of course, for the Coma C50 internal combustion powered class and the mighty all-electric class here. And I've got to say, very impressed with how these karts have been turned out. All of them run by teams who are passionate about their racing, and they prepared them brilliantly indeed across the course of this weekend. Arrived yesterday morning for their free practice sessions, had their time qualifying in the evening or late afternoon after we finished all the heats for the road tax classes. Change of leader. Junior Wright has got through ahead of Henry Hales, but still a long way in this one to go. 10 minutes on the clock. Back comes Henry Hales down the inside into the boot. Lovely move. Good momentum off of Ozier's corner there for Henry Hales, and gets himself back up to the front of the order. Oliver Woodall hops across the curb there in 3rd place in the orange and black of RCE. And to complete the 2nd lap then, still that same order on the lap chart. Hales from Wright, from Woodall. Good start for Freddie Purnell. Purnell is up to 5th place. Was fastest at this stage yesterday when those timed qualifying laps were being put in. That's a gain of 2 from where Freddie Purnell had started. He passed Jack Swan and Felix Tandy as well. Jack Harper's gained a spot out there a little bit further back. You can see the number 57 in 8th place ahead of Freddie Dye, and also from the start of the race, Ava Garrett in the number 44 is up into the top 10. Another minute ticks on by then. Different lines through Osiers onto the back straight, preparing for the boot. Key braking zone, trying to pivot the kart over that wide curb on driver's left. Nice move there from Oliver Woodall down the inside. Had good speed off of Osiers and is up into 2nd place now. If you weren't with us earlier on this morning for the first heat for these young drivers, we're in wet conditions. Oliver Woodall had a bit of a spin at this point of the circuit here on lap number 1. So to see him recover back through up into 2nd place so far in this race, really, really good effort. Oh, and new fastest lap of the race has just come in from Freddie Purnell. Purnell 1.42 seconds behind the race leaders at this stage, and definitely not out of it. Just seeing the blue and yellow kart there, kart number 33. And in fact, the time's coming down more and more. Now a 2nd covering this top 5. Junior Wright looking for a different line there, but just holds in 3rd place. Heath Smith, who in the championship Now the series of races to determine the Mighty Bambino champion, who is Ralph Martin this year. Ralph Martin not present here this weekend. Heath Smith took the win at the Warden Law round earlier on this year. Oh dear, it's out of the race. Unfortunately, that's the number 57 of Jack Harper. Harper was up in 8th place, but something has gone wrong there. That has sadly put Jack Harper off at the side of the road. I think, was that down between Ozier's and the boot? I can see there's a green flag waving at the boot, indicating that that's the end of the incident area. Is here for the race lead. Oliver Woodall down the inside of Henry Hales and gets it done through Christmas Corner. Lovely move. We're now into time remaining on the clock that is less than time of a heat. So we're into a little bit of familiar territory now for these drivers from earlier on today. They have had a bit of work to do, though, across the course of the first 5 minutes of this race. Freddie Purnell closing in there, now in 4th place. They're under yellow flag at the moment, just for the recovery of Jack Harper's car. Oh, I think Jack's might have got going again. No, he hasn't. He's not come through Sector 3 yet. It's showing there is 45 seconds or so off the lead, but no, it's not come around to complete lap number 4. So sadly is out of this race. This inaugural O-plate for the Mighty Bambino class. We talked to some of the team behind the category yesterday. Now it's been a 6-year journey to get to this point. I'm very proud of the work that they have done to increase sustainability within the sport and provide a platform on which newcomers to karting, and in particular the owner karting levels on the Motorsport UK karting pathway, to give them a base on which to learn. It's one of the big advantages with this Mighty Bambino category. Because there's no internal combustion engine there, there's less mechanical bits to go wrong, as it were. The rest of the kart engineering, though, very similar to what we see in the other Bambino categories, the established Bambino categories. But a good run here at the moment for Oliver Woodall. Happy to lead this one on lap number 6. Change for 7th place. Freddie Dye has got past Felix Tandy. 5.5 minutes remaining on the clock. Good conditions, probably the best conditions of the weekend so far for the Mighty Bambino drivers. They've had a bit of everything to contend with. Very warm at the end of yesterday. The rain this morning that affected their first heat, then mixed damp conditions in the second heat. Up into Christmas Corner once again. It's this top 4 clear and quicker than Heath Smith behind. This is some really mature driving. It always amazes me with Bambino drivers, the youngest drivers, most of them the ages of 6 and 7 out there on circuit, already at this stage have such great reading of the race. Did you see Henry Hales having a little look there, thinking, oh, shall I go for it this time? No, it wasn't quite on. Hop back into 2nd place, knowing that there's going to be probably better opportunities later on in this race. He doesn't risk falling down to 3rd or even 4th place with a 50-50 move. That's wise stuff from Henry Hales. It's over 4 minutes remaining in this one. Pace of the front 4, all in the low 1-minute 4s. New fastest lap of the race from the race leader, Oliver Woodall, 1 minute 4.32 seconds. But here comes Henry Hales. That was a really good run through the first couple of corners. Hales is down the inside into Christmas Corner and takes the lead of the O-Plate final once again. Not too much that Oliver Woodall could have done about that. Didn't fight it too hard. Again, keeps himself in 2nd place, knowing he's going to get the benefit of any tow out there, as Purnell fights through on the inside, takes 3rd place away from Junior Wright. It's potentially good news for Heath Smith and Jack Swong. They've started to increase their pace, putting in some personal best sectors along the way. 3.5 minutes to go in this O-Plate final for Mighty Bambino. Henry Hales and Oliver Woodall now clear of Purnell and Wright. I suspect that they will work together over the course of the next couple of laps to mean that it's just them fighting for the O-Plate once we get to the last lap or so. For Purnell and Wright, they're going to keep pushing on and hope that the top 2 start fighting a little bit earlier. They have now been joined by Heath Smith and Jack Swong. Jack Swong, who just put in the personal best of the race so far, 1 minute 4.66 seconds. Through Ashby Corner once again. Looking a little bit further down the order, I think there's been some changes in the just in the lower reaches of the top 10. Presley Knight is now 9th. Arthur Thompson is up into 10th place ahead of Over Garrett. The whole field covered by 25 seconds at the moment. Through into the new chicane then. Junior Wright, slightly wider line there on the approach to the new chicane. Heath Smith waiting for the opportunity, currently in 5th place. But Henry Hales and Oliver Woodall, I was about to say, are pulling away, but that was a really good last lap from Freddie Purnell. 1 minute 4.19, and I think this phase of the race could be really good for Freddie Purnell, because if he can get back into the same kind of rhythm that he had yesterday in timed qualifying, a little bit of clear track up ahead of him, get some fast laps in here, there's still time to close that what is now 1 second gap down, and he is doing. That's another really good first sector from Freddie Purnell, and he'll be pulling the likes of Junior Wright and Heath Smith along. Heath Smith has just gone purple through sector number 1, one of the first drivers to get under the 21-second barrier through that part of this Whilton Mill International layout. Into the chicane introduced back in March of this year, increasing safety here at Whilton Mill. Just over a minute to go. I reckon we'll get 2 more laps on time here, so 3 more in total with the +1 lap at the very end. Oliver Woodall now starting to get in the peripheral vision, perhaps, of Henry Hales. Another new fastest lap of the race has come in from Junior Wright this time, who's dug really deep in the second half of this race. It's fading a little bit in the middle, but is still not done and could have a chance of a podium here for Henry Hales. Just remember, everything that he's learnt so far this year, has won big races already in 2024, hence having that IGP plate from Nuts Corner a few weeks ago. Doesn't want to get too tight at the wheel. Purnell and Wright are closing in. It's back to a pack of 4, like it was in the early stages of this Mighty Bambino O-Plate final. The first ever Mighty Bambino electric kart O-Plate final. 5 seconds on the clock. Are they going to get over the line and get another one in? That's going to be very tight on the line. I don't think the last lap board came up then, so yes, we're going to get 2 more laps of racing here at Whilton Mill. Junior Wright has just dropped off the back of this pack a touch, but it's still not done. I've seen much smaller battles, much smaller gaps between groups in a battle reduce over the course of 2 laps around this Whilton Mill circuit. It is a track that, when you're trying to chase some leaders down, if they start fighting, we've already seen it earlier today. Think back to Jack West and one of his runs, closed in 2 seconds in a much faster category at the end of one of the heats earlier on this weekend. So Hales, Woodall and Purnell, they need to keep doing the job that they have been doing for the next couple of corners, and then go for it on the last lap of this race. They'll have those 3 positions on the podium. The big question will be, what order are they going to finish in? Into the last, the new chicane for the penultimate time in this one. They'll see the last lap board come out now. There it is. And a new bit of pace there from these 3. They're all in the mid 1 minute 4s. Henry Hales has put the groundwork in to try and claim this O-Plate title. Woodall's going to try and go around the outside. Good positioning. There's a bit of a gap on the inside there for Purnell. Not quite able to take it. Good speed for Woodall round the outside to hold onto second place. That's one of the key overtaking opportunities done then. Henry Hales still leads through Ashby Corner. Pretty short braking zone for these Mighty Bambinos into that part of the course. The good news for Hales, he's got a bit of a gap. Doesn't want to get too defensive into Osius here. Doesn't want to defend thin air, and he's got that absolutely spot on. They will close in. There will be a bit of a slipstream as they head towards the boot for the final time in this one. Counting down the corners for Henry Hales. Can he hold on to a historic victory in the Mighty Bambino category? Through the new chicane for the final time, your first ever O-Plate winner in Mighty Bambino is Henry Hales. He wins it by near quarter of a second ahead of Oliver Woodhall. Freddie Purnell completes the podium in Mighty Bambino. Brilliant drives from all three. Your winner for the first ever Mighty Bambino British O-Plate title. His name is Henry Hales. Fourth place for Heath Smith. Fifth for Jack Swong. Junior Wright in the end, sixth place, but does have the plaudits of having the fastest lap in that final. Freddie Dye in seventh. Felix Tandy across the line in eighth place. Presley Knight in ninth. 10th for Ava Garrett. Ava, who got her fastest lap of the race on that last tour of the circuit, 1 minute 7.24 seconds. And Arthur Thompson, the last of the 11 finishers there in that one. Jack Harper, the single retirement in that race, having completed 3 laps. The drivers will head on into Parc Fermé, go through all the mandatory checks with the experienced scrutineering team down there. There's a pump of the fist from Henry Hales. Another big race victory, a plate race victory. He can add the O-Plate title to the Irish Kart GP from a few weeks ago and second place in the Mighty Bambino Championship earlier on in the year. And good sportsmanship there between the top 3. Fist bumps all round for a really strong, fair race as well. That's what we love to see. Other drivers coming on into the pits, and every single one of these drivers can be proud of what they've achieved this weekend. There's Junior Wright just going over the weighbridge in 6th. Oh, that's a moment there with Freddie Dye. Henry Hales wanted to thank every one of the drivers coming in for a really, really good race meeting, an inaugural Mighty Bambino O-Plate meeting, and yeah, that's absolutely fantastic to see the sportsmanship between every single one of the finishers. Henry Beaudet rejoins me in the box. He's been having a bit of sustenance. We'll have a look at some of the highlights from that final in Mighty Bambino, and a race there, Henry, in really good spirits.
Yes, indeed. I have to say, I was called away to do some other filming, but then I watched the majority of that race. He did a fantastic job. Speaking of plates, the plate that I was served to the VIP area, sorry Andrew, was outstanding. Very, very good indeed. But what a great race. Mr. and Mrs. Hales should feel very, very proud of not the driver they've raised, but the young man they've raised. I've never. Oh, and there's the 57 Kart of Jack Harper retiring. I've never seen a driver. I lie. Once, James Igozi, a Micromax driver from the United States of America, went up and down the entire grid. It was at Sarno in 2016, and fist bumped every driver before the race. I've never seen it done after the race. So that is a credit. All hail King Henry. King Henry the Electric. And yeah, that will, it's more, these karting, it's, you're creating not just young athletes, you're creating, young men and women. And Nicole Sutherland is about to go and speak to some of the young men that competed in that O-Plate final.
Down here then with our race winner and the O-Plate, Henry. Henry, you just told me it wasn't easy out there. Can you tell me about it?
Well, got off the start into first, just had to keep it there, got overtaken, but got him back and yeah, just stayed there and come first.
Indeed. And then you said as well earlier on when we were chatting, all of the electric Bambino racing you've been doing started here. Does it feel nice to round off the season where it all started?
Yeah.
And who have you got to thank for your O plate, Henry?
My mum, dad, Simon Wright, Joel, and my Grandma Gail and Grandad Chris.
Congratulations. I think Dan Parker has your O plate for you. Give us a nice big number 1. Congratulations.
Well done, mate.
Thank you.
What a drive from our youngest competitors at this race. We'll hear from Wera and then we'll see you over on the grid. I'm joined on the grid ahead of this senior final by Teddy Pritchard-Williams. Teddy, how's it been going today?
Yeah, we've not quite been fast. Well, we're fast enough then in the pre-final. So yeah, we'll see how the final.
And this championship, if you could summarise it, in a few sentences, how's it been for you? What have you thought? As well, what have you thought about your first year with Straubs?
Yeah, it's been really good. We've been really fast, so much faster than last year. More consistency, but just like we've been fast and then we've crashed or just not quite put a year together at the minute. So it's a bit frustrating, but we can't change anything now.
And as you move through your racing career then, what's kind of next for you? What are you thinking moving out of this championship and into next year?
My helmet is going on a shelf and not coming back off.
Don't believe you, to be honest.
We'll see what happens. For now, I'm treating this as my last race. I'm just going to try and enjoy every minute of it. And what happens, happens.
Good luck, Teddy.
Thank you.
We'll head over. I've got Andrew Mather there. Are we having a bit of a Martin Brundle competition where there's too many presenters on the grid? Kai Hunter then. Kai?
Yeah.
Hi, Kai.
Hi.
You were one of the first drivers I interviewed at the start of the championship when I first came into this role. It's been great to see, still as competitive as you always are. How's it been going and how are you feeling at this last round?
Yeah, it's all right. I think a bit of pressure's been lifted because obviously Macaulay's had it. Carl's been good this weekend, so I couldn't catch him. And then I think me and Guy's been quite similar, so it's been like pretty boring in that sense. Like nothing's really happened. So it's I don't know if I can lose P3 now, but I think obviously Carl's got P2 and then Macaulay already had it before the weekend started. So yeah, it's been a pretty average year for most things, but it is what it is.
But kind of moving from DHR to Hunter, you've also stepped it up a level on the coaching side of things, and you've been pulling on the younger drivers within Hunter Motorsport. Can you tell me a little bit about that and where you see that going for you in the future?
Yeah, I think having the team thing's obviously really stressful. Doing the engines your own as well. It takes a toll on you sometimes. I probably work too many days a week and try and make sure everything's good, but I feel like I should drive a bit more than worry about other people. But I think that's just how my life's taken us. I think I've won a lot, so I'm quite fortunate I've done what I've done. So even if it finishes today, then I think I've done a pretty good run.
And I don't know about the viewers at home, but I'm starting to hear a bit of an American twang in your accent. Sunderland's going away a little bit. You're getting a bit of American in there. Tell me about that.
Yeah, America's just incredible. I feel like you win prize money, it's all big hack, and then everyone's friendly out there as well, so it's good. New experiences, obviously. I've done this for too many years now, so it's good to do something else, win some more races, some more different titles, which is, yeah, it's good.
Keeps you fresh.
Yeah.
We're going to be seeing more of you out there in the USA?
Yeah, I think so. I think next year I'll probably do that and have a proper crack at it over there.
Good luck, Kai, and good luck for this final.
Thank you.
We'll head to our poleman for this race, Callum Bradshaw, who of course took a short break and came back to the championship. Cal, unstoppable this weekend, really. Sum it up.
Yeah, it's been a really good weekend, to be honest. Sort of start the season with all 65s, and we'll try and end it with all 65. But yeah, it's been really good so far.
And it might be a question for you for after the race, but what comes next? Another retirement, or are you going to stay in it?
I don't know. I can't really call another retirement, can I? I've had 2 so far, so I can't really say that. But it's probably looking that way.
Extended annual leave.
Yeah, just something like that. So yeah, we'll see what we can do. See how this weekend goes. But yeah, it's looking that way. I'll probably do the Worlds at the end of the year. So yeah.
And now that Macaulay Bishop is confirmed as our champion, actually, do you think the pressure is off and this race is just kind of every man for themselves, just trying to get a win in there?
Yeah, obviously, congratulations to Macaulay on the championship. He did a fantastic job. So did DHR all year, and it's put us in a position where I can't really do anything into the final, which I'd have liked. But that's that. And yeah, I think we've just got to go for it and go for the win, haven't we?
Good luck, Cal.
Cheers, thank you.
Behind me then we have another Hunter driver, the 42 of Ewan Charman. Ewan, you started this year on the Birrell, you moved back to the OTK, over to Hunter. How's it been going since that transition?
It's good. It's a lot different to the Birrell. It's kind of hard to get used to the OTK chassis, but I'm really liking it so far. And yeah, I mean, that kind of proves as we're going off P3 for the final.
And I was talking to your dad earlier on in the cafe. He was saying that, you know, you were thinking about maybe a move to cars next year, but you actually feel like you have some unfinished business within the Verator's British Kart Championship. We're going to be seeing more of you in the future?
Yeah, hopefully. If I get the right funding to do karting next year. Of course, we'd love to do cars and karts, but
double whammy.
Yeah, I mean, I think definitely we have a good chance at Championship next year, so I'd quite like to stay in the karts for next year.
But focusing on the now, on the today, what are your thoughts going into this final?
Well, I'm not really in the Championship fight. I haven't looked at the Championship all day. I don't know where I stand, so just go out there, do my best, and I'm not bothered about Championship or anything, so yeah.
All guns blazing.
Yeah.
We'll head behind to Jamie Perrelly, who, although he has a Straub suit on, he is within the Jax Motorsport team, who have been doing really well within the 2024 season. Jamie, tower over me a bit. I feel like I need to calm my tiptoes. This year, you've come back to karting. How's it been going, and what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I feel like we've had a really great year. Bit of a hiccup before the Kim Bolton round, having an injury in my shoulder, which made me not being able to race. Bit sad, as I could have secured a place in the top 10, but now we're just trying to do the best we can.
So maybe no seed for this year. Are you going to return next year to get a single digit?
We'll see. We'll see.
Good luck, Jamie. It's time to clear the grid then. The whistle has been blown for the final senior Rotax race of the 2024 Verator's British Kart Championship.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Really looking forward to this one. For anyone who wasn't with us in March for the Senior Rotax O-Plate final here at Whilton Mill, you missed a cracker, and with the championship decided, the pressure taken off on those on that side of things, I think we're in for the same again here, Henry Burdett.
Absolutely. You can see there at the back of the grid, Joshua Rudd, just remembering, oh yeah, got to put my race gloves on. That is always a helpful hand. I know. We both had to take a little bit of time off there just to sit down, you know, get our heart rates down to a reasonable level, because like Roger Young on the live chat is saying, ready for some crazy stuff in Senior Rotax.
Let's take you through the grid for the final. Callum Bradshaw on pole position, joining him on the front row of the grid, Archie Walker, Ewan Charman and Teddy Pritchard Williams on row 2. Jamie Pirilli and Kai Hunter go from row 3. On row 4, it's Guy Cunnington and Joshua Graham.
Row number 5 is our reigning British champion Macaulay Bishop and Archie Buttle. Then Cian Geraghty and Jack Lilly, followed by Caden McQueen and Brandon Klein-Nagelvort, with Neo Clark and Jack Collins up next.
Deacon Russell and Louis Weaver go from row 9. Alex Duncan and Angus Scrivener on all Hunter Motorsport row 10. Benjamin Southgate and Ethan Martin on row 11, followed by Adams Acton and Robertson on row 13. Mooney and Pemble. Cook and Osmond Price row 14. Bullock, Carter and Uzakovs row 15. Longley and Rudd row 16. Jack Gillingham completes the 33-strong field for the final here in Senior Rotax. That is going to be a false start. We go round again.
Yes, indeed. Just gives me a chance to thank Kitty Thatcher for the extra large can of Iron Brew that has been deposited in the commentary box. So excitement levels have risen by 4 E-numbers and 8 cups of sugar. Getting word that no further action against Michael Max William Max Abraham provisionally, so that result could be confirmed. When I was out doing a little bit of filming earlier on, I did see Austin Oman sort of being walked out to a quiet part of the paddock by a friend or by an old a team member or a family member. We obviously try not to forget that for every bit of joy that we see, there is a little bit of heartbreak as well.
It'll take time to get to kind of take it all in. What he could be proud of, he's the best ever finisher for Sam Pollock Racing in a British Kart Championship ever so far. And also congratulations to Harry Taylor, who I believe has booked his first ticket to the Rotax Grand Finals as well. To the tram lines we go. Are we lights out for the start of this one? Yes, we are. The final in Senior Rotax is underway. Pritchard Williams got launched. Sorry, Pritchard Williams up mid-air, into the side of Jamie Pirilli, and that has, I didn't see who it was, but certainly Teddy Pritchard Williams getting, there was an issue behind, and Pritchard Williams was in the air, and the back of the field, that could have been big there. Who is that? That is the number 30, that is that Ben Cook, possibly, in the number 31 GMS karting entry that almost had a big one. And problems for the Jacks Motorsport number 18 out of the race. Alex Adams Acton. A tough weekend for Alex Adams Acton. I think there was trouble for another one of the Alexes. Alex Duncan, number 17, was out wide on the exit of Inkerman's right. End of the first lap. Bradshaw leads from Charman, Walker, Hunter, Graham, Buttle, Pritchard Williams, Bishop, Lilly, Klein-Nagelvort. That is your top 10. As things stand, remember, this race will decide who finishes second in the championship and who takes that last remaining ticket into the Senior Rotax field for the Rotax Grand Finals, Sarno in Italy, later on in the autumn. Right now, as things stand, Callum Bradshaw would be taking a yellow flag out through the entrance to Osiers. Jamie Pirilli, I think, has stopped on the, there's Alex Adams Acton, is Jamie Pirilli again. He hurt his shoulder in a biking accident just after Kart Masters. He said on the grid in his interview in the cold he couldn't do Kim Bolton, and sadly Jamie Pirilli, who's had an excellent season for Jacks Motorsport, it's not ending on a high note. In fact, that's 2 Jacks karts out in the opening lap and a half, really. Deacon Russell, now the best placed Jacks kart. Pearson Bullock Carter already up 5 places from 29th on the grid, and he's bringing Gustav Uzakovs and Sam Longley with him. Yeah, just a note on Jamie Pirilli as well, highlight of the season. If you think back to Warden Law, he was maximum championship point score. He wasn't top of the heats. There was a wild card in between the results on that day, but yeah, it's been a good day for Jamie Pirilli. Now, let's have a quick chat with, watching the sidelines, our reigning champion, Macaulay Bishop, running in 8th position. But let's hear from his mum as she's watching. She's with Nicole Sutherland.
Kitty Bishop, the mum of champion Macaulay Bishop, joins me. Kitty, how are you feeling watching Macaulay in this race, knowing that he's a champion?
I'm absolutely ecstatic for him. He's worked so hard this year, but not only him, his brother that has spanned for him all year. I couldn't be more proud of both of them.
Thank you, Kitty. Back to you, Henry.
Thank you very much. That's great to hear. That's the first time we've done that. Alpha Live once again pushing the envelope. We've spoken to mechanics, we've spoken to team managers during the course of the race, and we haven't spoken to a mum. We have now. You missed on your screen Joshua Rudd in the number 82 kart. Having an issue with the number 51 kart of Sam Longley, and they have both retired from the race. We're down to 29 runners. Bradshaw coming under pressure now from Ewan Charman, with Walker in third, Graham fourth, then it's Hunter, Buttle, Pritchard, Williams, Bishop, Lilly and McQueen.
11 minutes and 15 seconds to go as Joshua Rudd's season sadly ends in retirement on lap number 4, as we noted. And, well, Bradshaw, new fastest lap of the race. Well, as soon as we say that, Joshua Graham's taken it away at 46.03. It's the top 4 covered by a second at the moment. And this one is just simmering away at the moment. Yellow flag out for the recovery of Rudd's number 82. Hasn't got going yet, but remember back to March. It was a close pack of 10, 12 drivers who were all just keeping themselves in it for the latter stages. The other thing that's very good amongst the Bishop clan is their maths, Henry. Because at the moment,
do you know what? I was about to say the exact same thing, Andrew Mather. Explain.
That's, of course, Macaulay Bishop, he's kept racing. He's not sat on the sidelines like sometimes champions-elects do, and that's to Macaulay's credit this weekend. But with Bradshaw clean sweeping at the moment, the virtual championship scores have Bishop winning it by one single point.
A point, and of course Callum Bradshaw can't do any more. Bishop is just there. That is remarkable. 20 points is the difference between Bradshaw and Hunter. That would mean that Bradshaw would have to drop back an awful long way, and Kai Hunter would obviously have to win to add to hit. Well, Kai Hunter would have to. Where does Kai Hunter have to finish to add to his championship score?
Yeah, I think for Kai, it's the finals that have cost him this season. You think back to PF 28th. His home race of Warden Law, where we're expecting so much, only 15th. It's been tough. It's been tough with the number 1 plate as well. It always is a bit of a target on your back, especially in the seniors. But he's having a decent run here in 6th. Investigation for the number 51 of Sam Longley, who I think we saw a few moments ago with a bit of a possibly bent axle. Oh, as there's a moment. Well, bit of a deja vu back to O-plate, where Kai Hunter had a moment with Teddy Pritchard Williams through Christmas corner. This time it's Archie Buttle. Both of them get back on circuit. They don't spin this time. But a frustrating moment there for the outgoing champion.
Well, and again, you know, Hunter's taken the fight for second out the last race of the season. He's got Brandon Klein Nagelvoort in the number 93 kart just behind him. Nagelvoort going side by side with Caden McQueen. Nagelvoort and McQueen had a territorial dispute in the pre-final that resulted in a penalty for Caden. But it looks like that issue has been resolved in McQueen's favour for now. Jack Lilly up into 9th position. McQueen is fighting for 8th in the championship at the moment. Good, the best battle to watch on circuit. Now, where is Guy Cunnington? The answer is 15th.
Lost 8
well,
spots.
That has given Teddy Pritchard Williams 4th place in the championship by 1 point at the moment. There it is. So Guy Cunnington needs to pull his finger out, and Teddy Pritchard Williams, who is running in 5th, well, he's going to try and close the gap on Archie Walker. But look at that, Bradshaw leading, but then behind him, Charman, Joshua Graham and Archie Walker. They're all young athletes, but 3 of the youngest drivers, I think Archie's in his second year as a senior, 3 of the younger drivers chasing, you know, one of the more experienced drivers in the field for the race win. And of course, the driver in his very first year as a senior, Corley Bishop, has won it all.
He has indeed. I think with Joshua Graham, this is a really strong run. He's not been on the podium since he won at Lark Hall, of course. I think consistency, a bit more maturity going into 2025 is what is what Joshua Graham will be looking for, which is understandable. We shouldn't underestimate the step of junior racing to senior racing. The machinery may be similar, same platform for your engines and chassis and all the like, but just the way that these senior racers...
And there's extra grip, extra power. Yeah, and of course the drivers are much physically stronger.
Yeah.
They're, they're in junior, your muscles are still developing, age 13, 14. I know, I've got a teenage son who trains hard for his sport. And they want to go to the gym, but you can't let them lift too many weights because their muscles are still developing. When you get 15, 16, there you go. That's when you can go hard. And you see them really developing. And I mean, this is not, don't anyone get typing, but however, when some of these young drivers, they take their rib protectors off and you see their physiques, they are chiseled athletes. There's not an ounce of excess fat on them, muscles in the gym all the time. They're real athletes.
And the mental side of the game as well, as you say, there's moves that you would perhaps do and get away with in juniors that don't work. They don't work in the seniors, and the only way that you kind of find that out is by doing them and sometimes getting on the wrong end
by
of the results.
Visiting the stewards and having the stewards telling you, no, that's not working, young man. Which has happened, and it's happened to Macaulay Bishop this year. But here we go. There's the battle on your screen. It was for 7th place between Hunter, McQueen, Lilly and Buttle. Further back in the pack, 29 Kart still running. Jack Gilligan running in 29th, followed by behind Luca Osmond Price 28th, Rachel Robertson 27th, Benjamin Southgate 26th, Ethan Martin 25th, Ben Cook 24th, Gustav Usakovs 23rd. Then it's Alex Duncan, William Pemble, the top 20 being rounded out by Alex Moody.
Well, Bishop must have heard us, Henry, and saying that he was only going to win the championship by 1 point, because he's now got himself in a position where he will start improving his score. He's up to 5th place. That makes his 9th and 10th from earlier on this weekend a drops. His 6th is now the next one to be dropped. That was at Warden Law earlier on in the season. So, Macaulay Bishop looking to finish this one once again with a bit of a flourish. It's a bit more strung out than it was at the O-Plate final here at Whilton Mill back in March. Right now, Callum Bradshaw, at the moment, Bradshaw, I don't know whether things could change. I hope they do. Bradshaw not on the entry list for the FIA Karting Championship, World Championship later next weekend, which is a shame. I think it was expected.
CIK World Championship completed it, mate.
Well, yeah, it's true. He's a former world champion, of course, but if this is the end of his season, what a way to finish it. He's 1.5 seconds ahead of Ewan Charman. Ewan Charman looking to be on the podium for the first time this year. The move to Hunter Motorsport has definitely worked out. I know we've been talking about him having teammates around him and not needing them because he's not, needed to do any shake and bake. But the other key thing, setup. Being able to share some of the setup tips across an awning, I think, have really benefited you and Charman in the latter part of this season.
Good to have Georgie Hill watching on the live stream. Thomas Ingram Hill, driver who's now racing in cars. Archie Walker up to 2nd. Now, of course, producer James Fitzhugh has reminded me that, of course, 2 years ago, 2 years ago, Joshua Graham and Ewan Charman, teammates for Argenti Motorsport. Ollie Westover, hello Ollie, on the live chat. But here we go, Callum Bradshaw. Well, do you know something? There's one driver that you can trust to turn a potentially exciting race into a snooze fest. It's Callum Bradshaw, because he'll just bugger off and win it by a mile. Thanks, Callum.
And he's on for his 2nd clean sweep of the season. He's looking to bookend the season, having done so at PF International at the start of the year. He's looking comfortable with 3 minutes to go. Here's the battle for 7th place. Kai Hunter, Caden McQueen. They've given us some entertainment across the course of the season. And of course, we hope many of these drivers, we see them in 2 weeks' time at the Rotax Grand Festival.
Yes.
I'm sure Kai Hunter will be having a go, considering it's at his home circuit.
I'm sure he will. And have to say that Macaulay Bishop is Macaulay Bishop's move to pass Teddy Pritchard-Williams for 5th position. Pritchard-Williams falling to 6th. Cunnington only 15th. That puts Pritchard-Williams and Cunnington into a tie for the championship. And I do believe ties are broken by the results in the last race, which would be this race. So that would go Pritchard Williams' way. There were murmurings that not everyone... Right, so I'm going to have to say it. And I'm going to
get himself in trouble.
I'm sorry to anyone stakeholder, but there were murmurings that sometimes with the Mojo tyres, you get a batch or you get a set that just aren't quite as good as others in that batch. It's a well-known fact. Everyone thinks, it's their first excuse. I was rubbish because I had a bad batch of tyres. Well, no, that is an excuse, but it is true, and virtually everybody in the paddock can attest. They'll be nodding their head saying that at some point or other, unfortunately, they've had a set of tyres. It's something to do with the D2 tyres. I don't know why, but it does happen. And I would imagine that certainly Bishop and Cunnington trundling around way further down than what they've ordered. It could be a tyre issue. Sorry, but just it's facts.
King Geraghty moving up the order. That was him through into 10th place past Archie Buttle. But yeah, for many of these drivers, 2 weeks' time, Karting North East, Warden Law.
Yes.
Maybe some of them trying to emulate what Mark Kimber did a few years ago, stepping across from this category into DD2, having a fantastic run at the Grand Finals. That's what the seniors will be competing for. In 2 weeks' time, you'll be able to watch all of it live across the Alpha Live and Karting UK platform of channels. Very much, but both of us here in the box looking forward to that one.
And get your entries in. Entries close on Friday the 13th. You don't want to enter on Friday the 13th. Not that you're superstitious, but it would just be bad luck.
And bad organisation. Get them in now.
Get them in. Right.
20 seconds to go in this one, Henry. What do you see being the major change? It's still pretty close for that battle in second place, Walker, Graham and Charman.
Right. I am going to make a very bold prediction here, Andrew Mather. I don't think anyone's going to make a move in the top 6. I think the top 6 are settled. I think that the top 10 are settled. How about that? Not one position change in the top 10 in the last lap. Am I going to be right or wrong?
We'll wait and see. There's been a move for
screenshot the top
place.
10 on the now. Lily Geraghty, 9th to 10th. Hunter McQueen. I think that's it.
Jack Collins has had to pull in, unfortunately, the end of what's been a really positive weekend at times for Pro Train. That Jack deserves a lot more than that this weekend. That's a real shame for Jack to be classified 29th. We're on to the final lap. Well, this hasn't been the classic like it was in March, but never matter. You can't have every race be one like we had at the O Plate, as it's going to be a little bit of a battle here between Walker and Graham over second place. I think Graham was he pointing down to his front bumper? Yes, I think he was. I think he was pointing to Walker to say, don't defend this too hard, mate, because I've potentially got a drop bumper here. There's nothing really to be gained apart from, potentially losing the spot to you and Charman.
I think he was probably saying, no, actually, don't listen to Henry. Listen to Henry. That's what he was saying.
Callum Bradshaw's going to come round then. He's going to complete a clean sweep for the second time this season, and Callum Bradshaw will head to Sarno. He takes the ticket in style to go to the Rotax Grand Finals. What a weekend. He bounces back from the disappointment of Kim Bolton. I'm not quite sure what was happening there over the line.
The only thing that went wrong was Bradshaw's celebration. He was trying to sit up in the seat as he crossed the line, and he almost fell out.
It's when you're getting a bit older. You can't. You would have been able to do that 2 or 3 years ago.
There we go.
But Bradshaw wins it with ease by nearly 2.5 seconds and takes second place in the championship. Quite a turnaround. He was outside the top 3 at the start of proceedings here at Whilton Mill, but with that clean sweep through the heats, won both of them, won the pre-final earlier today, and has now won the final. Finishes on 756 points. In the end, comfortably clear of Kai Hunter in third, and takes the second ticket on offer from Jag Rotax, the official UK Rotax distributor. Bradshaw will be heading to Sarno.
Yes, indeed, and that's why Graham, there it is.
Yep, drop bumper.
Drop bumper, that's what he was trying to communicate to his thing. Now, okay, that will give Teddy Pritchard Williams another championship point, and it will move Ewan Charman on the podium. But there is your 4-time British champion Macaulay Bishop, who sets record after record after record. And from a personal note, I hope that is not the last time we see Teddy Pritchard-Williams step out of a go-kart, because he and his family have been a credit to this championship throughout their entire time in it. And yeah, I know that Freddie Teddy, one of his best mates, sadly no longer with us, and Teddy races with his logo on his kart, and there's a big event up at Fullbeck to prevent teenage suicide, and it would be a great shame if we lost the family from the sport. But Teddy does have to go and get an education. And I think Damon is going to find the budget so that Teddy can do the Grand Festival and go out at Warden or maybe at Sarno. Here are the highlights. Well, there is the highlight. That would be Callum Bradshaw taking the lead into turn number 1, and, well,
just never look back.
Clearing off, yes.
Jamie Perilli was unfortunate there in the opening laps. There was a moment for one of the GMSs, the number 31 of Ben Cook. The 17 of Alex Duncan would have difficulties in the early stages as well. Everyone trying to finish their seasons on a high. Good moves from Joshua Graham through the field. Plenty to think about at the end of the 2024 season for Joshua Graham, and another one of those drivers who hopefully we'll see at the Grand Festival. That was the moment where Buttle and Hunter got a bit close through Christmas Corner. In the end, Kai Hunter would finish P7. He'd hold on to third place in the championship. Good scrap between Graham and Charman and Walker. Lovely stuff there from Archie Walker, reading that one perfectly to get underneath on the exit of Ashby and take second place. Good to see Archie Walker on the podium in a final as well. The first time we've seen that in 2024. He should have done it at Warden Law when he was on pole position for the final there. He was 5th on that day. So, yeah, that's a long due, well-deserved podium for the KR Sport driver in number 7.
Yeah, indeed, who finishes 7th in the points once again. Look at him trying to get out of the sea. There we go. That's the bit.
The tally looks like this at the end then. Bishop actually extends his championship lead at the very end of the season, 758 points. Bradshaw, 756. Kai Hunter, 734. Let's head down to Nicole.
Callum, a win at the first round, a win at the last. Tell me about it.
Yeah, good end. Good start, good end. Mediocre middle, but no, obviously great to end on a win. Won all the heats and the pre, so couldn't have done any more. And I knew going into this weekend that the title had gone between Bishop. Obviously, I crashed at the last round, which I think probably took out my hands. Which I think maybe if I'd have come second there, it'd have been a completely different story. But no.
And then, you know, second in the championship, ticket for Sarno. What are you thinking ahead of that?
Yeah, just got to try and get another title on the board. Obviously, I won in 22 around Portimao, so yeah, just go and try and win it again.
Congratulations, and how are you going to celebrate?
I'm not actually sure. I've not thought about that one, but a few beers, a few drink. But are we allowed to say that? Are we?
Probably not.
Okay, all right. Maybe we'll keep it to milkshake and a cup of tea. I say, yeah.
Congratulations, Callum. I'm going to head over and try and grab a quick word with our championship winner, Macaulay Bishop, if we can. Fraser, don't trip over whilst we head through Park Ferme. Macaulay, congratulations. I spoke to your mum Kitty earlier, and she told me, well, she told the audience she spoke on camera how proud she is of you. What have you got to say about this year?
It's been all right. Yeah, this weekend I would have liked it to have gone a bit better. Just got a bad batch of tyres, so the pace wasn't there. But yeah, P5 from P9. Yeah, I did a nice little move at Christmas, but yeah, I just didn't really have the pace. Yeah, just not a bad weekend. I had a bit of a change really in the pack, just fighting scrapping, but yeah, I enjoyed it.
Congratulations, Macaulay. Dan Parker has got your number 1 plate for you. Very well done indeed. We'll head for a Wera advert and then over to the grid for the junior Rotax. we're on the grid then ahead of our final Junior Rotax race of the year. William Antrobus, the SPR driver, number 57, lifts his kart down with his dad for this final race. William, 2 years ago, we were teammates at Thule. I was a senior, you were a junior. You were a lot shorter back then, I was the taller one. And you said to me, you thought you couldn't just win one British round, you could win multiple. Still the same mindset?
Definitely. I've been pushing all year and I've done my best this season. If I don't come home as a champion, I don't. It's how the season's gone. And the team's put all the effort in to do it, and I thank them for it. And just, the last round didn't go our way, but if we get this win, I'll be very happy.
And that calm, relaxed mentality, where's that come from? What have you done to keep your head on your shoulders?
I've just generally not thought about the racing, just doing my own thing, and then when it comes to the race, I just get on with it and go.
Have you got any final words ahead of this race, William?
No.
Well, man of many words normally, but you know, that relaxed mentality, confidence, I'd say William has a lot of. We've also got Thomas Minspearing starting alongside him. These two have been by far the strongest drivers within this grid for this event. Of course, it's not to say that the rest aren't just as competitive, but you know, 1 and 2s consistently. Thomas, how are you feeling ahead of this final race of the 2024 season?
All right, you know, it's just got to take it like every other final we've done this year, so it's all right, just got to keep cool, keep calm, and yeah, hopefully we can have a good result.
And Argenti Motorsport, what have they said to you ahead of this? I know Ben Folland is one of the drivers, well, ex-drivers within the team that's given some support. What's he said? What's the guidance been like?
Well, it's just to do like what you normally do, to be honest. But yeah, that's really it, to be honest. He hasn't really said much.
Well, good luck, Thomas. I want to head down and try and catch up with William Antrobus's teammate, Lewis Goff, if we can. Lewis, of course, bright yellow helmet, always catches your eye when he's out there on circuit. Lewis, final race of the year, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling quite confident, yeah.
And all that work you've been doing, not just within the British Kart Championship, but out in Europe, how is that going to play into your hands in this race?
I think since it's quite sunny, I think the European tracks are very grippy, so I think it will help out with that.
Good luck, Lewis, for this final race. I want to head down to talk to one of the female drivers on our grid. Obviously, we've got Emily Cotty here, but Lizzie Mentier starting on the sharp end this year. Alpine Race, her academy driver. Lizzie, just a quick word as you fist bump your mechanic Matt ahead of this. How are you feeling? Confident?
Very confident, yeah. I think it's going to be a good race.
And is it going to be the case of elbows out for this final one?
Definitely, with being one of the highest girls on the grid, yeah.
Good luck, Lizzie. Whistle's been blown then. They're about to head off for the final time this year. This will be the Junior Rotaxers.
Can I just say very quickly, it was amazing seeing the Silkaline logo there on Lizzie Mentier's. You see Silkaline and you picture Will Gollop in a rally cross. Well, no.
Actually, in rallycross, who ran it in BTCC back in the day as well?
Silkaline. I'm not quite sure. That was Listerine. That was it. That was what I need after all that red onion. But yeah. Silkaline sponsorship back in the Wera Tours British Kart Championship. It's the last race of the day. It's the last race of the Rotax season. It's Junior Rotax.
Last race of the weekend here at Whilton Mill. William Antrobus starts on pole position looking for his second win of the year alongside Thomas Minspearing. Jack West and Cameron Nelson go from row 2. Lewis Goff and William Arshall and all Sam Pollitt racing row 3. Harrison Crowther and Lizzie Mentier on her best qualifying of the season, row 4.
Hugh Moulton and Finley Buck round out your top 10. Buck qualified stone last after being underweight. Great job from him. Owen Neve and Leon Hasty are on row number 6. Row 7, Emily Cotty and Joshua Smith. Harrison Whitcomb from the back of the grid in the repechage. He starts 15th, then a Charlie Neve.
Next up, Rory Armstrong and Zach McDonald both coming through from the repechage. Joshua Turnbull and Vlad Tomanchuk complete the top 20. Iron Banton and Charlie King next up ahead of Kai Clark and Kai Beach. Victor Hansen and Harry Bartle on row 13, Noah Barham and Jack Baker on row 14, Finley Jones, Ryan Gandor, Marcel Popical, Henry Cameron, Thomas Behrman and Albie Lapper complete the 34 runners. A little bit jumbled up in that second half of the grid. Let's go racing for one final time here this weekend. 15 minutes plus 1 lap underway. An aggressive start from Antrobus, who takes the initiative through the first couple of corners. Fast start, all 34 have made it through up towards Christmas for the first time. It's a good start for Jack West as well, who's up to second place. It's all a little bit rough in the middle there for Joshua Turnbull.
That's going to be big, that's going to be big.
Goes Turnbull, several others involved. One of them is Baker, Jack Baker, the Australian for Evolution Racing in the number 52. He wasn't the only one who got caught out there. That was simply 3 karts trying to all go through Boxing Day and one piece of circuit. Was never going to work.
And I think Lizzie Mentier might have been one of the others. It was certainly Turnbull. Kai Clark was in there. Kai Veach was in there. Ryan Gandua didn't take the start. Not quite sure where Albie Lapper has gone as well. And I've got to say, already one mention of Will Gollop, and we've got Metro 6R4s in the chat. Metro Turbos Rallycross. Oh, take you back, Martin Skanky, Matty Alamaki, John Welch, Dimmy Mavropoulos, there we go. Oh, there is the number 52 into the thing. Dan Ashton has popped on the live chat. Obviously,
he's meant to be busy this week.
No, he's been sacked. No, I'm joking, Dan. I'm joking. I don't know why. He's obviously, marshalling at PFI or something like that. I'm not sure.
13.5 minutes to go. Last race of the season for Junior Rotax of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships at the end of the second lap. It's Antrobus from Spearing West, 1, 2, 3. Harrison Crowther trying to finish the season strongly for Coles Racing. Get himself in the top 10 in the standings by the end of the year. Harrison Whitcomb, welcome back to the front of the order, young sir. It has been a tough weekend for Whitcomb. He has fought his way from the back of the grid in the repechage and now sits P7.
Incredible start, and it was, I've got to say, thank you to the FIA for timetabling their minor event this weekend at PF International, timetabling it to finish in time so that everyone at PFI can watch this race, the main event, the weekend. Really appreciate that on Alpha Live. Here we go. It's now Thomas Min Spearing in the race lead with Antrobus down to second, Jack West in third. Then it's the Coles Racing number 17 of Harrison Crowther. Antrobus back the lead. He is not going to be denied this weekend. There is a steely determination from Antrobus. Oh, and he moved across there as Spearing was trying to make a move. Spearing just rubs his bumper a little bit as the top 5 come together. Harrison Crowther has been driving superbly this weekend for the Coles Racing team, and I have to say that Coles, in the first couple of years of the modern year of the British Championship, Coles were one of the teams to beat, and they've had a quiet couple of seasons. Now they are back.
At the moment, they're looking at having 2 drivers in the top 10 of the final standings in this junior Rotax category. Joshua Turnbull, after those early difficult moments, has just set the fastest lap of the race. Here comes Lewis Goff down the inside. Lovely move from Lewis Goff, who's trying to secure a top 5 position in the championship standings. That will do him the world of good down the inside of Harrison Crowther. Next up, the driver who's just behind him in the scores at the moment. 6 points is Goff's advantage. 4 points is the advantage for Goff over West. If Goff can find a way through, not only could it be 2 SPR drivers on the podium, it could even be Goff starting to challenge Hugh Moulton's 4th place in the final standings.
Now at the back of the field, Charlie King running in 32nd. Albie Lapper is 31st. Lizzie Mentier sadly has dropped to 30th. Going in the other direction, well, Thomas Behrman is up into 23rd. I've just seen Grandad Bill. I haven't said I to Grandad Bill at a circuit for some time, but Lake Noriant's number 1 karting supporter is here watching Thomas Behrman moving up into 23rd position, and we've got a new 3rd place driver, or have we?
switched back the other way. So Jack West responded with a move of his own.
Why is Harrison Whitcomb in sixth position? Harrison
He's on a charge.
he was last at the repechage. How's that possible?
Well, this season, Harrison Whitcomb has had race victories. Well, he's had round victories, but he's not actually taken the checkered flag first on one of those days. You know, the scenario that happened at PF International. Could it be today? Could it be today from the back of the repechage that Harrison Whitcomb goes, no. I'm going to win one of these properly. That was down the inside of Harrison Crowther. He's up to fifth as out of the race.
The
number 22,
Noah Barham, the Anglo-American driver. Harrison Whitcomb is chopping through the field, and we're about to hear from a former member of this parish, Ted Bradbury, watching from the sidelines.
Ted Bradbury, you've raced in the Junior Rotax grid before and you're guiding William Antrobus this weekend. Do you reckon he's got it in him to take that win home?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I've worked with William all year and he's such a talented driver. Like, he takes in everything I say very well. Yeah, we've had our ups and downs this year. Got a bit unlucky with the championship, but I know where his head is for this race and he wants it more than anyone. So, yeah, I believe in him. So, yeah.
Back to you, Henry.
Thank you, Nicole. And Ted Bradbury saying, very smart thing, I know where his head's at and he wants it more than anyone. That is clear to see. Goff now up into third place, and the next driver clutching this lead group is Harrison Whitcomb. Oh, I wouldn't want to cast any sort of dispersions. However, Harrison's mum Donna was about 4 Copperbergs in last night when I spoke to her. Maybe she slipped Harrison. Maybe Harrison, have a drink of that, son. No, I'm sure she didn't. But he certainly had his Weetabix this morning. That is what you call having a chip on your shoulder after yesterday. And again, he's had 2 round wins this year. He hasn't taken the checker flag first in either of them. However, he is going to have to do something to hold off William Antrobus. And I got a feeling...
Oh! That was a close moment for Whitcomb. Near disaster, but it's somehow a bit unorthodox. He's got it through to 4th place. He's now having a look at Lewis Goff's 3rd place. Meanwhile, driver at the front of the field has seen the checkered flag P1 on the road twice this season. But remember, he lost one of those victories with a post-race time penalty up at Warden Law. That's why he's so determined to become a winner in the British Championships once again. Crowther's wide. That was a moment with Harry Bartle, your champion-elect, through the final corner. That's not good for Harrison Crowther's hopes in the championships. Well, seniors, got to be honest, it's a bit of a snooze fest.
Exactly.
This
the
one definitely not.
Is where it's at. I do worry when Harrison Whitcomb, if Harrison Whitcomb gets up to the back of William Antrobus, not because they don't like each other, but because you've got 2 ultra-determined drivers there who are refusing to lose. And that normally is a recipe for something. But well, let's have a look. Harrison Whitcomb at the moment, unfortunately, he's had a DQ, which means he's ineligible for nomination as a Wera Tools driver of the day candidate. But this is spectacular stuff. Once again, this is Sam Pollitt Racing versus Argenti Motorsport with a sprinkling of KR Sport, and Leon Hasty now moving into the picture for Kraft Motorsport.
I'll tell you what, it's pretty much the same picture we had at the very start of the weekend. Did we not have a heat that was Antrobus, Spearing, Goff and Whitcomb all fighting over the race win?
Yes.
The added value here, as you say, we've got Jack West, Hugh Moulton, Leon Hasty, the new S-plate holder again here in 2024, the Scottish Open champion, looking to take that plate onto the podium in a full round of the Wera Tools British Kart Championship. There's still 6 minutes of this one to go, ladies and gentlemen. Plenty of time for anything to happen out there on circuit. Let's not forget as well, Thomas Spearing. We're talking about the determination for Antrobus, the determination for Whitcomb. Spearing's not had a race win so far this season. He's had a 2nd place, inherited back at Warden Law, and he had a podium at PF International as well. So he'll be determined to find a way through past the driver. He can't take 2nd place in the championship away from William Antrobus anymore, but he can get one over on his rival there in the number 57 out of Osis. This is a quick lap. The front of the field is starting to stretch out a bit now, and yes, Spearing's gone for it down the inside and got it done into the boot. The classic entry to the boot move. New race leader, Thomas Min-Spearing.
And how long will William Antremus want to sit behind? Judging by his body language, the answer is not long. He tries the Slim Shady, has to go for the undercut instead. Here comes Whittingham right on the rear bumper of Goff, down through Inkermans towards Ashby's, and now Jack West on the outside. Antremus back in the lead. You couldn't fit a cigarette paper between them. Goff up to second. So Lewis Goff now runs P2. Spearing is third. Whittingham is fourth. Then it is Moulton, West, Hasty. Owen Need for Jack Dex Racing has now joined the party. 8 carts, 1.7 seconds between them.
I haven't used this line yet in 2024, but ring the bell. It's dinner time. This one is on. We've got 10 drivers, 12 drivers, more drivers. All of them could be on the podium here today in the last round of the championship. Kai Clark, another driver who's come through from the Repechage, has just set the fastest lap of the grid. He's up to 12 the field of the race. He's up to 12th spot. That's West down the inside of Moulton. That's for 5th place. That gives a little bit of breathing room to the 2x2 pair, the Sam Pollitt duo of Antremus and Goff. The Argenti pair, Spearing and Whittingham, are now clear. Goff, is he doing a bit of a defensive job here? He knows he's got 5th place in the championship, all but secured here. Is he doing the team role now to give Antremus a bit of breathing room to try and take his 2nd win of the year?
Well, if Spearing or Whittingham want to do anything about Antremus, they've got to pass Goff now. Time is running out. Goff defending, and it looks like, Harrison, I was about to say, someone give that man an apron, because he is cooking, and he might have just burnt the toast a little bit, because he's now gone backwards as Moulton goes through, West goes through, so does Owen Neve, and now right behind Harrison Whittingham is the number 41 of Cameron Nelson.
3.25 minutes to go. William Antremus starting to stretch it a bit and look a little bit more comfortable. Sam Pollitt Racing aren't quite going to get that British Kart Championship Drivers' title this season, but are they about to add another race victory and a 1-2 to the list of achievements in their fantastic 2024 Rotax season? Battle for 4th place. Is there a little bit of wobble there on the front bodywork of Hugh Moulton? Is everything okay in the number 51? Whittingham still in this mix. Owen Neve, he said to us on the Paddock Show last night that the MS Kart was performing well. It is performing well. He's up another set of positions side by side now between Moulton and Whittingham. This is all going to get a little bit tasty as they come off of Osiers. In there as well as Joshua Turnbull. I've just got that feeling, Henry, that this is going to end in tears.
Here comes Finley Buck up the inside, and in the mix as well, this is not something we've said in the final very often this year, but in the mix as well is now Ayman Bansal up into 15th position. He's got Kushmayani here watching him, and Bansal is driving the best I've seen him. There's Harry Bartle just trying to stay out of everyone's way. Finley Buck is from last in qualifying. Fluff Buck is having a storming drive this weekend. Harrison Whittingham now, I think, the win has gone.
Yep.
And I would imagine the podium has probably gone as well. You just don't want to block your copybook now, Harrison.
Nope.
You've driven superbly. You had a chance. The races there got away, so let's now...
And he's got a big race next week, of
He's
course,
got a
in
big race
the
next
OKN
week.
World Cup that he'll be one of the favourites for, I'm sure. 1 minute and 20 seconds to go.
I was just noticing that, there's a move. Jack West, Owen Lee for 4th position. But I was just starting to notice, just looking at, when Whittingham starts to go backwards, you think, okay, Harrison, you do want to leave with your licence intact,
yes.
Because you could just see, the way, you can imagine from the back of the Repechage, you're there in 4th place. The adrenaline must have been absolutely coursing, and then a few things don't go your way, and it can be quite easy for sometimes to lose your head. Look, I can see the background, my helicopter's arriving to drop me back to Barry Island later on. Thank you very much for that.
There's also a championship scenario in terms of those big plates for the end of the season, still not done. 4th place, Hugh Moulton is hanging on. He's down to 12th place in this race and has only got a 1-point advantage over Lewis Goff. Now, I don't think there's going to be a change between the top two. No offence, Lewis, I think William Antrobus' second win of the year is probably a little bit more important than fourth place in the championship, but nevertheless, it's not completely done yet in that battle.
Oh, Henry Cameron brings the number 11 Ultimate R Kart into the pit lane to retire. As I look down at it, thinks about giving it a kick, then realises, no, Bradley, maybe not.
And just to be clear as well, for those wondering, oh, well, is 12th place going to be a drop for Moulton? Is it, not really that important? No, it's counting. He had a 25th earlier on in the season. No, I'm going to correct myself now. This would be a drop. So it doesn't matter if you drops any more places. He's not going to lose any more championship points.
But William Antrobus, again, did a bit of commentary yesterday. The victory mullet looks like it's going to be a victory mullet once again.
I'll tell you what, they're all going to be wanting to jump in the comms box now. We commentate on a Saturday, win on a Sunday.
Exactly.
On the final lap, William Antrobus, for the third time in 2024, is going to come round to see the checkered flag. He's going to keep this one, though, surely. For the second time in 2024, William Antrobus wins in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. A brilliant season for Antrobus. He finishes second in the championship. It's another race victory for Sam Pollitt Racing. It's a 1-2 for Sam Pollitt Racing, with Lewis Goff following home, less than a second behind. Thomas Min-Spearing on the podium again for the first time since Warden Law.
And I think that result for Lewis Goff, which keeps him 5th in the championship, this is provisional, I believe he's the best placed junior driver who is age eligible to take part in the grand finals. He'll finish 5th overall. I think that is enough. So a win for Sam Pollitt, and potentially, I think that is a ticket for Lewis Goff to the grand finals in Sarno.
Fantastic performance from both of them.
Right, last check. 10. Yep, you're all right. Pierce, no, that's Joshua Smith. Thomas Smith, nose cone. Harrison is okay.
Good.
I don't want to join Harrison with you. There's Lewis Goff going through. Jack West, an unsung hero of the weekend, very, very promising. Hugh Moulton, your British champion, however. Harry Bartle goes through. Again, 3 drivers who had secured the title. They came on the Sunday and they raced out. That is proper stuff.
Indeed.
Well done to their teams as well for allowing that with having trust and faith in them. We put, the parents, they put their, and the mechanics, the teams, you put your faith in the drivers, put your faith in them for one more race and let them do it. And they've done it the right way. Fantastic.
Just to know for Jack West there, as is absolutely right, unsung hero of the season for me. That was his best final performance of the year as well. Not quite on the podium today, but still very strong. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from a very junior Rotax race, if you get what I mean.
Look at Whitcomb there, he's going around the outside. He picked up a few places. He was already up 2, 4, 6, 7th or 8th place at the end of the opening lap. Then to make that 7th, it was an absolutely outstanding first half of the race. He wasn't done yet, but I think Antrobus got into the lead. Well, this is one of the many, many moves for the race lead. I'm trying to think back, as there was an issue with Whitcomb. Whitcomb went to try and pass Min-Spearing, and it didn't work, and that cost him momentum. He cuts across the front of Jack West there, and then it was Lewis Goff defending a little bit, but Harrison Whitcomb's charge sort of came to an end here, but Min-Spearing, fantastic performance, from Thomas Min-Spearing, and of course, because they slowed down, that allowed West and it allowed Crowther at this point to close back in on Whitcomb. And as you can see here, that's where the gap started to open up. And yes, it was West forcing Whitcomb wide. That allowed Hasty to go through. Leon Hasty finishing in 9th position. And that was game over as far as Harrison Whitcomb's chances for an unlikely victory were. There's the opening of Harry Bartle. having a bit of fun. But William Antrobus, great drive. Just all the look of a determination. He said yesterday, look, you know, I want to secure second in the championship. Nothing like a second place, a win to secure second in the title.
What a brilliant finish there for Junior Rotax. Let's head down to Nicole Sutherland.
Down then in Parc Fermé with our championship winner, Harry Bartle. Harry, championship winner, but, you know, bit of a sticky weekend this weekend. What's been going on?
An absolutely shocking weekend, to be honest. I'm happy we've won it before we came, otherwise it would have might have been a bit different. But I had an incident in qualifying, and then I had to start from the back, 2 heats, got back to P11 in the standings, and then in the pre-final I got a penalty which put me right back down to 28th. And so I started there in the final, I think got up to about 7th before another incident, which put me down to about 12th, and then didn't really change from there.
This year though, you showed, you know, so much pace, so much maturity, so much racecraft. What comes next for you?
Seniors and maybe something else, see what happens.
Dan Parker is stood there. He has your number 1 plate for you. Congratulations, Harry. What a championship win. We've got William Antrobus over there as well, who is our race winner for today, final winner. We'll see if we can catch up with him. William? Your mum actually messaged me ahead of the final. She wanted me to pass on a message if you got that win in there. She said how proud she was of you always and congratulations. But can you tell me about that race, about that win?
Oh my God, that was just an outstanding win. To be fair, Lewis, I got told he did some help as well with me. It was just such a hard race. Once I got the second warning flag, I was like, I can't do anything at this time, because otherwise I get a penalty.
Used your head?
I just used my head, and then when I got past spearing, I just went after that, and then it just all played into hand, so I'm very happy.
And William, like I said on the grid, 2 years ago we were teammates at Thule. You said to me, you know, you're going to get those wins in there, you're going to put your name on the map. You've done that this year. It's the end of the championship. What comes next?
I generally don't know if what I'm doing next, because I've got my exams next year. But yeah, I tell you what, it's been an amazing season, and I'd like to thank the whole team, Sam, all the boys in the team, Nigel especially. Big one to my family, all my sponsors as well, but the main one I want to thank is my dad. He's been there throughout 8 years of karting, and he's done all the stuff for me this weekend, and I'm so thankful for him. But yeah, that's it really.
Congratulations, William.
Thank you.
What a championship then. This is our last round of the Rotax. You know, I've been round this now for 5 years, both on the track and over the other side of the fence, and no matter what, it's so competitive, so much work goes into this. It's full on, but it is absolutely fantastic, and it is most definitely the highest, you know, calibre of racing in the UK. Henry and Andrew have joined me from the comms box. Boys, what have you got to say?
Brilliant day's racing. What we come to expect from the Rotax classes. It's been a really good season, and whilst the championship season is done, it's not done in terms of the calendar, because of course Warden Law, 2 weeks time, Rotax Grand Festival. Great for Motorsport UK to be able to bring that event to British shores for the first time. Can't wait.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I think, first of all, thank you very much to everyone for tuning in, as always. This is the penultimate event of the year. It's the last time for this championship we're going to see the Rotax classes. Obviously, we've got Three Sisters coming up in the end of September, which will sort out the Army and the other championship classes. But I think the Rotax classes this year have provided some excellent racing. They've done some superb work on and off the track. Highlights for me, and not even a Rotax highlight, I have to say, Henry Hales high-fiving and fist-bumping every single one of his rivals at the end of the race. You know, this is a sport that is trying to train future motorsport stars, but we are trying to turn these boys and girls into fantastic young men and women as well, and that was proved today.
Couldn't put it better myself. Really good, I say. Look forward to the rest of the season. Three Sisters will be good. I think we'll have some really good racing there, and I say don't forget 2 weeks' time.
Of course, as always, thank you to every partner, Demon Tweaks, My Race Labs, Wera Tools, all the championship sponsors, Motorsport UK, the team of Motorsport UK, the marshals out on track, making sure that this, circuit and championship is of top-notch safety. Thank you to all the drivers, teams, mechanics, Henry Boudet, Andrew Mather, Nicole Sutherland. We'll see you next time.